Well, good evening, everybody. Here we go. We are here for the APUSH CRAM review session. We are live, and we are going to be talking about APUSH for the next 5 hours, so strap in, get your favorite hot cocoa or water or whatever it is, given the weird climate of this spring, and strap in for a good time. Here we go. My name is Mr. Lagerway, and I will be with you from West Michigan live this evening, and we are here for 5 hours. We're going to be talking about APUSH and all the things you need to be ready for tomorrow's exam. So, if you're taking Administration 2, you are watching this live, and a couple of notes to be given to you in just a second. If you are watching this recorded for Administration 3, good luck, persevere. It's probably June by now, so good job. So, let's talk about a couple of logistics before we dive in too much. First of all, a reminder that this stream is going to be recorded, so make sure that if you would like to change your name in some way, please do so now. It'd be a good idea. And then you want to follow Think Fiveable at all the different social media websites. That's not a bad idea either, just to be able to stay apprised of the latest happenings, especially as we get closer to all these different second administration exams. Well, what are we doing tonight? Let's talk about that. So we are going to be reviewing periods 1 through 9, doing some exam strategies and essay tips, and then practicing with some exam questions. If you have questions, you can drop them in the question and answer tab below the video. It's next to the summary and the slides, and one of our amazing TAs will answer in case you want to see where that is. So first of all, we got content, and then we got strategies and practice questions. That's kind of our breakdown, with plenty of breaks in the middle there for both you and for me, so that way we can stay fresh and strong till the very end. That's where our Q&A session is. A brief note about that, a reminder that question and answer is for things that I'm not necessarily covering in the detail that you need, or perhaps you're a little bit confused about something because I used some sort of funky word. So please hold off on your questions and answers until after we are done with explaining a particular topic. So if I mention like Shays Rebellion, don't suddenly be asking, what's Shays Rebellion in the chat? Well, hold up a second. I will hopefully be able to explain that and why that's important in just a little bit. So again, wait for us to talk about some stuff and then ask some Q&As down there if you need to, and that'll be a great place to get them answered because we have some fantastic TAs that are helping us out this evening. All right, so then let's do a brief quick survey, and you can go to menti.com. And the code there you want to enter, I'm kind of curious as to what periods we would like the most focus on. This will help us to structure the next little bit of this evening about how much work we need to get done on a particular unit. So go to menti.com, you enter that code, and then you should be able to see something like this that says what units or periods need the most help. Again, menti.com is at the top. You can see it right there, as well as the code 6685-1058. And you can respond there on a kind of a scale of 1 to 10. The lower one being like, no help needed, I got this, not a problem at all. And the 10 being like, oh my goodness, that was in APUSH? I don't even remember that. We should probably get on that, Mr. Lagerway. Let's talk about it. So if you'd like to vote now, that would be a good idea. Menti.com. And then the unit survey, the code is 6685-1058. And that way you can kind of tell me what we should be talking about in the next little bit. I'll give you a little bit of a time to address that before we head into period 1. I'm going to grab me some headphones and also a microphone. So that way, hopefully things will sound a little bit better for you. And so that way I can concentrate a bit better as well. All right, so we are continuing to answer this survey, units 1 through 9. I combined units 1 and 2. We have a bunch of different results so far. To give you just a few more seconds. I mean, obviously we're going to talk about all of these, right? But the idea being, which one do we need to perhaps dive a bit deeper on, especially since you folks are taking the second administration, and maybe you've seen the released prompts from the first administration. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe it's just ones that you haven't been able to answer so far. All right, in the interest of time, let's move along. And so we are going to show the results. Let's see what we got here. Hey, all right. This is just quite fascinating. I just love data like this. All right. So most of us are feeling pretty good about units 1 and 2. Good to know. Good to know. Let's see. And that kind of peaks around unit 6 and 7. That would make sense. And a little bit of unit 8. Okay. Oh, unit 8's making a comeback. Oh, it's going back down. Oh, it's going back up. I could watch this all night. So notice here that we are talking about all 9 periods at some point this evening. So please do not worry. But
it is also interesting to notice that a lot of us need more help with the really, really big periods, right? So 5, 6, 7, and 8 are just massive, especially units 7 and 8, which we actually broke apart for our 5-bowl APUSH CRAM sessions. So, yeah, all right, we got some good stuff going on. Thank you for your input. We will go back to that Menti site and use that later. So if you are on that site, maybe bookmark it in the background. We'll come back to that when we have some FRQ practice, and that'll help us get some items to talk about. So let's go then back to our slides and start with period 1, which not all of us, but some of us, we're feeling pretty good about. So let's talk about period 1, which goes from 1491 to 1607. Just as another bit of logistics here. So obviously this is more of a one-way stream, but we want to make this as interactive as possible. So maybe you're talking to somebody in the Q&A and you're looking for a question there. But even if you're not doing that, you should always be questioning and thinking about it yourself. Active recall, as I always like to stress, and those of you that looked at the previous CRAM sessions, you probably remember me saying this. Quizzing yourself, active recall, psychologically speaking, is one of the best ways to study. Don't just sit back and go, oh yeah, Mr. Lagerwey, thanks for letting me know that. Yeah, yeah, I know that. You don't want to be a passive learner. You want to be an active learner. So this means 1491. Let's see. In 1491, Columbus sailed the... Wait a minute, that doesn't work. Oh, that was 1492. Okay, in 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. So this is the year before that. So then this must be symbolic of... Oh yeah, pre-Columbian Native American societies. Oh yeah. 1607, that's going to be Jamestown. I remember that now. That's the... Yeah. And so talk to yourself about that. Be quizzing yourself. I'll obviously explain these things as we go. But it's always a good idea to have an idea of what do you know, what should you review a bit more. So constantly be self-quizzing yourself. I'll be asking you questions that sound rhetorical because I'm just talking to myself. But of course, you'll want to be quizzing yourself and asking yourself those questions and answering them perhaps on a piece of paper. Perhaps it's a live thing where you're talking to yourself out loud. Nobody can hear you. That's fine. I talk to myself sometimes too. You know, sometimes I need an expert opinion, so I talk to myself. That's my line. Feel free to use it and continue to quiz yourself. All right, so here we go. Unit 1 highlights. Well, first of all, we're going to have Native Americans. And I already talked about that, Native Americans pre-Columbian Native American societies. We're going to have the Colombian Exchange and how important that is. And then we are also going to have the Colombian Exchange influencing Europeans coming over. So we have to compare the colonies. Although during period 1, unit 1, it's pretty much Spain, and Spain is the highlight. So, brief review, and again, just to talk through, since this is the first unit, to make sure we're all together here. When I mentioned these three things, in my mind, a really good way to study would be to make a mind map of this, maybe to add this to my outline if I'm taking notes. Maybe I'm just going to be quizzing myself and going, Native Americans, do I know a couple of different tribes? Do I know how they interact with their Native American, or their native environments? Something like that, right? So you want to be making connections in your brain, because the more connections you make, the more meaningful the knowledge becomes to you, and therefore the more points you can earn. I'm not taking this exam. I just teach this class. So you want to be doing the best that you can, and we got to help each other. All right? Deal? Deal. Sounds good. So then, let's talk about Native Americans and their environment. This is a basic picture of the North American environmental background, different kinds of geographical features, you could say, and how they live. Now, you don't have to memorize a ton of these, right? It's not like you're going to have questions on this like an entire DBQ. They couldn't do that. However, it's not a bad idea to know a couple examples of Native American tribes that belong to some of these different places and have a general sense of geography just in general. So, let me give you some examples here. There's a lot of diversity, and it all depends on environment. For example, in the American Southwest, there are the Pueblo, and they are going to be using maize cultivation. APUSH loves to talk about maize, think corn, and how it came up from Mexico. It becomes a very important crop for Native Americans, so know some of those. Now, why would I know the Pueblo? Well, because the Pueblo revolt against the Spanish in the 1680s is going to be fairly important, right? So you have a multitude of potential Native American tribes you could be talking about, but you want to study the ones that will help you the most later, and you can kind of double dip there. So I'd know the Pueblo because the Pueblo are important later. Similarly, in the Great Plains, you have nomadism, aka moving from place to place following the buffalo. This would be the Sioux. You should know the Sioux later because they're the ones that are involved in like the Battle of Little Bighorn, Battle of the Greasy Grass, whatever you called it, the Wounded Knee Massacre, things like that. Right. So if you are able to double up on these Native American tribes, you are then able to use them in period 1 and then maybe a little bit later. There's some hunting and gathering going on in the southeast and the northwest. These are places where game is plentiful, where the environment is conducive or useful for hunting and gathering. You don't have as much hunting going on when it's really arid in the American Southwest, but you do in the southeast. So in the northwest, the Shasta, the southeast, the Cherokee. The Shasta don't really appear again. I just wanted to give an example of the northwest one. Probably should have switched those so they're geographically making more sense. But I'm telling you now. And the Cherokee, of course, Cherokee removal. That's not a bad idea to remember that, because later on, Trail of Tears, etc. And then lastly, a lot of them are doing agriculture. Remember from your world history days, if you took world history earlier, that Mesoamerica is one of the places where the Neolithic agricultural revolution happens. And so the Cherokee, the Creek, other places in the southeast and Mississippi areas are going to be growing corn. This would be like the Three Sisters agriculture that you see right there with the corns, beans, and squash and all that. Ingenious Native American technique for fixing nitrogen, keeping the weeds down, and all that good stuff. So, Native American diversity, there we go. Brief summary of that item. Next, we need to be familiar with European motivations and as well as European technology. What enables this to actually happen? First of all, there's the Crusades. So remember that the Europeans are attacking Muslims in the Holy Land, trying to retake Jerusalem, etc. And they get into this mindset of us versus them, Christians versus non-Christians. This would be things like the Reconquista that's happening in Spain as they take back the Iberian Peninsula from the Moors. They're just in this sort of evangelistic, we need to tell you about Jesus, but also we're going to kill you if you don't believe him sort of way. That sounds kind of scary. There's also going to be capitalism. There's going to be a shift from feudalism into more capitalism. This is the idea of let's explore other lands, not just to convert people, but also to make some money. Things like sugar cultivation are going to be very important. There's some sugar cane right there. Sugar cane is grown initially from Asia, and then it comes into the Mediterranean, and then the Spanish are growing that in some of the islands off of Africa and Spain, Azores, Canaries, etc., and they're going to move that sugar cultivation into the Caribbean once they find it there. So that's pretty awesome for them in terms of if you have a sweet tooth, but that's going to be really bad for slavery needing, right? There's the Reformation. So again, Europeans are killing each other over religion. So it's not just the quote-unquote infidels that they are taking away. They're also fighting each other over religion. So the idea there is I would like to convert more people than you if I'm a Protestant or if I'm a Catholic. There's the Reconquista. We already mentioned that. And then speaking of Spain and the Reconquista, let's combine all of those things together and talk about the 3 Gs. 3 Gs, this would be a good time to self-quiz yourself. Let's see. We got GGG. Oh, yeah. Riches, a.k.a. gold. We got looking really cool, glory. And we have I want to convert more people than you to my religion, that is God. And unfortunately, it often happens in that order, right? It's like greedy, greedy, greedy. Also, look at me. And also, I'd like to tell you about Jesus. It seems to be a little bit of an interesting dynamic there. So, Europeans come over for a variety of reasons. How do they do this? Well, their methods. First of all, they're going to have new kinds of transportation and navigational methods, like the caravel, which is a new type of ship. Again, some of this is kind of AP World stuff if you took that previously, but even if you didn't, that's totally fine. The astrolabe, the compass, those are inventions that come from Asia, largely from China, and a lot of those are going to be helping them think things like the Latin sails, joint stock companies, aka let's combine sort of early corporations. They're not quite corporations, but they're getting close. And so all of those things are going to enable Europeans to come to the New World, so-called the Americas. And because of their shipboard cannon, they're going to be able to have firearms and steel. And wait a minute, it sounds like we're talking about the Colombian Exchange. Oh boy. So, the Colombian Exchange, well, we should probably talk about a definition here. So, it's the transfer of goods, diseases, ideas, and people between Americas and Europe. In my mind, this is not a hard and fast definition, but in my mind, I like to talk about this as being during period 1. So, period 1, Colombian Exchange, there's a bunch of stuff going back and forth. It's not quite formalized into like a triangle trade system yet. Triangle trade I like to put more into period 2, but there certainly is some trade going on here. Largely notice a lot of biology, right? So I would pick a couple of these that you happen to know and then talk about them in greater detail. I tell my students, hey, I would know the horse and the potato and smallpox. Why those ones? Well, there's a bunch of different examples that you can think of, and this is a good time to quiz yourself. So let me give you some examples here. Why potatoes? Well, because potatoes, okay, quick story time. So I was once in my college library working there as a librarian. No one is surprised at that story. And I came across this book called The History and Social Influence of the Potato. And initially I was like, what? There's an entire book about the potato? You gotta be kidding me. And then I ended up looking at it a little bit more, and I realized this is a big deal. If you'd like a short, accessible version of this, by the way, look up the essay, What If Pizarro Had Not Found Potatoes in Peru? A lot of alliteration there. By, I believe it's William McNeill. And he talks all about how the potato ends up becoming extremely important for peasants in Europe. Pardon me a second. Sugar-free cough drop to keep ourselves going. Think about it. If you are a European peasant and you are constantly having marauding armies of who knows who from Prussia or something, always gallivanting over your lands, like trampling all your crops, well, you're going to be out of food and out of luck real quick. Thankfully, potatoes, they grow underground. They're fairly nutritious, they're fairly nutrient dense, and thus you can plant some potatoes underground and then you can survive. In fact, one of the reasons we even have a Germany to this day is because a lot of these Holy Roman Empire-ish peasants were able to plant potatoes and thus survive all the marauding armies like I was just talking about. So that's a big deal. And thus, whenever I see memes on the internet, they're like, this book about the potato history or whatever exists, I'm like, they don't even know. They don't even know. This is important. And then, to the Americas, unfortunately, there's going to be smallpox, right? The Europeans have lots of diseases in Afro-Eurasia that circulate around that the Americans do not have any immunity to, and thus they die in massive numbers. This is known as the Great Dying, right? And then horses. Horses are really important because horses are going to change Native American lifestyles. And so that's going to lead to the Great Plains people not just charging and then forcing bison off of a cliff. They're going to be able to hunt bison over long hunts for a long time once they escape from Spanish custody. So choose a couple of those, and as I'm going to keep talking about throughout this entire stream, make sure that you're not losing the forest because of the trees. Please don't feel like you have to memorize every single thing that's ever happened in APUSH. And in this smaller example, please don't feel like you have to memorize every single thing that happens in the Colombian Exchange, right? You need to know a couple good examples and then be able to explain those examples well on some sort of free response question. If you're taking the digital version, you don't have a long essay question or an LEQ, but you do have DBQs and you do have short answer questions. And in those places, you need to bring outside evidence to bear and explain it well. So we'll talk about what that means, and we'll look at that a little bit later. Let's take a quick deeper dive into Spain. And you'll notice right here we have an interesting chart of some sort of different kinds of people groups. I'm noticing that their skin colors seem to vary a little bit. And it turns out that's all about the caste system or the casta system. So we'll get to that in a second. A reminder that Spain is a Catholic power. And as they take over land, they form something called the encomienda system, where they are giving these conquistadores some land and then control over the local natives, allegedly then giving them the authority to rule over them and make them work for them in exchange for them telling them about Jesus and feeding them and taking good care of them. It doesn't end up working out that well, and it's a very much a forced labor system with some sad stories. The caste system right there, I'd be aware of that. Spain does intermarry, which is a little bit different, especially from the English, and so Spain is going to be involved in intermarriage with the native population, thus creating caste systems based on birth, based on skin color, right? You have the peninsulares, who are born on the peninsula, aka Spain, and then you have the Creoles, or Creoles, and those are the people that are Spanish ancestry but born in the New World, right? So you have various options, and then it goes all the way down to the natives and the African slaves. Slavery is a big part of the Spanish system. Please be aware of that. Lots and lots and lots of slaves through the Middle Passage are going to be coming into the Caribbean and into the Spanish and then Portuguese Brazil and South America. So lots of slavery going on during this time period. We already mentioned that the Spanish are Catholic. So remember, the two different people that are going to be coming for the Spanish are going to be the conquistadores and then also the priests. Think like De las Casas and his famous debate with Sepulveda at the Valladolid debate. Always trying to say that correctly as best I can. And they have debates over whether or not the Native Americans are actually human, which I know is a terrible debate to be thinking about, but they're talking about that and debating that, and should we convert them? Should we just kill them? Should we make them work for us? There's all these different kinds of options, and De las Casas says we should treat them better. Sepulveda doesn't think so. So the Spanish end up treating the Native Americans pretty poorly, as you'll see, with some interactions there that do not go well for the Native Americans or the Europeans. So there are definitely some differences between the Europeans and the Native Americans, right? So some differences. Well, first of all, they're going to view land differently, right? Europeans, and this is a little bit of a generalization. We're trying to show some big trends here and move along. Europeans generally tended to be more possessive of the land. It's more like, I own this parcel, I'm going to fence it off. Whereas Native American communities tended to own more land in common, and they would use it and then move in a migratory way. They also had different gender roles. Native Americans tended to value women's contributions a whole lot more, and sometimes were even matriarchal societies. And then, of course, religion. Native Americans had their own religion, but Europeans were largely Christian and did not respect other non-Christian faiths nearly as much, especially not if they were, non-Trinitarian, etc. We'll see that later. There is some trade. There is some conflict. So remember, they're trading for things like fur. This is largely going to be the Dutch and the French up north, but just keep in mind there are precious commodities that they're interested in. There's the Three Sisters agriculture, where you can see right there, like we talked about earlier, it's the corn, it's the beans, it's the squash, and Native Americans are going to be using that to trade with Europeans for food sometimes. And then be thinking about things like horses and syncretism. So horses are going to change Native American lifestyles, and syncretism, think the Lady of Guadalupe, Our Lady of Guadalupe, or Mary, and kind of combined with a local Mexican goddess, and then it kind of becomes a syncretic part. You can think of voodoo, Santeria, things like that, where African religions in the Caribbean are combining with Christianity. So, some options there as to how they are interacting culturally. Brief pause. We're about to head into period 2. We said we were feeling pretty okay in period 1 and 2, so we didn't spend a ton of time on period 1. And here comes period 2. So take a brief breath. Get yourself a nice hydrated drink. Yes. The Yes We Cram water bottle. Take some time for those branding opportunities. Why not? And then we dive into period 2. So again, we're quizzing ourselves. Period 2, 1607 to 1754. Well, I already thought about 1607 being Jamestown. Oh, so now the English are going to show up, and we're going to care a lot about the English. Sounds good. And then 1754. 1754. All right, well, let's see. That's right around 1750. It's before the Revolution. Oh, yeah, this is going to be the start of the 7 Years' War, a.k.a. when the English are going to kick out the French, and thus we need to talk about the French during this time period, but not the next one. Okay, I'm starting to get a good frame here. And by the way, what I'm trying to do for you here is to talk about how important it is to know some dates, but also how we should make sure that we know why those dates are important, and kind of have some buckets of knowledge and some buckets of chronology, even if we haven't memorized a bazillion dates. So, Unit 2 highlights. Here we go. Based on those 3 images, quick self-quizzing. Well, it looks like I can't quite see these big enough on the 5-level page, Loggerway. I need to be able to zoom in a bit more. Ooh, well, this is a good time for me to remind you that the slides are linked below, and you may certainly look at those if you need to. And then also a reminder that I'll try to talk about these and show you around a little bit. So, over here, we do have different kinds of European powers on the map, so presumably we're comparing those again. Over here, we have the 13 original colonies, and then some extra land as well. Interesting. So probably like comparing and contrasting English colonies. And, well, this kind of looks like a triangle, so maybe it's the reduce, reuse, recycle. No, that's the wrong triangle with arrows. This is the triangle trade. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the triangle trade. So as it turns out, look at that. We did pretty well. And I know what you're thinking. Loggerway, you made these slides. It's not that impressive for you to be able to guess them. Well, you know what? I take my small wins when I can, okay? It's been a year. And also, we need to be talking about how to self-quiz, and I'm modeling that for you, right? So, be thinking about visuals, especially you people that are taking the digital exam. You have a lot of visuals coming your way, so be able to interpret those as best you can. All right? So, let's dive in. Colonial comparison. So we have the Spanish. We already talked about them. They are in Florida and in the Southwest. Please do not forget about them. Things like the Pueblo Revolt, right? More on that a little bit later. We're going to have the French, and the French are in Canada and the Great Lakes. It's a good idea to have some environmental, geographical knowledge about what's going on here. and they're going to be priests and trappers, and they're interested in fur. The Dutch are showing up. Hey, the Dutch, that would be me and my family. The Dutch are showing up around New Amsterdam, aka New York City nowadays, and going up to Albany. And they are, again, interested in trappers. They have a few more settlers around that area, but not very much else. And then the English, the joint stock companies, the settlers, they are there for religious freedom and for land. Now, religious freedom largely means freedom from other people telling them what to do. They certainly are still wanting people to follow their religious rules, right? Like, think the Puritans, right? The Pilgrims, they're like, hey, don't tell us what to do. We're going to go over here and then tell everyone there what to do. So keep in mind that with religious freedom. You should be able to compare and contrast the Spanish, French, Dutch, and English. It's not a bad idea to be able to talk about what they have in common as well as what makes them different. So think about the Spanish intermarrying and the English not intermarrying. Think about where they are. The Spanish are relying on slave labor and a lot of sugar production, whereas the English are relying on slave labor in the southern colonies, but not maybe in the northern colonies. The French don't have nearly as many settlers, but they do have more interest in conversion thanks to priests. The Dutch are going to be interested in fur just like the French, right? You get the ideas. The College Board loves to compare and contrast the Spanish and the English a bit more, so those would be some things to keep an eye out for. All right, then going on to the English colonies. Period 2 begins to focus on the English colonies because those are the places that eventually become the United States of America. And so we can first talk about the New England colonies. The New England colonies are going to involve Puritans and Pilgrims. If we really wanted to dive in, which we're not going to because you folks said, you're feeling okay on period 2, differences between Puritans and Pilgrims, I would not worry about that for the exam. We're fine. A lot of small towns, a lot of families. A lot of these families are living in these small towns, but they are very well educated because you got to be able to read the Bible. So they're educated, and they often have like a town common. This is going to have New England town hall meetings, aka proto-democracy or early democracy. They are going to have an economy based on what? Good time for self-quizzing. Yes, agriculture and commerce. So notice we have the Native Americans having different kinds of economies and lifestyles based on where they live and what their geography is. Same is going to be true of the colonies. So they're going to have things like corn, beans, and fish, but also they have rockier soil, so they have to rely on trade and rum and things like that. So those are the New England colonies. Then we move to the middle colonies. The middle colonies are the breadbasket of the colonies. They are also fairly tolerant, especially Pennsylvania, because it was founded by Quakers. They tend to be persecuted themselves, and so they tend to be pretty tolerant. When William Penn founds Pennsylvania, a lot of Dutch people too. The Dutch don't really care what religion you are as long as you're good with trading. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. Or maybe since it's the Dutch, maybe it's all about like the Benjis or the Hans Benjamins or something like that. I don't know. And then we also have the Scots-Irish and the Germans moving in a whole lot. They are all about the cereal crops, so think of things like wheat, and they're the breadbasket of the colonies. Notice the soil, not quite as rocky, but not quite as rich. And so rockier up north, richer down south. Think about the growing season, a little bit longer than the ones up north, a little bit shorter than the ones further south. Then you get the Chesapeake colonies. Now keep in mind, the Chesapeake colonies are going to be the colonies right here along Chesapeake Bay. So Chesapeake colonies are Maryland and Virginia specifically. We'll often lump those in with North Carolina to talk about some of this stuff. So they are growing a lot of tobacco. And I know you're tempted to think about cotton when you think about these places. Hold off on thinking about cotton until a little bit later. I mean, obviously Eli Whitney's cotton gin in 1793, etc. But you really don't want to be talking about cotton until maybe period 3 or 4. That comes a little bit later. So tobacco, thanks to John Rolfe, Pocahontas' real husband. And he somehow gets his hands on some seeds from the Spanish. And, very lucrative. Because tobacco is a labor-intensive cash crop, LICC, LIC, labor-intensive cash crop, might be an acronym. I don't know. We love our acronyms in APUSH, LOL. So feel free to use them. Or not. But because it is a labor-intense cash crop, it is going to create the need or the demand for both indentured servants and enslaved persons, right? So enslaved people and indentured servants, this is going to be created by things like the head rights system. You should be familiar with that, where people are given land in exchange for bringing people over. Bacon's Rebellion. Remember, that is the seminal, really, really important transition period in 1676 between indentured servants and slavery. Obviously, they had both coexisted before, but but this is the time when blacks and whites unite together to take on the Bernie Sanders 1% of the gentry planters, and they begin to rise up against the Tidewater gentry, and the gentry realizes indentured servants are just prone to rebellion if we don't give them enough land. Enslaved people we can keep enslaved forever. Let's transition more toward that. So the laws start getting harsher. The slave codes crack down more. The Chesapeake in the Chesapeake and North Carolina compared to New England, they are less religious. There are fewer families, but there are richer soils, and they begin to have plantations as opposed to small towns. Makes sense. Then we should talk about the Southern Colonies and the West Indies, kind of lumping that in together because that's another British North American colony. They're growing a lot of rice, indigo, and sugar. Cotton comes later, as I reminded you. Lots of slavery. And a reminder, they are going to be working on the task system. This is in no way to say that slavery is somehow easier here, right? It's still just as dehumanizing as chattel, race-based chattel slavery. However, it is different in the sense that they have a certain amount of work to accomplish in a given day. Once that is done, they may or may not be free to do some stuff on their own, so there might be a little bit extra autonomy. Autonomy being that fancy College Board word that they love to bring out to talk about ability to make one's own choices or have some freedom a little bit. So these slaves are still having to work brutally long hours and are dehumanized. However, there might be some more autonomy to be able to keep some African traditions alive in some of that later time after the task system has been completed. Thus, lots of syncretic belief systems like voodoo and Santeria. All right, then, of course, we've done the comparison. Now we need to do we did the contrast. Now we need to do the comparison in terms of what they have in common. So, what do they all have in common? What are the commonalities? Well, this is where you want to think about the basics and then move beyond them. You don't want to say, aha, they're all British. Yes, thank you. I do deserve this Nobel Prize. Well done. No, you can't just say they're British because chances are the question is going to say, tell me something that the British North American colonies had in common or something like that, right? It's already in there. And besides, saying that they're British doesn't really tell you a whole lot yet unless you describe it a bit further. So let's dive into that. Let's say, okay, they're all British. What does that mean? Well, it means they are under a common economic system, aka mercantilism. More on that in a second. They are all going to have some form of self-government, whether that be the New England town halls or the Virginia House of Burgesses, right? Those kind of things. They are all going to be involved with the English, let's say, history or I'm not quite thinking of the right word I want to use, but the tradition, perhaps, of common law and rights that dates back to the Glorious Revolution and the Magna Carta. They all are going to have the same language and religion. They're going to be primarily speaking British English, and then also you're going to be Christian. Now, it might be Anglican, it might be Puritan, it might be Pilgrim, but they're all going to be Protestant Christian with a few Catholics along the way, but they're all Christian. They are all going to have conflicts with natives, especially because they are not interested in intermarrying with the natives. There's more of a segregation going on, and they are much more interested in taking over land. Thus, there's going to be a lot of slavery. They all have slavery to different degrees. And thus, they're all going to experience a similar culture because of these transatlantic connections. Think of the First Great Awakening, which comes over from England thanks to George Whitefield. They are all going to participate in the Enlightenment and the culture of letters, as they all talk about that. Thus, the print culture, too. They're all going to be exchanging letters and newspapers and reading what everyone else is writing and participating in that way together. So, let's dive into mercantilism, because that's kind of an important concept for period 2. You got to know this one, and it kind of sets up period 3. So, a couple of keys to mercantilism. First of all, you want a positive balance of trade. You want to sell more than you buy, so that way you take in more money, because money is very important, specifically specie, aka hard currency, gold and silver. You want to have more, and if they're paying you, then you get more. If you're paying them, you get less. This makes sense. And also, finished goods are better than raw materials because, of course, which can you sell for more money? The finished goods. You could sell a chair for much more than you can sell a pile of lumber that can be made into a chair. So those are the 3 main items when it comes to mercantilism. This is the economic system that governs the economic relationship between the colonies and the mother country. What helps to enforce these? Well, these are enforced via the Navigation Acts. The Navigation Acts are passed in the 1660s all the way through the 1700s. They're not necessarily repealed, but they're updated every so often. The problem, of course, being that they are very expensive to enforce and maybe not worth it in terms of the amount of money they would help to bring in. So there's a lot of smuggling that goes on, and the smuggling leads to, well, the British going, not really worth it to enforce it. That's known as salutary neglect. Salutary, meaning healthy. If you know your Spanish, you know the word salud, which means health. Or if you know some fancy English words based on some Latin roots, you know salubrious, which means healthy, right? So salutary means healthy, and neglect, ignoring. The British are fine with ignoring the smuggling and ignoring the Navigation Acts, and with the colonists ignoring the Navigation Acts, as long as they keep trading and making some money. It won't become in their best interest to enforce this until, dun-dun-dun, later, with the 7 Years' War. Then, parts of Unit 2 that we need to talk about with interaction. Different kinds of interaction. First of all, there's trade. Notice the lovely sailor here. So there's the triangle trade. There's mercantilism. We talked about that. People are trading for fur, especially if you're French or Dutch. There is a lot of slavery going on. Think the Middle Passage. There is a difference in slavery by latitude, right? More slavery down south where there's more labor-intensive cash crops. Fewer enslaved people up north. As you look at places that have fewer labor-intensive cash crops and a shorter growing season. Keep in mind there's a lot of slavery in ports. Think of enslaved people working as dock hands in places like New York City, Charleston, etc. And please be aware of things like the slave codes, right? The ones that crack down on freedoms after every slave rebellion. There are plenty of slave rebellions, right? And we'll talk about some of those a little bit later. Gabriel Prosser's rebellion, right? You got those later. The Stono Rebellion during this time. And keep in mind the word chattel, meaning property. It almost looks like the word cattle. So the kind of slavery that was going on here in the Americas is different than other kinds of slavery. Not only is it race-based, as opposed to just like, you're not part of my group or my tribe, so therefore we enslave you after war. No. This is everyone who looks a certain way, who has a certain amount of melanin in their skin, I guess, gets enslaved. And it's lifelong. It's inherited from the mother. Unfortunately, that leads to all sorts of, inappropriate relations between masters and slaves, and then people enslaving their own children that they conceived with their female slaves, which is just utterly awful in so many ways, right? So it's matrilineally inheritable, which just sounds like a really, really fancy word for meaning it comes from your mother, and it is lifelong. So there's a lot of conflict as well. So this would be things like, well, let me give you a whole bunch of examples. These are just too many examples. We don't need to know all of these. I would know a couple examples of this. Pueblo Revolt or Pope's Rebellion. That's his statue right there in the National Statuary Hall in the Capitol building. That's Pope. And he helps to lead the Pueblo Revolt. Be aware of things like the Anglo-Powhatan Wars. That would be in Virginia. You got King Philip's War and the Pequot War up in New England. They all have those. And then there's a whole bunch of King William's, Queen Anne's, and King George's War. The War of Jenkins' Ear. All those weird ones. Just be aware that the Native Americans are fighting against the Europeans, but also the Europeans are fighting each other. And this is going to be important. The Native Americans view the Europeans as simply another tribe to play off against each other. And the Europeans are going to do the same thing. Play the Native American tribes off against each other. So be aware that there's going to be plenty of conflict. There's going to be plenty of trade. Those are both forms of interaction. Native Americans, again, have autonomy. They also have agency. They have the ability to negotiate. They are not being completely dominated at this point. Please don't say Europeans were able to do whatever they wanted and Native Americans couldn't respond ever. Native Americans could respond. They had trade goods Europeans wanted, and vice versa. They had military power over the Europeans, depending on where they were. Think of the difference between Dutch interactions in Albany versus Dutch interactions in New Amsterdam. New Amsterdam is farther south. It's way closer to the port. It is a port, and there are way more Europeans. Therefore, they treated the Native Americans worse. Albany, they're surrounded by Native Americans. They need them for the fur trade, and there aren't as many Europeans. Therefore, they treat them better. So there's a little bit of a, well, to use the famous phrase from the 1970s, right? There's realpolitik. Wow, that was a fail by the closed caption there. Realpolitik. Looks like realpolitik. And the idea there being, hey, there we go. We got it finally. Nice job, Google transcription. And the idea there being we're going to play off against each other. We're going to do, not necessarily based on principles, but based on what helps us the most gain some strategic or power advantage. So there you go. All right, it is important. We need a quick stretch and hydration break because we are here and we are buckled in for 5 hours. We don't want to be here just sitting on our butts the whole time. We need to take a quick break. So whether you want to grab a quick drink, you want to go lift some weights, do some squats, do some meditation, whatever you need to do, make sure that you are ready to go. So we're going to take a brief 3-minute break. Here we are. All right, well, we are back after a brief stretch and hydration break. Hopefully you are all feeling great and you're ready to dive into period 3. Here we go. All right, our posture is good. We've done some stretching. We've gotten some water to refresh ourselves. And here we go. We're back. So, period 3. 1754 to 1800. One of my favorite periods, not the least of which because it involves Hamilton. Hey, we got some rapping going on. All right. And 1754, we're talking the 7 Years' War until 1800. 1800. The Revolution of 1800. But why is it revolutionary? That's not helpful. Wait, isn't... Oh, that's like the Midnight Judges and like Thomas Jefferson gets elected. Okay, so now I have my bookends. 7 Years' War, a.k.a. Road to the Revolution. 1800, a.k.a. the end of the very early Federalist administrations right after the Revolution. So, we're going to be talking about, as you're not surprised, the Revolutionary War, before, during, and after. The new government, including the Constitution, the ratification process, And then also kind of this ambiguous idea of migration and trade that happens, aka treaties and Native Americans and stuff like that we can be familiar with. All right, so let's dive in. First of all, the 7 Years' War. We should be familiar with the 7 Years' War because we just talked about it at the end of last unit, and maybe we should dive into that a bit more, though. I did just mention briefly, that this is when the French get kicked out and the British begin to take over a little bit more. So this is also known as the 7 Years' War or the French and Indian War. Either one is fine. 7 Years' War gives us a bit more of a global perspective, so that's what I would prefer to use, just because it's not just fought here, and also it's confusing to label it as just your enemies. It's like calling World War II the Nazi-Japanese War. That makes it seem like the Nazis and the Japanese were fighting each other, right? The French and the Indians are not fighting each other. The Indians, largely, with a couple exceptions, think the Iroquois, are on the side of the French. So just be aware of that. Some quick iced tea, because evidently I need more hydration and extra breaks. It's like I'm talking all the time or something. Ridiculous. All right, so this is an example of an imperial rivalry that's happening on the North American continent. Native Americans are going to be caught in the middle, and they are going to be on both sides of the conflict, but largely on the side of the French, because the French treat them better. The French need them for the fur trade. The French are less interested in stealing their land, whereas the Native Americans recognize the English are more apt to steal their land, so they side mostly with the French. What you have to know, though, afterwards is that land and debt play a really big role. First of all, New France, the area in blue on that map, is totally gone. So the English take over because of the Treaty of Paris, because this is when the 7 Years' War ends and they kick out the French. And then you need to know that this costs a lot of money, right? William Pitt does not fight this for free, and they end up having to spend a lot of money to kick out the Native Americans, kick out the French, and so, well, it only makes sense that the grateful British North American colonies would pay some extra taxes to be able to pay for this war that saved their behinds. Oh, wait, this is going to be a problem. So, you might be recognizing the road to the revolution here. And then 1763, a very important date, and you might want to know this acronym, PEEP, which I got from Adam Norris. I really like that acronym here. It is the Proclamation Line of 1763, aka the line that kind of outlines the red there, that says, look, American settlers, you can't move any further because you're just going to antagonize the Native Americans we just finished fighting. Please stay on this side of the line. The British North American colonists say, to heck with that, I want this land. And then they keep going. E, end of the 7 Years' War. Makes sense, Treaty of Paris. E, end of salutary neglect. Remember we talked about that, healthy ignoring. The British are not going to want to enforce the Navigation Acts until it becomes lucrative enough or necessary enough, or they have enough troops to enforce it, and they do after the 7 Years' War. And then lastly, P, Pontiac's Rebellion. Pontiac, Chief Pontiac, is a Native American chieftain who recognizes that once the French are gone, they no longer have a source of weapons and supplies to fight the land-hungry English, and so he launches a last-ditch effort to try to push the English back, but while he still has guns and ammunition from the French, it is not ultimately successful, but it shows you a sign of things to come, right? So then diving a bit further into this idea of the end of salutary neglect, there are taxes and tea that we need to talk about. First of all, stamp tax. The Stamp Act. This is talking about these kinds of stamps, aka I paid a tax on this piece of paper, not I have to like stamp everything or I'm paying for stamps like you put on postage stamps. We're talking a stamp that says I paid for this piece of paper. So a lot of paper is going around and all of it needs to pay a tax, and it's just 1 penny. But the thing is that adds up over time, and the colonists don't like that. The Stamp Act in 1765 is the first direct tax on British North American colonists. They paid indirect taxes before, but this is a direct tax. They do not like this. Thus marks the end of salutary neglect. This is going to cause all sorts of backlash, right? Think smuggling, protests, boycotts. Women are going to lead a lot of this. Women are going to lead a lot of the boycotts, saying we don't need British goods, let's make our own. There are going to be a lot of smuggling that goes on. Let's trade with the Dutch, let's trade with the French, anybody but the British, because they're the ones that are making us pay extra duties. And this is when we start to get things like Common Sense getting published. Common Sense gets published in 1775 by Thomas Paine, the original T-Paine. Oh, yeah. And he's going to argue that America should not be ruled by the British because it doesn't make sense for an island to rule over an entire continent. So there's all sorts of acts. Now, you could talk about all kinds of acts, right? The Tea Act, the Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, the Quartering Act, the Townsend Acts, the Intolerable Acts. We have tons of acts. Know a couple of those, right? Again, don't lose the forest for the trees. The Stamp Act is a rather important one because it's the first direct tax, but some of the other ones are up to you. It's only after the Boston Tea Party that we have the Intolerable Acts or the Coercive Acts, right? That say that we're going to punish, the British are going to punish Boston until they repay the tea, and that leads to more rebellion. So some are more important than others. You can memorize some of those if you'd like to. Leading some of these charges against the taxes and the tea and the British are going to be the Sons and Daughters of Liberty, aka American rebellious groups. The British would view them as almost terroristic, but they are fighting for American freedom. Swirling in the background is going to be the Enlightenment and the First Great Awakening. The Enlightenment being a European philosophical tradition, and the First Great Awakening being a religious experience that happens starting in England, coming over to the United States, the British North American colonies. And they're both going to create what I like to call the swirling vortex of individualism, aka everywhere in the 1700s in the British North American colonies, there's this idea of individualism. So, for instance, there's the rights of Englishmen, right? The rights of Englishmen have always been a sacred idea to English people and to British colonists, and this is going to involve, I have the right to my property, I have the right to not be put under trial for ridiculous reasons or have an unfair trial. Think back to the Magna Carta. The First Great Awakening is going to say, look, you have the right to make your own decisions about Scripture. So open the Bible, read it, understand it. You don't need some fancy priest who went to Harvard and who has a degree to be able to tell you what to do. Just be able to read the Bible yourself. You're a strong, independent Christian that don't need no priest. And then the Enlightenment says, along with all the rest of that stuff, you're a strong, independent citizen that don't need no king. We have representative government being tried already. Think of the House of Burgesses and the town hall meetings. But then we have people like John Locke and the social contract theory that start to get discussed more and more. Montesquieu, separation of powers. All of these ideas are talking about limiting government, not having the divine right of kings. A small r republicanism begins to be a thing eventually, where people are going to want to, let's say, they're going to want to govern themselves, but they're not going to want to do so in a way that's like, ooh, give me power, right? It's much more about, I'll serve my country, but I'm sort of disinterested, right? That whole idea of I'll serve my country because it's my duty, not because I'm power hungry. So we have options there. And then we should talk about the American Revolution itself. No one is surprised. This makes sense. So the American Revolution. How are we going to talk about all of this stuff? Well, first of all, this is not AP military history, as much as some of us wish it was, right? We don't want to turn this into AP American history. This is all about the causes, some of the effects, certainly the causes and the effects, and a little bit of the what's going on in the middle. But it's mostly about the causes and the effects. Alrighty? So, let's dive in and talk more about the American Revolution. Here we go. First of all, keep in mind that there are loyalists. There are not just patriots, right? We don't want to make the mistake of assuming that every American colonist thinks the same. This could add some nuance to an essay later. The idea here being that loyalists, John Adams estimated that loyalists were about a third, patriots were about a third, and a third were just like, I don't care, just don't burn my house down. Maybe accurate, right? There are plenty of Americans who do not like the revolution, who like the British rule, and find these taxes to be completely fine. So that adds some complexity to the picture. On the other side, there are militias and the Continental Army. So how are the Patriots fighting? They have some ad hoc militias. They also have the Continental Army under the control of, here comes the general, ladies and gentlemen, the pride of Mount Vernon, the moment you've been waiting for and all that, George Washington. His leadership and his direction enable the Continental Army to avoid losing battles so that way they can eventually win the war by wearing the British down. There are maybe a couple of specific battles that you can be aware of. Think like Saratoga. Saratoga is the one where we begin to have guns and ships from France guns and ships, and so the balance shifts. After Saratoga, the French go, ooh, time for some 7 Years' War revenge, and the Americans look serious, so let's take their side. There's Yorktown. This is the whole world turned upside down. Cornwallis surrenders, and the British blockade and Washington's troops, and they managed to cause an entire British army to surrender, so that's a really big change. And Yorktown is in 1781. The peace treaty is signed in 1783, so it basically ends the war. There are plenty of women who are involved, right? Think about Mary Hayes, Deborah Sampson, plenty of women who either take their husband's place, they assist, they sneak into the army dressed up as men. There are lots of women who contribute and lots of people who are able to help out. It's not just colonial boycotts, it's also some of the fighting. And then be aware that sort of there's all this idea of freedom swirling around. So first of all, we have abolitionism. If we're talking freedom, what about the enslaved people? I mean, some of the Founding Fathers refer to themselves as being enslaved to Britain, and yet they own slaves. There's some hypocrisy here. Maybe we should talk about that and eventually engage with that as Founding Fathers. Oh yeah, okay. Then you have revolutions. The American Revolution is going to be an example, an inspiration for other revolutions in Haiti, in France, in Latin America. And then lastly, we have ideas about Republican motherhood. Women also want some freedom, but they are told to find their freedom in the home, taking care of children, and raising up good American Republican, small r Republican citizens. So in this case, Republican motherhood doesn't mean like Republican Democrat. It means republic, as in a system of government based on laws and representative government. And the idea there being women are supposed to help their husbands as they go off and do things like vote, and then they're supposed to raise good sons and daughters, and the daughters will help raise good sons and husbands, and thus voters. Speaking of voters and that sort of stuff, we should talk about the Articles of Confederation, the early American governmental document. First made in 1777, eventually ratified, and then they are into effect until 1789 when the Constitution takes over. It's our first governmental system. It is worth knowing how it compares and contrasts with the Constitution. By the way, in case anyone's wondering, mango peach iced tea is the beverage of choice this evening. So there we go. It is a unicameral governmental system, meaning it only has one branch. It's basically a Congress. It has a weaker central government. There's no taxation directly, and they have to ask the states for money. And in order to change anything or pass anything, they basically have to have unanimity or a supermajority, and so not a lot gets done. But it does accomplish some things. First of all, let's think about this. How does it help? Well, look at the dates. It helps to get the British colonies through the Revolutionary War. They passed the Northwest Ordinance, which is going to abolish slavery. It's going to establish the right of private property. It's going to establish public education funding in the Great Lakes states. So there are some examples right there, including my very own Michigan, woohoo, made a state in 1837. So the Northwest Territory and the Northwest Ordinance all organized under the Articles of Confederation. That's a good idea. In contrast, now we have to talk about the Constitution itself. Well, one of the reasons the Constitution is deemed necessary by the powers that be, the Founding Fathers, the rich men who are running the country, would be things like Shays' Rebellion and the Annapolis Convention. Shays' Rebellion is a rebellion of a bunch of indebted farmers in northern Massachusetts. They demand that they be paid for their Revolutionary War service and not have their farms repossessed because they're in debt. And they took over some courthouses. They threatened to take over more. Washington maybe has to go put it down. Oh, it kind of dissolves. But it makes the rich people very, very nervous. They need to have stability if they're going to do business. And so they need something that's a bit stronger with its governmental system so they can have stability and thus more business opportunities. The Annapolis Convention, again, related to stability and economic issues that rich people want to make sure that they have stability for their investments. They want to talk about easing trade restrictions between the various states, but they don't have enough people to be able to conduct business, so they end up meeting again next year in Philadelphia in 1787. There are various compromises you should know. I mean, you should of course know the basics of U.S. government, right? Like the three branches, the checks and balances, those types of things. But then also be aware of some of the compromises, like having a bicameral legislature, the Great Compromise. The bicameral legislature means there's a House and a Senate. House based on population size, Senate based on everybody gets one equal vote, and thus the small states are happy with the Senate, the big states are happy with the House, and everybody gets to have, some say in the government, and there you go. Unfortunately, there are also things like the Three-Fifths Compromise that end up saying that black enslaved people will count as 3/5 of a person for purposes of taxation and representation. It's a way to get the southern states to stay in the Union, but at the cost of people's lives and dehumanization. Speaking of that, there's also the Fugitive Slave Clause and the slave trade. The Constitution has a Fugitive Slave Clause, aka you have to return people that are held to labor, they don't use the word slave, held to labor in a certain state and brought back to that state, and then they agree not to get rid of the slave trade until at least 20 years later, and that's going to be 1808. Separation of powers, we already talked about. Federalism is a really big deal. It's not just the Congress, it's Congress and the President and the judicial branch. And then federalism refers to the fact that there is a national and state and local branches of government, not branches, sorry, but levels of government. So, a lot of different options there. Well, in order to get this Constitution ratified, of course, they have to go through an entire process, and some people are deeply, deeply skeptical. A reminder that some anti-federalists who don't like this are people like Patrick Henry. You know, Mr. Freedom, give me liberty or give me death. Mr. Freedom himself, he does not go to this convention. He thinks that this might be a grab for more power. He doesn't like governments having too much power. So the ratification debate between the Federalists and the Anti-Federalists is raging, and it is not an easy or simple one. In order to get the Constitution passed, as you can see in this political cartoon here, each state ratifies in turn. Delaware, so-called the first state, because it's the first one to ratify the Constitution. Well, the big fights were these last two right here, Virginia and New York. Without those, the biggest and most important colonies at the time, without their support, the entire Constitution would have been doomed. So in order to make this happen, the Federalists who support the Constitution have to do two things. One, they write the Federalist Papers. Remember Hamilton, Jay, and Hamilton, John Jay, and James Madison. Sorry, mind blank for a second there. They are going to write a bunch of these papers. Hamilton wrote about 51 of them, so a lot of them. And they write these to support the Constitution. The Bill of Rights is also going to be included later on as a promise and as a way to be able to talk about, hey, Anti-Federalists, I know you're really nervous that the Constitution gives too much power to the federal government, but chill out. We got the Bill of Rights for you, and that'll protect some of your rights and prevent the federal government from infringing on your rights too much. So, those two things are what the Federalists are able to use to ratify the Constitution. And then we need to talk about early Republic migration. So as people are moving west, Native Americans are going to be there, including people like Little Turtle, and they are going to resist. There's going to be various treaties that Americans are going to make as they move west. Think like Jay's Treaty and Pinckney's Treaty. Jay's Treaty being the one that gets, it's kind of like the Revolutionary War Treaty Part 2, where they get the British to leave their forts in the Midwest. Pinckney's Treaty is going to get the U.S. access to New Orleans and the Mississippi River, thanks to the Spanish. There's going to be the Whiskey Rebellion, and remember, that's going to be another thing that happens during the Washington administration, where there are Western farmers versus East Coast establishment types. There's the cotton gin and slavery, a.k.a. 1793. Slavery becomes much more popular because the cotton gin makes slavery much more profitable, and thus slavery is going to expand and continue to move west. And then, while we're talking about all of this, please don't forget that there are Spanish people in the American Northwest still. Think present-day California, Texas, New Mexico, Arizona, etc., including Junipero Serra and the California missions. It was a Spanish monk, and he was creating missions all up and down the California coast. Again, controversial because he is trying to convert people, and he is an early proponent and bringer of imperialism to these areas. So be aware of that. And then we should just talk about the early republic government in general. First of all, we have this gentleman. Oh boy, I don't know. He looks kind of familiar to me. I feel like I've seen a guy with his likeness before. I don't know. Oh yeah, George Washington. He's on the dollar bill or something like that. On the quarter as well. My goodness. And Washington's administration goes from 1788 to 1797. 1789-ish. And we need to know a couple things about him. First of all, Hamilton and Jefferson in his cabinet, right? This is where we get the cabinet rap battles. If you want to look at those, look on Instagram or something like that. There's been some examples of me rapping some of those. Maybe we can talk about those later if we have some time. But Hamilton, the musical, of course, talks all about this, and so that's a good, fun thing to be talking about. Then we have neutrality, banking, federalism, all of these issues that Hamilton, the Secretary of Treasury, and Jefferson, the Secretary of State, are going to disagree on, even though they're both in Washington's cabinet. Well, these factions are eventually going to lead to the first parties, aka Federalists and Democratic Republicans. And I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute. I thought we were talking about Federalists and Anti-Federalists. What the change? Well, it turns out that Federalists are pro-Constitution, Anti-Federalists are anti-Constitution. And then once the Constitution is ratified, there's no longer really a point to have an Anti-Federalist party. But the Federalists still stick around, aka they are the pro-Hamilton faction, they are the pro-big government faction, and then the people who are more Democratic Republicans, aka they want more power to the people, they start to flock around the Jefferson idea. So we have some options there for what they want. You can talk about various topics like neutrality during the French Revolution. Hamilton sides with the British, Jefferson sides with the French. Hamilton wants a national bank. Jefferson thinks that's too much power. Hamilton wants more federalism, power to rely on the national government. Jefferson says, now we need more state power. So we have options. And then George Washington's farewell address, remember that? He says, let's stay out of foreign entanglements. Let's stay out of Europe. And we largely pay attention to that for a long time until, World War I and then World War II especially, right? So we'll leave all that aside. That's Washington's administration. Now we need the second president. Oh, yeah, John Adams. John Adams, the first one. And he is from 1797 to 1801. A couple things to know about him, largely all related to foreign policy. First of all, the Quasi-War. This is where we were trying to trade with France and Britain during the French Revolution. And we ended up going kind of to war with France, but not officially, but kind of, because they kept sinking our ships or taking our people hostage when we were trying to trade with the British. The British were impressing our sailors, but, we'll talk about that later with the War of 1812. John Adams and the Federalists in Congress are going to pass the Alien and Sedition Acts, which make it harder for recent immigrants to vote and make it illegal to criticize the government, which cracks down on free speech, which is unconstitutional, but they pass it anyway, and this is going to be opposed by Jefferson and Madison in the Virginia and Kentucky resolutions. The only reason I bring this up is because it kind of reminds us of the Sedition and Espionage Acts of World War II. It's a suppression of civil liberties during wartime, which is always a theme in American history. And it brings up the idea of, well, how much speech do we actually have? And then if speech is being violated, who intervenes? Is it the courts? Is it the states? And then speaking of the courts, John Adams is also the guy that appoints John Marshall as a midnight judge at the end of his term. And that's going to lead to the Marbury v. Madison case. But largely this just matters because that means the Supreme Court is headed by a Federalist for the next 40 years. Thus, very, very powerful. Even though the Federalists don't win the presidency after John Adams, they still have the Supreme Court of the United States. And then we should talk about national identity and culture just real briefly. Keep in mind that there are things happening like Noah Webster makes the American English Dictionary and starts to codify that a bit further. Think about all the different spellings, right? The British spell color, C-O-L-O-U-R, and the Americans spell color, C-O-L-O-R. And when the British asked what we were doing, we said, getting rid of you. No, see what I did there, right? They were talking about breaking up with the British, and they ended up having even different spellings. Phyllis Wheatley, a really good example of American poetry. Gilbert Stuart, an American art, like you can see here. We're also going to see things like neoclassicism and American architecture. There's a picture of Monticello and the University of Virginia, like some good examples of neoclassical architecture, aka the Americans are deliberately imitating Greece and Rome. So we have some examples there of Greece and Rome and their kind of architecture. Makes a lot of sense as they want to emulate their democracy and their federalism, their republicanism. All right, we got period 4. How are we doing? we got through the first 3 periods, which means we would be a third of the way done, except that the other periods are longer. But we got through 3 periods out of 9. We can do this. We're making it. It is a little past 6 o'clock. We're about an hour in. Quick posture check. Lean back in your chair. Oh, get that upper back crack going. Ooh, feels good. Make sure that we are staying hydrated. Make sure that we're not sitting on our butts for too much. All right. Period 4. Here we go. It's 1800 to 1848. I apologize for the typo there. Definitely 1848. Why? Because 1800 is going to be the election of Thomas Jefferson. You know what? That's bothering me. We're just going to fix that right now. Here we go. Live editing, folks. You said it couldn't be done, and yet here we are. Oh, we don't want that. We want this kind. There we go. All right. That makes me just feel so much better. I don't know about you. That was just really bothering me, right? So 1800, the election of Thomas Jefferson, partly important because Jefferson's a big deal, partly important because this is the first peaceful transfer of power between American parties. We have what used to be Jefferson and the Democratic Republicans being overwhelmed by the Federalists. Well, now the Federalists are in charge, and then the 1790s, the Federalists are in charge, I should say, and then by the 1800s, people have kind of soured on the Federalists because of the Alien and Sedition Acts, and then we get Jefferson and the Democratic Republicans. Pardon me a second, I'm going to just grab my presenter notes over here so I can kind of see what's coming up with our slides, and then we should be all set to go. We want some full screen, and we want the closed captions, and here we go. All right, we're back into the swing of things. All right, so 1848, that's going to be the Seneca Falls Convention. So looking at our bookend dates again, we have the election of Jefferson, a.k.a. more Democratic Republicans in charge. And then we are going to have 1848 with the Seneca Falls Convention. It's also the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, but we're not really interested in that as much as we are in the Seneca Falls Convention because we need to be talking the antebellum reform movements. Yes, I'm glad you thought about that. Well done. Well done. So let's start with the age of Jefferson. So the Revolution of 1800, historians say, meh, not that big of a deal, but like it could have been. At the time, this election was contentious, right? Jefferson and Adams were going toe-to-toe. They were duking it out. They were accusing the other of being just terrible people. And, well, it turns out that Jefferson wins. And once he gets power, all of his big talk about reducing the size of government gets a little bit harder to do. Wonder if we'll ever see that again. And he ends up doing some things that he used to argue against, like the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. We're not sure that's constitutional for the U.S. to just take over land, and yet he does it anyway. He's allegedly a strict constructionist, like the U.S. government can only do what's in the Constitution. But the Louisiana Purchase doubles the size of the U.S. He's pragmatic. He's practical. He says, all right, this seems like a good idea. Let's make it happen. So then, this is all going to lead to the War of 1812. Jefferson is not president by this point, but he certainly is part of the road to it. Think of the Embargo Act of 1807, right? So, again, as we mentioned earlier during the Quasi-War, England and France pretty much constantly at war during this time period, and the U.S. is caught between them because we want to trade with both of them, and yet neither power wants us to trade with the other. And so the United States is going to say, hey, how about we just trade with both? France says, no, we will sink your ships. Or maybe just pay for your stuff and steal it and so you can't give it to the British. The British sink our ships and impress our sailors, a.k.a. make our sailors in their navy, and they don't like that. So then we begin complaining to both the British and the French, and we end up passing the Embargo Act that says no trade. Fine, no trade. Well, this ends up devastating New England merchants, and they hate Jefferson because of this. And then we're going to try some other things along the way, right? We're going to try like the Makin's Bill No. 2. We're going to try the Non-Intercourse Act, all of those things. But eventually we're going to get involved in the War of 1812, where we fight against the British. They burn down the White House, and we attack Canada unsuccessfully. And then it ends up being a really big truce. Really the big losers of this whole thing involve Native Americans who are cut off from the British. They were on the side of the British during this time, but the British stopped helping them, and the Americans and their greedy land hunger are going to take even more land from them after the War of 1812. After this, there is the so-called era of good feelings ? Because there are no Federalists that are a huge big deal. They still exist, of course, but they're largely off the screen by now. And there's the Democratic Republicans being the only political party around. But this doesn't mean that it's good feelings all around, because this is going to involve things like, well, what about the Missouri Compromise of 1820? More on that in a little bit, but like, that shows the North and South divisions, and that's 1820 during this alleged era of good feelings. And so there are some divisions, for sure. During this time, the Supreme Court starts to flex its muscles, led by John Marshall, although they do not have their own building at this point. That's just the symbolic picture I chose because that's their building nowadays. There's going to be things like Marbury v. Madison, a.k.a. it establishes judicial review. Again, remember the whole like forest trees thing. You don't have to know all of these, and you don't have to memorize tons and tons of details about each of them. This is not AP Gov, although that is a fantastic class. Definitely know Marbury v. Madison establishes judicial review, a.k.a. the Supreme Court can decide if things are constitutional or not. There's Fletcher v. Peck. That establishes judicial review of state laws, which is somewhat important for the Supreme Court. That McCulloch v. Maryland, it affirms the Supremacy Clause, it affirms loose constructionism, aka the federal government is above the state governments, and also the federal government has loose ideas, as in if it's implied in the Constitution they can do it. It doesn't have to be explicitly listed there. And then Gibbons v. Ogden, this would be talking about how the federal government has the ability to regulate interstate commerce. So a bunch of these, all of which have to do with expanding the role of the federal government and allowing the federal government to get more involved. And that would make more sense. All right. Let's keep going then and talk about internal foreign policy. Wait a minute. That's weird, Lagerway. I thought you said foreign policy, and doesn't that mean overseas? Well, sometimes. Keep in mind, foreign policy just means interactions with other countries. And so we could talk about things that are internal to the United States eventually, like the Louisiana Purchase in 1803. Talked about that already. Purchased from Napoleon. The Missouri Compromise of 1820. So notice here is the Louisiana Purchase. It goes up a little bit further right here. And it goes all the way here. So it doubles the size of the United States. The Missouri Compromise, well, Missouri wants to become a state. And the problem is it going to be a free or a slave state? If it's a slave state, it adds to the number of slave states in the Senate and thus gives them an advantage in the Senate. If it becomes a free state, it gives the free states an advantage in the Senate. And in order to appease the southern slaveholders who are threatening to secede and tear the country apart, they end up having this compromise, sometimes called the appeasement of 1820, since it's not really a compromise when one side threatens to leave and ruin the country unless they get their way. So the Missouri Compromise ends up being, okay, we'll have Maine as a free state, Missouri as a slave state, and then draw the line right here on the southern border of Missouri and say any state above that is free, any state below that can be slave, which only looks like these two. But keep in mind, at the time, Southerners were thinking there's going to be a lot more slave states, maybe coming out of Spanish territory that they were coveting, maybe out of Cuba, areas in the Caribbean. But I mean, regardless, it's not like there's going to be a lot of slavery going on north of that line anyway, because there's not a lot of labor-intensive cash crop areas, right? All right, then we're going to have things like the Monroe Doctrine. That's where President James Monroe says, Europe, stay out of the Americas, no more colonization. And Europe goes, that's cute. Wait, I guess we'll do that anyway because we're kind of interested in keeping each other out. So there's a whole balance of power stuff. There's the Indian Removal Act, right? Trail of Tears under Andrew Jackson, where the 5 quote-unquote civilized tribes are removed from the southeastern United States and moved into Oklahoma. Remember, some of these tribes were so civilized, like the Cherokee, they had a newspaper, they had written language, they were sedentary, they had agriculture, they even owned black slaves. Like, that's how like Americans they were. So, wow, it just turns out that there's really nothing that can stand in the way of this land-hungry greediness, which is not good. So be aware of that. A couple examples of internal foreign policy. Using the word internal to mean in the present-day United States, but also engaging with Native Americans as well. All right. Well, speaking of the Missouri Compromise and problems, we have sectionalism in the early republic. And, this striking young man, this is going to be Henry Clay. We'll talk about him because he is one of the guys involved in the American system. Henry Clay is a new leader in the Democratic Republican Party, eventually becoming leader of the faction known as the National Republicans, which will eventually become the Whig Party. We'll talk about Whigs in just a little bit, but tariffs are a tax on imported goods, and northern places are going to like this more because they manufacture the goods, and if there's a tax on imported goods, their goods are cheaper relative to the external foreign policy ones. But the southern colonies do not like tariffs because they have to import a lot more because they just grow cash crops or food, and they need to import all of their finished goods. So they do not like tariffs. Henry Clay's American system proposes to pay for things like canals, roads, and bridges and other internal improvements by using tariffs and the money those generate. And thus the Southerners and the Northerners are going to disagree on tariffs. They're going to disagree on the American system. And of course, they're going to disagree on slavery. We have all sorts of examples during this time, right? The Missouri Compromise being one of them. Abolitionism continues to grow. African Americans in general. It's not like people up north weren't racist, right? Places like Illinois actually had laws on the books that said, we don't want any black people living here at all. And then the South is going to continue to expand slavery by moving into the so-called Black Belt, aka Alabama, Mississippi, all those areas with like really rich, dense black soil where it's really good to grow cotton, and they move a lot of enslaved people. If you're interested, check out Edward Baptiste's book, The Half Has Never Been Told, and it's all about the origins of American internal slave trade and how it grows during the 1800s. Horrific stories, but also incredible stories and ones that we need to know. And a lot of the internal slave trade ends up moving people in coffles from Virginia down to Alabama, Mississippi, etc. There are some rebellions we could talk about, like Nat Turner and the slave rebellions that happened in 1831. We got the Gabriel Prosser's rebellion in South Carolina in around 1800. And then there's the Market Revolution. The Market Revolution, which we'll get to in a little bit later in more detail, connects the Northeast to the Midwest, especially with things like the Erie Canal and railroads, etc. And so it's going to be much more connected to itself than the South is to the rest of the country. So thus leaving out the South, leading to, well, sectionalism, sectional tensions in the early republic. The next large figure we need to talk about, and again, let me just pause really, really quick. Period 4 is pretty messy. I like it. It's interesting. And it has a lot of really important stuff, but it's kind of messy. So we're dealing with this a little bit more thematically, thus to be able to talk about each theme in turn. We're not necessarily discussing it strictly chronologically, as chronologically as I can, but just be aware that some of these things overlap with each other. So this might not be a bad period to look at with a timeline, with some sort of chronological organizer, something like that might not be a bad idea. Well, one of the guys that Henry Clay squares off against is going to be Andrew Jackson. And Andrew Jackson is going to be presiding over the Age of Jackson. Well, that makes sense, I guess. That begins in 1829 with his inauguration, after the election of 1828 that he wins, after the election of 1824 that he doesn't win. That's the corrupt Margaret election, right? And Jackson, we need to know 5 things about him, and we'll use the acronym WHICH to remember which ones we need to know for him. So, here we go. First of all, War on the Bank. Jackson did not like the National Bank. He thought it was unconstitutional. He thought it hurt small-time farmers and was just an excuse to move money around. So, therefore, War on Bank. Indian removal. He's the president that presides over the Trail of Tears idea and starts to remove the Cherokee. T, the Tariff of Abominations. This is a time when there is a tariff that South Carolina does not like. Now, Jackson enforces the tariff even though he's a Democrat, and he says, look, it's all about union. South Carolina, you can't just leave whenever you don't feel like it or whenever you get whiny about a law you don't like. C, common man. This is the time period where democracy starts to change to be more inclusive. Keep in mind, actually, that democracy during the early 1800s, 1790s or so, became less inclusive. It used to be, right after the Revolution, some free black people, some women could vote, but all of that gets repealed in the 1790s, 1800s, 1810s. Yeah, the 1800s are sort of a mixed bag for democracy. Well, during this time, a lot of the property qualifications are repealed, so we have what's called universal white manhood suffrage, aka if you are a white male, you may vote and you don't have to necessarily own land. And then the H stands for hired friends, or the spoils system, aka I'll reward my supporters by giving them jobs in the government. Okay. The second party system, which is happening around this time, gets really complicated. And if you look at this chart here, which comes from a fantastic political parties poster by David Walbert, it looks really, really confusing. But what you need to know is that there's the so-called era of good feelings here, and then Andrew Jackson, who turns into his own party, right? And so this is going to be the Democrats. Know the Democrats. People against Jackson are going to be John Quincy Adams. They all sort of call themselves Democratic Republicans, but there's definitely the pro and anti-Jackson sections. And then the National Republicans, a.k.a. Henry Clay for a while, they'll eventually become the Whigs. National Republicans are kind of like proto or early Whigs. So we have options there. And then the Whigs will continue to exist for a while until they disintegrate after the Kansas-Nebraska Act in 1854, but we'll talk about that later. Stop getting ahead of ourselves. I heard you ask those good questions, though. Nice job. So, your two big ones that you need to be familiar with are the Democrats and the Whigs. The Democrats, here's a nice chart. If you want to review this in a bit more detail, we're not going to cover all of this right now. But we should be aware that the Whigs generally support a more mixed economy, and yet a lot of cultural sameness. Way to put that fancily is culturally homogenous and economically heterogeneous. But that gets too fancy, so shut up, Lagerway. The idea there is Democrats say, look, everybody should be a yeoman farmer, have their own small farm, and love slavery, and kind of, more Southern focused, although they're both national parties. But when it comes to culture, you can be an immigrant, you can have strange, different new ways, that's totally fine, we don't care. Whereas the Whigs say, you can be whatever occupation you want, banker, farmer, big city, small town, doesn't matter, but you really should be a Protestant, and you should act like it, and you should be a Protestant Christian, kind of like we are. And so they're the ones, the Whigs, are going to be the ones where we get the antebellum reform movements, whereas the Democrats are going to be more supported by recent immigrants, because, they're letting the immigrants be themselves. So you have options there. More on that in a little bit with immigrants. The market revolution. We have ourselves several inventions that are important to know during period 8 that are going to change the way that the market or the economy works. Things like the steamship and the telegraph, as you can see right here. The cotton gin, though, is first. That's going to be in 1793. Makes cotton much more profitable. Leads to the expansion of slavery. There's the Erie Canal and other canals. Canals are going to help goods to move faster. The steam engine helps goods to move faster. Interchangeable parts help things get created faster and repaired faster. Are you sensing a theme here? Things get a lot faster. The telegraph helps information to move faster. And by the way, this isn't just like, LOL, I just bought a new sheep or something like that. This is also people moving faster and faster to say, hey, the price of grain just went up in New York City. Send your grain here, because if you get there first, you can sell at the high price. Ooh, good to know. As information travels faster, markets become more efficient. But at the same time, you're also going to have political parties become more efficient, right? So we have roads and telegraphs and Lowell Mills and McCormick Reapers, steel plow, all of those things. But the transportation and communication revolution, as it's sometimes called instead of the market revolution, that enables people to bring goods to market faster, sure, but also communicate faster. We would not have the second party system of broad universal white manhood suffrage unless everybody had access to newspapers. Think of things like the penny press and the continuous roll sheet that enable newspapers to be printed cheaply and quickly, and thus getting political information out to a bunch of informed citizens all over the country. One of the reasons we had the Electoral College in the first place, remember from the Constitution in 1787, is that mass-produced newspapers and mass voting even was not that common. So they thought, well, we don't want some uninformed person living in the middle of nowhere, New York, to vote for president. We'll have them vote for people they know they can trust, and those people will vote for president because they'll actually know the candidates. Well, by this point, it begins to change, although the Electoral College doesn't change, and of course that's still around to this day. So how does the market revolution change society? Well, first of all, we have, as you can see in that picture that I actually took myself on a trip down south, King Cotton. Cotton is going to be incredibly important. It ties North and South together. Please be aware that we can't just say, well, the North was super free from racism and slavery, but whereas down South they had all this slavery and they were all racist. Everybody was complicit in the slave trade, right? King cotton is profitable down South because of the growing of cotton, but then where does it go to be made into cloth? Oh, that's right, the Lowell mills and the Slater mills up north. They then sell it to the South. Besides, the North also is going to sell things like slave insurance. I kid you not, slave insurance. Insurance on enslaved people. That's how they're considered property, right? And the North is also going to have a lot of banks, and so they're going to provide a lot of capital to build new plantations, build new farms, which are going to employ a lot of enslaved people. A lot of immigrants are coming because of the jobs. Think the Irish and the German. They are going to be pulled here, pushed because of the Irish potato famine, instability in Germany, pulled here by the first wave of industrialization and thus new jobs, particularly in northern cities. They're not so interested in moving down south because, of course, down south, they can't compete with enslaved labor. But immigrants coming are going to lead to, of course, a backlash, a.k.a. the Know Nothing American Party, which is nativist, and the Know Nothing ticket, so-called because they're supposed to be a secret organization. So if someone says, are you part of the American Party? You say, I know nothing about that. Yeah, it turns out if you have to hide it, it's probably a bad thing. And the Know-Nothings are xenophobic and racist, and they don't like the Germans or the Irish. They only like native-born Americans, a.k.a. Americans who got here before me, so that I like them. Urbanization continues during this time. People are moving to more and more cities, as a lot of the factory jobs are in these cities. There's new roles for women, as many of them work in places like the Lowell mills. They're going to work in factories, and thus they're going to have some of their own independence, their own spending. And then there, at the same time, is going to be this thing called the cult of domesticity. A.k.a. the ideal is going to be, I am so rich that my wife does not have to work outside the home. Working outside the home is something that you have to do in bad times or if the husband gets unemployed. But the cult of domesticity puts women on a pedestal and says, women are fragile, they should not be concerned with politics or the grubbiness of the market. So if they have to work, they have to work, I guess. But let's leave them at home, and that way they can be taking care of the children, and men will do all the stuff outside the home. So notice, kind of like the cult of domesticity, although more focused on market stuff. At the same time, speaking of all of those new roles for women, women are going to get involved a lot more in the Second Great Awakening and antebellum reform movements. The Second Great Awakening, much like the First Great Awakening, is a religious movement. You can see a picture of the revivals there, a lot of outdoor camp revivals, a lot of emotional, heartfelt conversion type stuff. And the idea there is personal perfection will lead to societal change. If we can get enough people's hearts to change, and then they act better, and they act more Christian, then society itself will transform, and maybe even that'll cause society to transform enough to make Jesus come back. So there are a whole bunch of new Protestant sects. Those are going to be like the Methodists and the Baptists, and they are going to be preaching and taking over from older ones like the Congregationalists or the Anglicans. Part of this is Romanticism, aka, again, heart more than head, and the Transcendentalists, think Emerson, think Thoreau, communion with nature, not necessarily interested in Christianity, but certainly in like a spiritualism, and, well, then we're going to see other kinds of utopian societies like Brook Farm, Oneida Community. This, again, would be part of an antebellum reform movement of, let's establish a better place on earth in the here and now by being better people. We're going to have things like the Women's Rights Convention at Seneca Falls. Look at that. So Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucretia Mott, the Grimke sisters, women are involved in all of these antebellum reform movements, especially abolitionism with the Grimke sisters. They're going to be involved in temperance, aka how about you drink less alcohol, gentlemen, so that way you can save more for your family and not be drunk at work and get fired, or get drunk and beat up your wife. And then they're involved in education. Think like Horace Mann and other kinds of advocates for, like Ms. Beecher, for example, other advocates for more schooling for more people. And then Dorothea Dix and prison and mental health reform. We got all sorts of options here. Women are getting involved all over the place, which is great, because women are, of course, being denied some of that interaction on a political level, but they're certainly going to be able to do so. Sort of, remember, politics is not just voting, right? Women can't vote, but they can get involved in politics. So that's fantastic. All right, let's take a brief break, Let me go back to this. We'll have another 3-minute stretch break, and then we'll dive into period 5. Remember, as we're looking through this, if you have questions, question and answers are down below. Our TAs are standing by. They're helping us out, and they're doing a fantastic, lots of good job. Nice. Lots of answered questions. Great job, everybody. All right. We'll see you in 3 minutes. Get something to drink. Take a brief stretch. We'll be back shortly. Here we go. All right, well, we've all stretched. We've all had some hydration. Here we go. Part of these breaks are to make sure that you're able to adjust your posture, make sure you get something to eat. I mean, maybe you're here for all 5 hours, maybe you're just here for a little bit, and then you're coming back and watching this a little bit later, but whatever it is, I'm glad you're with us, and we are all in this together. Insert High School Musical here, right? We're all in this together. So, here we are. We're in the middle of our APUSH 5 CRAM session. We're about an hour and a half into this 5-hour APUSH-a-thon, and hopefully we are not APUSHing you off a cliff yet because of all the content we're reviewing, because we're about to hit into period 5. Ooh, here we go. I'm super excited. Period 5 is a great one because period 5, oops, I just hit period 3. That's not good. We already talked about that, Loggerway. What are you doing? You can't even count. Period 5. 1844 to 1877. 1844. Wait a minute. I thought period 4 ended at 1848. Well, it turns out that they overlap a little bit symbolically. 1844 is the election of James K. Polk. Ah, okay. He's that guy that's really interested in manifest destiny. Yes, indeed. And then 1877, the compromise of 1877, that would be the end of Reconstruction. So therefore we have, boom, all of period 5, the road to the Civil War and its aftermath. There we go. Just talked about all that. Expansion, controversies, the Civil War, Reconstruction. There was a lot to unpack here. And we're getting to the point where you folks were asking more about units 5 and 6. If you remember this, look at this. It's changed a little bit, but unit 5, we're starting to get up there. That's the yellow one. We're up to a 6.1. So we need some of that help, for sure. That's our average. All right. So let's talk about the expansion and the controversies and the road to the Civil War. First of all, boom. I hope you've seen this picture before. If you haven't, or ones like it, of course, there are other ones you could show besides just this. But if you've seen ones like this before, you know this is talking about manifest destiny. And so we could unpack this and we could turn this into an AP art history sort of thing where we look at this and unpack it. We don't necessarily have to do that. But a couple of items are worth noticing. First of all, we as the viewer are looking from the south to the north, right? Because we are looking north, that's the east, that's the west, therefore we are on the south looking north across a symbolically consolidated North American continent. Over here, we have a city, maybe that's New York, it's a harbor, it's got bridges, it's got boats, it's got trade, it's got technology, it's got trains, telegraph wire. This says school book. This is a giant angel lady whose name is Columbia. And Columbia is the feminine, female representation of America. Notice kind of like Columbia, District of Columbia, kind of like Columbus. She was our national mascot before we started to use Lady Liberty, because the French haven't given us their present yet, and before Uncle Sam, when we decided to be a bit more aggressive, I guess. So notice over here where there's more light, the light kind of represents civilization in this painting, right? So the Americans see themselves as moving from east to west, taking over the dark, ignorant areas. Notice Native Americans are running away. Native Americans are kind of equated with bison, aka they're all like less than human. There's definitely some dehumanizing characteristics here. And then on the frontier, we got trappers, we got preachers, miners, farmers, homesteaders, Pony Express, pioneers, etc., mail, trains. So this is a pretty good representation of what's going on during period 4. The United States is moving west. They think they are bringing civilization, Christianity, technology, all that stuff out west, but it's at the expense sometimes of the Native Americans, the environment, etc. So let's talk a little bit more about manifest destiny. Motivations. Well, Americans see this as their God-given mission to be able to move west, and the God-given mission involves, unfortunately, white supremacy, maybe moving in some Christianity, talking about getting some minerals, some natural resources out west, think gold, silver, lumber, etc. Maybe some religious freedom. There's always people that want to move away. Think the Mormons during the Second Great Awakening, right? They move west for more religious freedom because they want to be polygamists back in the day. And then there is Texas and the Mexican-American War as an effect of manifest destiny. The term was coined during this time by John L. O'Sullivan during the Texas, the idea about maybe we should annex Texas or not. Texas gains its independence. Remember the Alamo and all that stuff. The question is, should Texas be added to the United States? John L. O'Sullivan, who is a Democrat, thus pro-slavery, thus pro-expansion. You cannot separate the idea of pro-expansion and pro-slavery during this time. He says, yeah, let's take it over. So there's going to be some issues with that. We'll talk about that a little bit more in detail later. And then this even applies to the Homestead Act and things like Matthew Perry. The Homestead Act, passed by Republicans under Lincoln during the Civil War, gives free land to settlers with a filing fee during the Civil War. And so that's going to involve more manifest destiny. Matthew Perry is going to bring manifest destiny across the Pacific Ocean when he opens up Japan by forcing Japan to trade with the United States. Well, that's going to mean that manifest destiny is not limited by geographical continuity. This could mean eventually Alaska, which is purchased during this time period. This could mean going to islands. This could mean just trading with other places. Either way, expansion continues. And here's the thing. Manifest destiny could even go into the Spanish-American War, right? Period 7, a whole lot later. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. There have been previous questions related to that. Perhaps you've written some of those. So what does it all look like? Oh, sorry. In comparative imperialism, we already talked about that. What does this all look like? Well, it looks kind of like this. We already talked about the Louisiana Purchase, but it's not a bad idea to know where Texas's annexation comes from and then what the Mexican cession looks like as well in 1848. We'll talk about those differences. There's the Oregon Territory. Remember the 54-40 fight? That's also a Polk time. So Polk is able to get the United States the yellow and the pink territory as well as the blue territory. So that's a lot of territory in just 4 years. Now, again, you don't have to memorize tons and tons of geography here, but it's a good idea to know approximately where those are just so that makes a lot of sense for later. Because things like the Mexican-American War, well, they involve a lot of geography, right? Texas claims that their border is all the way to the Rio Grande River, whereas Mexico says, well, first of all, you can't leave. And secondly, even if you did leave, the border is the Nueces River. Well, President Polk says, okay, well, we want more expansion, so we're going to place a whole bunch of troops here in the so-called Nueces Strip, and we know that that's very controversial, so that way the Mexicans will fire on us, therefore we can claim to be defensive even as we expand into this war. So there are people like Lincoln, yes, the Lincoln, who end up passing a bunch of things like the spot resolutions that say, really? Really? Were we attacked on American soil? Show us the spot. Because it seems like that's disputed territory and not unambiguously American soil. There's the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that ends the war. We don't need to know all the details of the war. Again, it's not AP American history as much as some of us wish it was. But we are more interested in the effects, aka Manifest Destiny, Texas, etc. And then the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that gives the United States all of the Mexican cession that looks like this. The Mexican cession is a huge chunk of land, and it is mostly going to be north of the Gila River, and it does not involve yet the Gadsden Purchase right there. But for now, the Mexican cession is a big deal because, well, of the Wilmot Proviso. The Mexican cession adds more territory that the United States, again, needs to decide, is it going to be slave or free? Well, it might have all worked out real nicely to just have the Missouri Compromise line keep cutting through, and, notice this line's a little bit north, but maybe they still could have used that, and then suddenly, boom, California's a problem. Well, okay, but, it's not a problem yet, right? Because California doesn't really need to be a state until there's way more eligible voting citizens there. Let's just wait until oh no. Well, first of all, there's the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo in 1848. California then is the scene for the California Gold Rush in 1849, thus, 49ers, the San Francisco football team, San Francisco 49ers, named after all the people that moved to San Francisco and other places in California in 1849 to look for gold. Suddenly, boom, there are enough eligible voters in California almost overnight. Well, now California needs to become a state? Oh no, this is going to be a bit of a problem. What are they going to do? They don't have another state to add in, and they can't really cut it in half because California wants to be admitted as one state. So, looks like we're going to have to turn to our favorite compromiser, Henry Clay. And he is going to propose the Compromise of 1850. Now, again, practically speaking, you're taking an exam tomorrow. You don't have time to memorize every single part of every single thing. So, know a couple examples of how Manifest Destiny intertwines the expansion of slavery debates over the expansion of the United States debates. And then the Compromise of 1850, really good one to know. There are 4 parts to it. I would know the big 2. California is a free state, and there is a new Fugitive Slave Act. There are 2 other parts to it as well, not nearly as major. The big trade is California is a free state, and there was a new, harsher Fugitive Slave Act that really, really pulls the country apart. That's what's going to eventually lead to the Civil War. So, speaking of all that stuff, sectionalism continues. Regional conflict continues. We talked about all of these things before, right? I mean, look at all this stuff. All of this is going to tear the country apart. Immigrants moving north, slavery mostly being down south because the north has free labor and manufacturing, the south has slave labor and agriculture. Abolitionism seems to be more up north. Let's dive into that a little bit more. Abolitionism is going to involve famous abolitionists like William Lloyd Garrison, who publishes the Liberator newspaper. Starts publishing in 1831, the same year as Nat Turner's Rebellion. Coincidence? I think, actually, yeah, it's probably a coincidence. There's no evidence that Nat Turner read the Liberator. But a lot of Southern people see a conspiracy here and see, aha, I knew it. Northern abolitionists are responsible for slave rebellions. And by the way, as a side note, we want to make sure that we avoid generalizing and calling everyone down south a slave owner or everybody up north an abolitionist. Not true. Slave owners were the minority down south, although a majority supported slavery. And abolitionists were a radical minority up north, especially before the Missouri Compromise. During this time period, William Lloyd Garrison, radical minority. People don't listen to him. Frederick Douglass, right? Escaped slave, famous orator, really great guy. He is another famous abolitionist, just so you can mention them. Speaking of controversial abolitionists, John Brown, right? Famously fights in Bleeding, Kansas, and leads the raid on Harper's Ferry. He's eventually killed, and people up north say, I shouldn't have been killed. People down south say, are you kidding me? He was going to foment a slave rebellion. What a terrible person. And so there's more sectional clash over that. And then, because of the new and improved, or not improved, but strengthened, fugitive slave law that was passed as a part of the Compromise of 1850, the North starts passing personal liberty laws, essentially saying, yeah, you know how we said we were supposed to return all your enslaved people? We're not going to do that because we believe in freedom and liberty, so therefore we're passing a law that overturns your law. Well, the southern states would go, wait a minute, there's a fugitive slave clause in the Constitution, plus this is a national law. Shouldn't the supremacy clause say that it trumps your state law? Well, it turns out, no, it doesn't in some of the northern states when they just refuse to enforce it. This causes a constitutional crisis. The southern states start to complain a lot that the North is not fulfilling their end of the constitutional bargain when it comes to slavery. So, see that a little bit later. Slave owners like John C. Calhoun start talking. Oh my goodness. I should have warned you. It's always really surprising when John C. Calhoun just like pops at you from the corner of the slide. Like, huh. I forget who said it, but maybe it's John Green that always says every picture of John C. Calhoun looks like John C. Calhoun is seeing John C. Calhoun for the first time. So, John C. Calhoun talks about slavery as being a positive good. It's helpful for not only white people, but also black people. Very condescending, very paternalistic, not good. Lots of racism there. Well, unfortunately for the United States, but fortunately for the enslaved people, eventually we stop compromising over slavery and start to actually solve the problem and confront this evil that had been with our country since its beginning. So things like the Kansas-Nebraska Act, you gotta know this. 1754, the Kansas and Nebraska territories, they gotta decide, again, they want to become states in order to have a railroad go through. And, well, it turns out that they're going to let popular sovereignty decide. That leads to everybody getting to vote for it, which leads to Bleeding Kansas. It's going to lead to people being very angry about this whole thing, and that's going to lead to the dissolution of the Whigs. The Whigs split north and south. Southern Whigs largely joined the Democrats. Northern Whigs largely joined the Republican Party. And so that tears the country apart. We got the Dred Scott case, right? Famous escaped slave, slave that sues for his freedom. And then the Supreme Court says black people have no rights the white people are bound to respect, which, yikes, Roger B. Taney. And then we have Uncle Tom's Cabin, the publication of a bunch of different stuff that you need to be aware of, like Uncle Tom's Cabin is an example of abolitionist literature that ticks off the South. We have the Republican Party getting founded. If you're curious, that takes you to a TED Ed video that talks all about the Kansas-Nebraska Act and the Republican Party. By the way, don't do that now. Hey, I see you. Don't do it now. Click on it later. If you click on it and watch that later, of course, bonus points if you can spot the egregious, really obvious, not really obvious, but really bad geographical error in that video. So the Republican Party is made up of conscience Whigs, aka mostly Northern Whigs, for whom slavery bothers their conscience, know-nothings, free soilers, Liberty Party, aka there's a little bit of a anti-immigrant tendency there, but also they're mostly just opposed to slavery. The Republican Party is the anti-Kansas-Nebraska Act party. Lincoln is then their first successful presidential candidate in 1860, and because of his anti-slavery stance, he's opposed to the expansion, not opposed to slavery where it is. Think like containment from period 8, but in regard to slavery. Southern states start to rebel and secede, even before the guy's inaugurated. So, woof. South Carolina, they don't mess around. They're leaving because they want their slaves. Now, I mentioned timelines earlier for period 8. Here would be an example. This is not to scale. Obviously, we skip around. We're like, oh, look, it's 15 years. Oh, no, it's 2 years. Oh, now it's 2 years and 2 years and 2 years and 3 years. Wait a minute. So, 1 year. But either way, it's not to scale, but I want you to think about, and this is a good chance to self-quiz yourself, think about various events that happen on the road to the American Civil War. So first we have the Constitution. The Constitution is passed in 1787, and there are a variety of items we could talk about as to what the Constitution was, what it contained. But since we're talking about the road to the Civil War, the one that's relevant is the 3/5 Clause. Then we want to be talking about 1793. Oh, that one's going to involve the Cotton Gin. So Eli Whitney and the Cotton Gin. There's the slave import ban. 1820, Missouri Compromise. 1831, Liberator or Nat Turner's Rebellion. 1846, Mexican-American War. 1848, end of Mexican-American War, a.k.a. the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which is the Mexican Cession. This leads to us needing to have the Compromise of 1850. 1852 is when Uncle Tom's Cabin is published. We got the Kansas-Nebraska Act. We got Dred Scott. We have Lincoln-Douglas debates. We have Lincoln getting elected, Lincoln getting inaugurated, even as the Deep South is seceding. Now, again, like I keep saying, don't lose the forest because of the trees. You don't have to memorize all of these items. You do, however, have to be familiar with some of them and to be able to use some of them to illustrate points. Like, we can make this into a CCOT prompt. How did arguments over slavery lead to the Civil War? Or how did arguments over slavery change over time? Well, it looks like events accelerate, events get more violent, events get less and less prone to long-lasting compromise, right? We have various things that we could say as related to this timeline. So, pick a couple of these, be familiar with them, and then let's talk about the Civil War itself. Well, the Civil War, again, this is not AP military history, but the Civil War involves a little bit more military stuff than perhaps previous ones. First of all, we need to know that slavery is the context for the Civil War, of course, right? Slavery is what causes the Civil War. If you look at the secession documents for the southern states, they say, we're leaving because we want our slaves, and the North refuses to give us back our slaves. Alexander Stephens, the vice president of the Confederacy, says, our government is the first government founded on the great truth that the African American, doesn't use that term, is not the equal of the white man, and that slavery subordination is his proper place as created by God. So, wow. A lot of super racist language there. The South secedes in order to keep its slaves. Well, that means that there are some key victories then that we should talk about for why the South does not succeed and why the North, the United States, succeeds in putting down this treasonous rebellion and thus freeing the slaves. First of all, Antietam. You need to know Antietam because that's what leads to the Emancipation Proclamation, and it also leads to Europe staying out of the war. You could know Vicksburg. It leads to the Union cutting the Confederacy in two, thanks to the control of the Mississippi River. Vicksburg also leads to the promotion of General Ulysses S. Grant, who's really important. Vicksburg, which happens the same day as Gettysburg, Gettysburg being the bloodiest battle of the entire war, 3 days, 50,000 casualties, the Confederate high water mark. After that, it's all downhill for Robert E. Lee. And then Mobile Bay and Atlanta are both twin victories that happened in 1864 that helped Lincoln get reelected. I'm sorry, what did you say there, Lagerway? Yes, Lincoln gets reelected. Lincoln had to run for re-election during the Civil War, and arguably if his opponent, the Democrat George McClellan, whom Lincoln had fired as his main general earlier, if he had won, the United States would have made peace with the Confederacy, and thus we may have still had slavery for many more years. So it's a really good thing that Lincoln wins there, partly because of these victories that give the North the morale boost that they needed. Why does the United States win? Because of resources and infrastructure? Sure. The North has more manufacturing, they have more manpower, they have more factories, thus more material and war items that they can bring to bear. So more material would be pretty important. And then also Lincoln's leadership and rhetoric. Lincoln is able to lead them through, thanks to things like the Gettysburg Address. Speaking of that, let's talk a little bit more about that. Lincoln is talking about a lot of American ideals, right? Like the Emancipation Proclamation. He says, look, we are fighting and we are trying to preserve the Union. One way to do that is to be able to get rid of slavery. And so any areas that are in rebellion, say goodbye to your slaves. He talks about in the Gettysburg Address about a new birth of freedom. So the Gettysburg Address involves Lincoln framing the conflict as, look, it's still about the Union, but it's also about freeing the slaves. So it's an army of liberation now. And then we have a lot of African Americans who are running away and setting themselves free. Because remember, the Emancipation Proclamation only frees slaves in areas in open rebellion, aka places that aren't listening to Lincoln. And so it doesn't really do that much unless people can run away. And General Butler is going to declare runaway slaves who come to his lines contraband, aka taken away property that was used to commit a crime. So kind of still considering slaves to be property, or using that logic against the Confederacy by saying, oh, these are your property? Well, you're using them to commit treason, so how about you don't have your property anymore? Goodbye. And then once all of that happens, once the Emancipation Proclamation happens, Lincoln starts to talk about adding African Americans to the northern military manpower, and African Americans volunteer by the tens of thousands. Over 110,000 African Americans serve in the Civil War. All of them volunteer, and the most famous of which being the 54th Massachusetts, shown here attacking Fort Wagner, just outside of Charleston, South Carolina. I had the chance to visit Charleston, South Carolina, see Fort Sumter, for example, over this past spring break. Nice outdoors, socially distanced, and responsible vacation. And Fort Wagner is no longer there because it's right on the beach, and so it was kind of washed away. But got to pay my respects there, because the 54th Massachusetts, incredibly brave soldiers. If you've seen the movie Glory, it's rated R, so ask your parents first. But it depicts the 54th Massachusetts and the amazing story of what they had to overcome in order to become the heroes that they were. There are some more governmental policies during the war that we should be familiar with, both North and South. Lincoln suspends habeas corpus, aka he can arrest anyone at any time, including, and like, this is constitutionally sketchy, but like kind of genius. Lincoln arrests people in Maryland who were threatening to vote to secede, because he knew that if Maryland seceded, then Washington, D.C. would be surrounded by Virginia, already seceded, and Maryland, thus surrounded by the Confederacy. So Lincoln locks up pro-secessionist politicians until after the vote happens and then lets them go. Kind of sketchy, kind of genius. There is a draft. Both sides have a draft, both the North and the South, both the United States and the Confederacy. But it is highly unpopular in both areas, especially because rich people can pay to hire a substitute and they can thus get out of the draft. Rich man's war, poor man's fight kind of idea. There are the New York draft riots, where New York people end up killing African Americans, and they riot against the draft so badly that Lincoln has to bring in troops from Gettysburg to be able to put down the riots. There are Copperheads, aka Northern Democrats who are against the war, who speak out like Clement Vallandigham, etc. Down south, there are bread riots when Southern women say, you're not getting us enough bread, Confederates, and so we're going to smash windows and take what we want. And so the Southern economy collapses, and it's one of the reasons they're not able to sustain it long term, because they're not able to trade their cotton for as much leverage with Europe as they thought they were going to. All right, then, after the Civil War, we have a period known as Reconstruction, aka let's construct the country again. And there are three big questions. You want to make sure that you, again, don't lose the forest because of the trees. I guess that's turning into my favorite line here. But you want to make sure you're talking about what questions does the United States face after the Civil War. Well, here we go. First question. What do you do with the rebels? Do you hang them all for treason? That's a lot of people. Secondly, what do you do with the freedmen, the formerly enslaved people? What do you do with the ex-slaves? And then thirdly, who gets to decide those first two questions? The president or Congress? And that's going to lead to some impeachment stuff, right? Because Lincoln is president at first, but he gets assassinated, unfortunately. And then Johnson, his vice president, takes over. Johnson was a Southern Democrat. Wait a minute, that sounds weird. Brought together for Lincoln's re-election in 1864 to show national unity. Johnson was against the Confederacy, he was against secession and rebellion, but he was still a Southern Democrat who was super racist, and that's going to lead to some changes. Charles Sumner and Thaddeus Stevens are going to be some men in Congress, radical Republicans, who are going to be fighting against Johnson for African American rights and for Congress to be in charge of this whole process. So that'll lead to some stuff later. How does Reconstruction change the United States? Well, Reconstruction is profound in its changes for the United States. And if you looked at the released free response questions, SAQ number 1, from the in-person paper APUSH exam from this year, you'll notice the first question was all about Reconstruction and whether it was a success or a failure. It's a very frequently asked question. So federalism starts to shift during Reconstruction. The Northern federal government becomes very important. They start to oversee civil rights protections, even down south, because the southern states can't be trusted to enforce a lot of the African American civil rights. The Constitution also is going to change. Think of the big three, 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. 13th says no slavery, 14th says equal citizenship, 15th says voting rights. So we'll talk about a mnemonic device to be able to remember all these amendments later, but you got to know these. These are quite important. The problem is each of those has a bunch of loopholes, right? Black codes, convict leasing, the KKK, sharecropping. Later on, we're going to see things like Crookshank and slaughterhouse cases, all of which the Supreme Court uses to undermine equal citizenship and voting rights. You don't have to know all the details of those cases, don't worry about it, but do be aware that the Crookshank and slaughterhouse cases undermine the 14th Amendment, such that African Americans do not have equality under the law down south, and it's eventually going to lead to Jim Crow laws, by the 1880s and 1890s. Well, African Americans after the Civil War do have some successes, so now we're talking about the good things, like Blanche K. Bruce and Hiram Revels, the first two African American senators. That's awesome. We got Frederick Douglass and W.E.B. Du Bois, other important African American gentlemen like Booker T. Washington that are fighting for African American rights, debating over what that means sometimes, but they are certainly going to play a pivotal role in African Americans succeeding in American society. We're going to see places like Mound Bayou be successful. These are black towns that are created after the formerly enslaved people get their freedom. They kind of band together. A lot of them are going to move west. They're called exodusters. I always remember that because of Exodus and then dust, like moving out west where it's dusty, I guess, something like that. So exodusters, we have options. And then a little bit of a PS here. Don't forget, women are also going to be playing a rather large role during this time. And women are going to be saying, look, we fought for rights during Seneca Falls. We fought for abolitionism. How about with the 15th Amendment, you give everyone the right to vote? And African American men said, well, how about we get African American men first, then we'll get you ladies next. And this causes a really big split in the rights crusade. Frederick Douglass campaigned for women's rights, but then the movement splits when it turned out the 15th Amendment says nothing about voting based on sex. It's only based on color. And remember, the 15th Amendment is written in such a way that you could drive a truck through its loopholes, right? I mean, we're talking, it doesn't say everyone has the right to vote. It says you can't stop anyone from voting because of these three things. And that's it. It's sort of like saying the only rules in my classroom are no setting things on fire, no throwing things, and no, stacking things on top of each other. That means you can do anything else. I said nothing about kicking things. I only said things about throwing. Oh, that's just ridiculous, right? And so the number of people that are able to drive loopholes to be able to oppress African Americans is rather large, unfortunately. So why does Reconstruction fail? Well, first of all, we have this picture of Rutherford B. Hayes, sometimes known as Rutherford B. Hayes, so that's a bit of a hint. Why? Well, two things. One, the North grows tired of Reconstruction and fighting for black rights, and the South continues to resist. They are intransigent. They are stubborn. They refuse to give African Americans the rights they deserve, and the North grows tired after 12 years of Reconstruction. So by the time of the Compromise of 1877, aka the election of 1876, got to decide who's going to be president. Well, here's the trade. Rutherford B. Hayes, a Republican, he gets to be the president. In exchange, the Democrats get all federal troops removed from the South. And surprise, turns out even though the South promises to treat black people well, it does not happen, and African Americans lose most of their rights once the Northern troops are removed. Now, they were already being oppressed thanks to the troops only being in certain cities and in certain states, but you get the idea. So, period 5, big picture. The road to the Civil War, aka expansion out west and debates over slavery. The Civil War itself, aka why the United States wins and why the Confederacy loses. Then Reconstruction. It is successful in gaining some African American rights, especially for a decade or so. But then it eventually is going to fail because of racism and because of loopholes in some of the amendments and the North getting tired. That's period 5 for you. Another quick break for us. Again, let's make sure that we're doing well. Have a quick stretch and hydration break, and we'll be back in just a few moments to talk about period 6. Here we go. Let me interrupt this break time real quick just to remind you that this is a great time to ask a question, as we just covered period 5. Ask a question about period 5 in the question and answer down below, if you have one. And if you're done stretching and hydrating, of course. All right, so we are back. Just a reminder, since I was seeing some of the questions about this that our lovely TAs are answering, we are going to try to keep our breaks more spaced out and a little bit shorter, so that way we can give you a time to use the bathroom when you need to, stretch, hydrate, whatever you need to. But remember, this whole thing is recorded, so if you have to miss something, you'll be fine. I don't know how many people are planning on being here for the entire thing. Anyway, come and go as you please, of course. And we can talk about all these different items. We're about to get into period 6 here, but if you need to take breaks, feel free, right? You don't have to ask my permission. You don't need any hall passes or bathroom passes or anything like that. And we will be taking some more breaks, especially during the second half, as we talk more about the FRQs, the free response questions, and give you some practice questions. We'll give you some time to work on those, so those will serve as more extended breaks as we go. So we'll try to break through between every period just to give us some breathing space give me a chance to swig some water and have some more sugar-free cough drops to make sure that my throat's doing okay. By the way, pro tip for you folks, sugar-free cough drops, much better. Regular cough drops, tons of sugar, equals lots of cavities if you're a teacher who pops a lot of those. Speaking for a friend, of course. So that's kind of our plan going forward. We have some small breaks after period 6, 7, 8, and then 9. And then we'll move ourselves into, hopefully by about 8 o'clock or so, we'll get into, maybe about 8:15, 8:20, that we get into the free response questions and talking about the exam and the practice there. And we'll have some more time for you to write some questions, some more time for you to answer some questions. So that should be all kinds of good stuff. All right. So period 6. Notice the date overlaps a little bit with period 5. Period 6 is going to start in 1865, which is the end of the Civil War, and it's going to go until 1898, aka the Spanish-American War. Because of that, it's a little bit different in terms of its focus. Although it does overlap, it's less about politics. It's going to be more about these 3 items right here. The rise of industry and capitalism, immigration and migration, and then cultural, economic, and social things that are happening. That sounds very vague, but notice there's a picture of a city, so it probably involves urbanization or something like that. One would guess so. So let's talk about the rise of industrial capitalism. This will also go back. I noticed some of you were like, wait a minute, didn't we skip over sharecropping? We'll talk about that. Just give us a second. So that'll be folded into this as well. So the rise of industrial capitalism. First of all, brief quiz. What is that item right there? And who is that man? Well, that would be a furnace for making steel. It's part of the Bessemer process. Ooh. And that is John D. Rockefeller, aka a very, very rich man. So you got to be able to explain the effects of technology, the socioeconomic changes from technology, and then government responses to this industrial capitalism. Obviously, capitalism has existed ever since the end of mercantilism, but this is industrial capitalism. Now, I know what you're thinking. Wait a minute, Lagerway, didn't we talk about industrialization happening during period 4 with like the Lowell Mills? Well, yes, this would be the second kind of industrialization. Maybe sometimes called the second industrial revolution. It's heavier industry. It's less about cotton and textiles and more about steel and steam and heavy and railroads and heavy industry. So we'll get there. So let's talk about the effects of technology. So where we're going to get our power from is going to start shifting. So think about things like water moving into steam. No longer is like a water wheel on the side of a textile mill. Now we're using steam power. We're moving from horse and whale oil to kerosene. So no longer do we have those whaling expeditions off the coast of New Zealand like the TikTok song from a few months ago, The Weller Man, that talks about bringing sugar and tea and rum to different types of whaling boats like the Billy O.T. And we no longer have that quite as much. We now have more kerosene and other kinds of actual oil from the ground. We're going to see horses moving to more engines. By the end, there are cars that are invented in the 1880s, 1890s. They're not super common yet, but they do exist, and there are other kinds of engines as well. A bunch of new inventions. Again, you don't have to know all of these, but it's a good idea to be familiar with some of them. Think like the Bessemer process and how that leads to urbanization. Be aware of vertical and horizontal integration. That is a business invention. Vertical being you own one part of each step of the process. So Carnegie Steel is famous for this. He owns the iron factory. He owns the shipping. He owns the iron fields that get turned into steel, iron ore. He owns some of the limestone that goes into the coke production that makes the steel from the iron. Like he owns each part of the process, so he doesn't have to pay anybody else. There's also horizontal integration, aka you own all parts of one step of the process. So think about like John D. Rockefeller and his Standard Oil Company that owns all, or nearly all, of the refineries. He doesn't own all the oil fields, he doesn't own all the gas companies, but he certainly owns all of the refineries. Now eventually he'll expand and just own everything. But that's kind of a good example for you right there. There's also different inventions in terms of corporate structure, like middle management and corporations. So this is going to be the time when we don't just have an owner, like a master and an apprentice, or owners and workers. We also have middle managers. The owner might not ever go to this factory, but he has managers who manage it on his behalf. Could you imagine a manager managing? What if it was like a collection of animals? Then it'd be a manager could you imagine a manager managing a menagerie? Oh my goodness, that's just too much. What if they didn't actually exist and it was an imaginary manager managing an imaginary menagerie? Ugh, this is just too much. Okay, we need to keep moving on. Corporations, remember, this is the idea of corporations coming together, people coming together, pooling their resources, and then being able to make bigger investments. Corporations become larger and larger and insist on more and more rights during this time period. Then there's also monopolies and trusts. Remember, trusts being like companies that coordinate together, and they're going to be very, very powerful, sometimes seen as illegal. Think Sherman Antitrust Act, but the companies are going to be using them to be able to consolidate more and more power. So a couple other inventions, Singer sewing machines, the McCormick Reaper, there's consumer culture, like mail order catalogs, think Sears catalog, ready-to-wear clothing items, so no longer are you having to go to a tailor for everything. Now you're going to a store and buying a large or a 37 or whatever. Well, all of these effects in technology are going to change society in a variety of ways. So first of all, women and children are going to be moved into the workforce even more. This is just like the Lowell Mills, except even more. Child labor rises during this time period. But at the same time, standards of living are actually going to increase. Now, how is that possible? Well, partially because more people are getting jobs, but also because the jobs that do exist, even though they don't pay very well, the goods that they're making are mass-produced and thus a little bit cheaper, so people are able to afford more. Well, then we're also going to see examples of people like Carnegie, Rockefeller, J.P. Morgan that are going to be robber barons or captains of industry, be able to compare and contrast those, talk about good things they did, like making goods cheaper and more accessible, more jobs, talk about bad things they did, crushing unions, mistreating workers, low wages, long hours, etc. Taylorism begins to be a thing during this time period. I would caution you, maybe use this during the 19-teens, like progressive era. Taylorism becomes a big thing, but it is invented during this time period. The idea that technology is also able to measure productivity of workers and make it more efficient. Trusts and monopolies are another change from technology, so be aware of those things. Notice right here we got the bosses of the Senate are all these trusts. They come in through the monopolist entrance, and the people's entrance is closed. And so there's a lot of corruption that occurs, and they're controlling politicians. And then all sorts of strikes. Be able to talk about a couple different kinds of strikes. There are some various examples of unions that are during this time period, and strikes. Again, choose your favorite one. Know about them. Railroad strike, Eugene v. Debs, big deal, shuts everything down. Homestead strike, Carnegie Steel, Pinkerton's, shootout, leads to all kinds of controversy. Pullman strike, same thing. Lots of controversy and hatred against Mr. Pullman. You should know a couple of those examples of unions fighting against the monopolists and the corporate powers. The Knights of Labor are initially very, very powerful and sort of a more radical, inclusive union, but after the Haymarket riot, they get blamed for anarchy and violence, and therefore they kind of collapse. The American Federation of Labor comes next. They're more focused on bread and butter unionism, aka better wages, fewer working hours, and better working conditions. They're not so interested in class change or in including everyone. They're a little bit more elitist when it comes to a union. So, know a couple examples. How does the government respond to all of this stuff? Well, the government response, some people have talked about this being laissez-faire, but remember, the government is not going to be necessarily laissez-faire because they are intervening on the side of the big businesses. So they send in troops to break up strikes, right? Think about the Homestead Act and how the National Guard eventually breaks the whole thing up. They are going to pass the Sherman Antitrust Act, but the Sherman Antitrust Act is going to be used against unions because they say unions are interfering with interstate trade. And even though it's supposed to be against trusts that interfere with interstate trade, they use it against unions initially, so they're misusing that. So the government does respond, but a lot of it is either hands-off when it comes to workers' rights or hands-on when it comes to corporate rights. So be aware of that. There are some imperialist ventures that happen, aka the government is intervening in the market to be able to encourage Americans to go overseas to sell things, but we're going to cover that more in Unit 7. Second big topic during period 6 is immigration and migration, aka movement out west, and then also immigrants and push-pull factors, as you can see here with the sod house and the famous Puck magazine research library cartoon called Looking Backward. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So, causes, effects of westward expansion and settlement. Well, remember, people are always moving west for new opportunity, for land, for resources, etc., if they are new recent immigrants or Americans from out east. But during this time, there are new items like the Transcontinental Railroad that's finished in 1869 that enables it to move a lot faster. The Homestead Act, free land for people passed during the Civil War. Makes a lot of sense. The Morrill Land Grant Act. This is going to give more and more land to states out west to be able to establish colleges and things like that. Federal government legislation is pushing people west. Then we have timber and mining as examples of resource extraction. We're going to have the McCormick Reaper, leading to more and more mechanization of farming. Barbed wire leads to the end of the open range. No more cowboys and more about ranchers, and thus people getting involved in land disputes, not as much because every area is fenced off and you don't have people wandering with their herds through the fields anymore. People out west are going to, once they're there, establish things like the Grange movement and the Farmers' Alliances. Farmers are banding together for mutual benefit, for education, for socializing. But then they begin to form things like the People's Party that say, look, we need to fight for our rights. We want to fight against the railroad monopolies. We want to fight for farmers' representation. We want to fight for more democracy. And, of course, they want to be all about silver. Why do they want silver? Because they want bimetallism, gold and silver, to back U.S. currency. And if there's more backing for U.S. currency, there's more currency. If there's more currency, there's more inflation. Inflation helps farmers who are in debt because their debt stays the same even as prices rise unless they can sell their crops for more. Well, unfortunately for Native Americans, this is just going to lead to more and more of their land being stolen, right? And so they're going to have examples of battles like the Battle of Little Bighorn, sometimes called Custer's Last Stand, but, the guy was rather foolish, so we'll call it the Battle of Little Bighorn. There's the Dawes Severalty Act that says we're going to give Native Americans their land, but we're going to divide it up into grids and then take all the extras, and it ends up stealing millions of acres from tribes. Things like the Carlisle Indian School, pictured right here, with Native Americans being told to dress up like good little Europeans, and then they're punished and whipped and all that stuff if they use their native language or they do any of their native cultural items. And so the phrase for the Carlisle Indian School is kill the Indians, save the child. And so these are really oppressive boarding schools that force the Native American children to lose their culture and their language, which is very, very sad. And then the culmination of this whole thing is the massacre at Wounded Knee in 1890 when the frontier closes, a century of American taking of land and massacres of Native Americans kind of ends there in 1890, and the Plains Indian Wars are essentially over from that moment, although Native Americans are, of course, still around and will play important parts in history later. It's not just people moving west, though. It's also people moving into the United States, and so we're talking about immigration and their push and pull factors. New immigrants during this time period are starting to come from Southern and Eastern Europe. A lot of people from China and Japan think the Chinese who are working on the Transcontinental Railroad. And yet there's all kinds of nativism and racism against the Chinese, as you can see in this cartoon here, right? The Chinese must go. And the this is an ad for Magic Washer, which beats everything, including the Chinese, who were famous for making a lot of laundries and things like that out west during the gold rush. So, unfortunately, even as there are new people coming in from China, Japan, Mexico, there's plenty of nativism and xenophobia. The most extreme example, the most famous example that you should know is the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, and also a lot of forcing people to be assimilated. Assimilation is another one of those APUSH terms you should be familiar with. The idea there being once you arrive immigrant, you need to speak English, speak American, and learn the ways of the Americans and thus become like us, meaning Europeans and white people that were here before you or something like that. And then when those immigrants come here, they are often involved in machine politics, aka taken under the wing of certain politicians in cities who say, hey, welcome to the United States. I'll find you a place to live, a place to work, as long as you vote for me come November. And then a lot of these immigrants are going to be involving women and children in the workforce. Maybe it's women and children moving to cities. Urbanization continues, right? That's internal migration. But also a lot of these immigrants are moving to cities, and then they're often very poor when they first arrive, so those women and children are working in there as well. Then, third item was cultural, economic, and social debates. Well, what does that even mean? Well, you need to be able to explain the New South, increased economic opportunities, largely in cities. Notice this lovely picture of people doing their laundry outside some tenement apartment buildings in the cities. And then reform opportunities, reform movements, especially in response to the so-called Gilded Age, which we are in the middle of during this time period. And then some political parties and their responses. So what is first of all, the New South? Well, keep in mind this term is coined by Henry Grady, and he talks about the New South. Hey, the New South, the one that lost the Civil War, well, they need to be able to reform and change themselves. And so one way to do that would be to say, let's have the South have both industry and cotton. So we still have sharecropping, and sharecropping, remember, would be sort of like indentured servitude, right? So African Americans are given land and seed, and they're told to farm it. You don't own it, you're renting it. And then at the end of the season, you sell the cotton to your landowner, they sell it on your behalf, and you split the proceeds. But it turns out to be a debt cycle of slavery because they're often cheated and they're never able to leave. At the same time, we're going to have things like the Birmingham Steel Works that become an important part of industrialization down south. So it's both. There's still industrialization and still agriculture, but unfortunately there's also still segregation through things like Plessy v. Ferguson, 1896, and convict leasing, aka rent a prisoner. And that's not going to be good either. All right, so all kinds of sketchy stuff going on down south, even as they're improving economically, they're sort of staying the same socially. Interesting CCOT there, right? Talk about that. There are some increased economic opportunities for African Americans, and we'll talk about that with Booker T. Washington, this gentleman, in just a second. There's increasing middle classes during this time. We talked about like managers, right? As opposed to just owners and workers. There's going to be places like the Tuskegee Institute, founded by Booker T. Washington, that says, well, let's have African Americans gain employment through their job skills. Unfortunately, those jobs are often lower and don't require a college degree. So there's some conflict with W.E.B. Du Bois as to whether we should have a talented 10th, aka send some people to college, or whether we should just, as Booker T. Washington says, have African Americans cast down their buckets where they are and be as separate as the fingers and social items, but as united as the fist when it comes to economic things, sort of giving up on Jim Crow for the sake of getting better jobs. And there's also a consumer culture during the Gilded Age, right? So camping becomes a thing. Libraries become a thing. The circus becomes a thing. Leisure activities become a thing. And people begin to consume a lot of items, even as there's a larger middle class that's able to like go camping, aka do what their ancestors used to have to do all the time, but for fun because they live in cities now. And then there are a bunch of reform movements in response to the Gilded Age. This would be a famous picture of one of my heroes, personally, Ida B. Wells Barnett. She's awesome. And so there are people like her who are muckrakers, aka journalists who help to expose corruption, or in her case, lynching. And she helps to expose that, has to run for her life. Thomas Nast, he'd be the guy that takes down Boss Tweed in New York City. Boss Tweed runs the Democratic political machine in New York City. Thomas Nast exposes him and all of his corruption. And so there's our journalists who help to expose some of the bad parts of the Gilded Age. By the way, gilded, meaning covered with a thin layer of gold, comes from the Mark Twain book by the same name, called The Gilded Age. And the idea there is the outside looks really good. Oh, look, new inventions, and people are rich and wealthy and having a great time. You open up the box, look on the inside past the thin layer of gold, and you're like, oh, racism, poverty, inequality, political corruption. Yeah, this isn't good. So the Gilded Age, marked contrasts between the rich and the poor, a lot of inequality. There's also the social gospel during this time. People like Walter Rauschenbusch are going to say, look, we can't just say, hey, you should be a Christian, and then good luck with the rest of your life. You should go into the slums with the Bible in one hand and a loaf of bread in the other, he says. The gospel, the good news, needs to be social as well as spiritual. Don't just say, hey, I hope you go to heaven someday, and then you just leave them in the dirt, in the gutter, right? You have to say, look, I want to help you out. This is where we get things like the Salvation Army, right? And then the WCTU, which sounds like a TV station, that's the Women's Christian Temperance Union, the National American Women's Suffrage Association. We got women working for fewer people drinking and for the right to vote. This sounds a lot like the Seneca Falls Convention and the temperance movement of the antebellum reform movements, and that's because they're very similar. It's a continuation of the same processes. And then we have the start of social work, Shout out to my wife, the social worker. Nice job. And Hull House is an example of early social work where people like Jane Addams are helping new immigrants and helping other people in the urban areas get connected to resources through things like Hull House. Now, the sketchier side of that is the machine politics in Tammany Hall that we already mentioned, where let's help out the immigrants, but in exchange they vote for us, and so there's some political corruption going on. And then lastly, political parties and their responses. We have this political cartoon of the People's Party. Notice it's made up of a whole bunch of different kinds of patches. It's a whole bunch of people joining together, and they're a little bit crazy according to this cartoonist. The People's Party, they want free silver. They want government regulation of railroads. They want increased government involvement, but also more democracy. There's also Republicans versus Democrats at the time. They're arguing over things like the tariff, the Civil War legacy, but it's not really that big of a deal, and I wouldn't worry too much about that. I would be more concerned with the currency wars, gold or gold and silver. The populists want gold and silver, bimetallism. Again, populists or the People's Party, they're often farmers who are in debt, and if you're in debt and there's inflation because of more money floating around, because you're using gold and silver, your debt stays the same, but the amount you can sell your crops for goes up, and therefore you're able to make more money. So you have options with gold and silver. And then maybe one more example would be the Pendleton Civil Service Reform Act. After Garfield gets shot by a guy that's like, I would like a job, please. And Garfield says, who are you? And then he shoots him. The guy shoots Garfield, not the other way around. They say, hey, maybe we should end the spoils system. Maybe we should end the patronage system and hire people that are qualified, a.k.a. have a civil service, which means working in the government, exam, so that way we hire qualified people, not connected people. So there we go. All right. We are at the door of period 7, which means it's time for a short break. Allow me to go find that one more time. Here we go. All right. Before we dive into period 7, remember this is a good time to ask questions about period 6. Make sure you get your notes all organized, use the bathroom, stretch, hydrate, all of that stuff. We'll see you back here in a few minutes. All right, here we go. Let's strap back in and get ourselves ready to tackle period 7. I keep going back because that's my slide for the break. Let's talk about period 7. Here we go. Period 7 is going to be from 1890 to 1945. So 1890, that would be, notice, overlapping a little bit with the Gilded Age and the previous period. Also, I made the mistake of having some LaCroix during my break, so apologies if we have the occasional the gastrointestinal burping going on. Let's say that. Hopefully no belches, that's for sure. 1890 is the close of the frontier, aka the frontier is closed according to the U.S. Census Bureau. It turns out to be a little bit off. We're not focused on westward expansion nearly as much. We're not focused on Native Americans quite as much. It's about overseas expansion now. 1945, end of World War II. Holy cow. All right, well, this is so big. We're going to break this down into 2 different sort of subgroups because there's just so much that goes on here. Now, we're going all the way from the end of the frontier all the way to World War II. The United States becomes a massive world power during this time, and a lot happens. So, here we go. In terms of Unit 7, you need to be able to explain changes in the U.S. economy, tech innovations, mass culture, migration, and foreign affairs and participation in wars. Now, that's going to be the same for the entire thing, but we're going to just focus on the first part of it from 1890 to 1920 at first. So, first of all, changes in the U.S. economy, probably mostly related to the progressives. And then tech innovations, mass culture, 1920s, migration, etc. And then, oh my goodness, wars. Lots of wars. So first of all, debates over imperialism. Well, first of all, there's going to be people that are pro-expansion. They say the United States should get involved overseas. We've manifested all of the destiny on the North American continent. Let's keep going. And they're going to say, well, there are economic opportunities. Also, we're Anglo-Saxons, a.k.a. the whitest of the white Northern Europeans, and therefore they think they're the best, and they have the right to rule over everyone else. There's going to be competition with Europe, because Europe is expanding, and if the United States doesn't get in on it, they're going to miss out. There's going to be the need for a frontier, because the United States has always had a frontier, and the frontier allegedly gives the United States its fighting edge, where they can have fancy tea and read poetry in the morning, and then go wrestle a bear and shoot an Indian in the afternoon. Again, some toxic masculinity going on here. Yikes! Then also spreading American culture. This sounds a lot like Manifest Destiny, just overseas. And some examples of people like this would be Roosevelt, Lodge, Alfred Thayer Mahan, Teddy Roosevelt, Henry Cabot Lodge, Alfred Thayer Mahan, etc. And they're arguing, notice over here, the United States takes over a bunch of these territories and makes them into good European-looking peoples. Well, there are also plenty of anti-imperialists as well, who argue that Uncle Sam is going to have his hands too full of all of these poor little islands that are portrayed as babies because they're not seen as being fully adult. Problem there. Well, the Anti-Imperialist League is actually founded by some people, and they argue that people need to be able to rule themselves, self-determination. They actually have some racism too, saying that we don't want more black and brown people to join the United States. They say the United States has traditionally been isolationist, think like George Washington's farewell address, as well as the United States has not been an empire because the United States was created out of empire, and we should not be an empire ourselves. People that found the Anti-Imperialist League would be like Andrew Carnegie, Mark Twain, Henry James, etc. And this is all well and good, and nice, interesting debates happening. But then the rubber really hits the road with the Spanish-American War. Just to make sure that we're clear here with what's going on with the Spanish-American War, first of all, Cuba is fighting for its independence against Spain. Spain has long colonized Cuba. The United States feels bad. They put the USS Maine in the harbor to monitor things. It blows up. We blame the Spanish, even though it was probably an accident. And the next thing you know, we're in the Spanish-American War. We end up winning and taking over Cuba, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and then along the way we're just like, hey, let's take over Hawaii too, even though it's not a Spanish possession. And we also take over Guam. All of those items are related to, let's say, islands that can be used to transport goods. They are refueling stations called coaling stations. So this is relating to trade. It's relating to military policy. And then, of course, after this, there's the Philippine-American War, after the Filipinos do not appreciate the United States taking away their independence by replacing the Spanish overlords with American overlords. And so that's a long, protracted, and nasty war. And there's also the open door note and China. The United States takes over the Philippines to be able to go to China, as you can see right here, and sell them all of our things, along with bringing around religion and education, as you can see in Uncle Sam's book. And the open door note says, hey, let's not take over Europeans. Let's not take over China because we should all be able to trade there together. So the open door note says, keep China open so that way we can all economically exploit them together. So, it's still pretty imperialist. There's plenty of, seriously, look up Spanish-American War cartoons sometime, plenty of cartoons, and they love to include these. We'll see some of these later with our practice questions. But they're also a lot of fun to analyze, and it's just interesting reading and analyzing and then looking at those. Next topic would be the progressives. Remember, the progressives are a bunch of politicians, let's say from around 1900 to about 1920 or so, the first 2 decades of the 20th century. They're going to attack political corruption and inequality and social injustice. They are reformers. Connection to antebellum reformers, connection to the New Deal, to the Great Society. Now, these are largely upper middle class, largely women, largely white, and they're going to be in the cities, but also in the wilderness. So a lot of cities need to be reformed. See the Gilded Age reformers of earlier, but also there's going to be a lot of wilderness reformers. Think conservationists, preservationists. So they disagree over some things. They're not monolithic. They disagree, should we have segregation or not? Should we have professionals, experts be in charge, or should we have more democracy? More or less democracy is a big debate. Should we let immigrants come in? Yes or no? Should we let them vote? Yes or no? There's a lot of disagreement. And then politically, they're going to stand up for regulation for various amendments, like the 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th Amendments, and then plenty of reform laws. We got 3 presidents that are considered to be progressive presidents: Teddy Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, and Woodrow Wilson. Notice they're Republican, and Democrat, respectively. So everybody wants to be called a progressive during this time period. It's seen as being associated with the root word progress. And you want to, basically, progressives are trying to fix the bad parts of the Gilded Age, if that makes sense, after the Gilded Age has kind of ended. So there are a ton of examples of progressives, and I don't want to get too deep into the weeds right now, but be aware that progressives like experts, they like having systems, they like having order, and sometimes they like having more democracy, initiative, referendum, recall. Sometimes they like having less democracy. Think literacy tests, think experts being in charge. And so there's that paradox we'll need to deal with. I'm going to show you some examples on these slides here of various muckrakers and progressives. Choose a couple of these, know a couple examples. Again, don't lose the forest because of the trees. You don't have to memorize all of these, but it might not be a bad idea to talk about some of these progressives and know some of them. So choose your favorite. I told you that I would tell you a mnemonic device for memorizing the different amendments. So here you go. Here's an example. On the left-hand side, starting with the 13th Amendment, free citizens vote to tax senators who drink with women. 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, and 19th Amendments. Free citizens vote to tax senators who drink with women. If you remember that sentence, you can remember Amendments 13 through 19, which are highly important, and they love to test you on. So there you go. You're welcome. Bunch of other examples of progressive reforms. You may use those however you'd like. Again, other ones that you may memorize, a couple other ones as well. Remember, the progressives are using the secret ballot, the Australian ballot, but keep in mind this functions as essentially a literacy test because you can't vote based on the color of the ballot anymore. You have to be able to read it, and yet there's less corruption because people can actually do this in secret. So there's some contradictions there with the progressives. Look up the 2000, was it 19? I don't know. Before COVID, time has no meaning. I believe it was the 2019 Free Response DBQ, 2018. It was all about the progressives. Feel free to look that up on the College Board website, and that would be a great place to do some review if you'd like to. And then last for this section would be World War I, and that happens from 1914 to 1918, but the United States doesn't get involved until 1917. So let's talk a little bit about that. It's not a bad idea to know some of the European origins of the war, just so you know like why this is occurring and why the United States is involved. This is to distinguish it from World War II also. Mania, militarism, alliances, nationalism, imperialism, and the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Again, it's not world history. You don't have to memorize all those, but just keep it separate from World War II in whatever way you can. All right? Well, the United States, like with other conflicts, is going to initially stay neutral, and then we gradually get involved thanks to a series of events. First of all, we trade a lot more with the Allies than with the Central Powers. Speaking of Allies and Central Powers, our allies, Britain and France, just like with World War II. Easy. Our main enemy, Germany, just like with World War II. Easy. Except Japan is on our side during this time period. Forget about them. Just know about Japan during World War II, because Pearl Harbor. So, U.S. always fights against Germany with England and France during the World Wars. That you could probably handle that, and we'll move on. Then the Germans are going to be using U-boats, Unterseebooten, undersea boats, to sink shipping to England and France. They attacked the British ship, the Lusitania, in 1915. It sinks with Americans on board and lots of arms on board. And the Americans get mad. The Americans get mad, but the Germans apologize, and we do not go to war right away. It's only when they send the Zimmerman telegram, the Germans send the Zimmerman telegram to Mexico saying, hey, Mexico, join with us against the United States, and we'll give you back the Mexican cession. And they start unrestricted submarine warfare, a.k.a. sinking everything, that we really get mad and we declare war on Germany. What else happens during World War I for the United States? Well, there is a Selective Service Act, a.k.a. the draft. There's the American Expeditionary Force, so the United States drafts people and then sends some people to Europe. They are sometimes called doughboys, and the joke is that doughboys were needed in 1914 but did not rise until 1917. Ha 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 ha. Culinary jokes, being that the United States joins the war at the last moment and manages to turn the decisive tide against the Germans as they get exhausted and we have fresh manpower. At the end, there is the Treaty of Versailles and Wilson's 14 points. If you want to look into that a bit more, feel free, but basically the United States does not join the League of Nations, even though that's proposed. We stay neutral. Woodrow Wilson is talking about self-determination, the ability to rule oneself, but that largely only applies to white people. And so we're going to see problems with a certain man named Ho Chi Minh shows up and says, hey, I'd like to rule myself instead of France over in Indochina. And Woodrow Wilson says, who are you? Shut up. You're not white. And it turns out to be a really big deal later on for, the Vietnam War and all that. On the home front, what's going on? Well, there's a lot of anti-German sentiment. This is when we start talking about sauerkraut. We're going to call it Liberty cabbage instead. We're going to call hamburgers Liberty steaks or Salisbury steaks. People like me who are Dutch, they start getting attacked for sounding German, even though it's Dutch. There's famous examples of people being against the war entirely, like Schenck v. United States. He is speaking out against the draft, and there's a famous Supreme Court case that says you can't shout fire in a crowded theater, you can't oppose the draft during the war because it's a national danger, which is a little bit sketchy and limits free speech. Speaking of limiting civil liberties, the Espionage and Sedition Acts are passed, and those make it a crime to criticize the war or be against the war too much, or to spy for the enemy or publish things like that. So we got some issues there. And the United States on the other end is passing propaganda, and the CPI, the Committee on Public Information, is pumping out pro-war propaganda. The government's regulating a lot of stuff. There's a labor shortage, so we have the beginnings of the Great Migration as African Americans move north to join factories. Women join in some factories. We're planting victory gardens. I mentioned the Great Migration. Planting victory gardens, scrap metal drives. There's a little bit of rationing involved. All the usual world war stuff that's going on. That takes us to 1920. All right. Then Unit 7, second half. Same three topics, but a little bit different in terms of what are the changes in the U.S. economy, what's the technology, and what is the foreign affairs participation in wars. So let's dive in. First of all, the 20s. The 20s are sometimes called the Roaring Twenties. They occur after World War I. The United States emerges after World War I victorious. We have a lot of money. Everybody owes us money. And therefore, there's a bunch of inventions that happen during the 20s that kickstart the economy even more. Things like the moving assembly line, the Model T, right? Cars become a thing. Radios, everybody owns a radio. Vacuums, refrigerators. We even invent celebrities like Charles Lindbergh and Babe Ruth. And then there's also, well, I'm not really sure I'd call this an invention, but prohibition is during this time too. So we invent things like speakeasies. So even though there's prohibition and no one's supposed to be drinking alcohol, everybody's drinking alcohol. And so The 1920s, roaring because liquor is flowing, music is playing. It's sometimes called the Jazz Age. All those sorts of things happening. Speaking of cultural and political controversies, Prohibition would be one of those things, as well as the first Red Scare. Remember, this is a whole bunch of nativism against immigrants, new immigrants largely from Southern and Eastern Europe. Maybe they're carrying with them Bolshevism from the Bolshevik Revolution that happened in 1917 in Russia. We're scared of communists, and thanks to things like the Palmer raids and the bombs that get sent in the mail to the Attorney General, they start cracking down on communists, socialists, and other alleged radicals. Goes a little bit too far. The National Origins Act, remember, as you can see in this cartoon right here, is putting limits on immigration. A lot of this has to do with racist quotas, where it says, let's have a quota based on how many people can come in, and it's based on what country you're from, and a lot of that ends up being rather, let's say racist for sure. But also it ends up limiting immigration from certain countries until the 1960s. There are some movies during the 1920s that's culturally controversial. Think like Birth of a Nation, Gone with the Wind, terrible history, right? Although that's a little bit ahistorical with Gone with the Wind, that's a little bit later. But you get the idea. Some people are opposed to movies in general. They think they're amoral, but sometimes they have bad history. The Harlem Renaissance is during this time period, so African Americans who move north because of the Great Migration start to have a cultural flowering, especially in New York City, and are producing art, producing poetry, producing jazz, and other kinds of music. There's women who are becoming flappers. Women are beginning to smoke, to drink, to sleep around, to wear their hair short, their skirts short, and this scandalizes the older population, or the more traditional conservative population, the so-called fundamentalists, and then the modernists are totally fine with this. Speaking of things like that, there's the Scopes Monkey trial that has to do with should we teach evolution in public schools? So there's sort of a Christianity part of the fundamentalist versus the modernists who say, yeah, you can't push your Christianity on us in the public schools. So there's arguments over that. Just be aware of the 1920s, lots of arguments over cultural, political controversies like Sacco and Vanzetti, those kind of things. There's lots of examples, and you may look at those. Lastly, of course, the second KKK as a nativist organization that opposes all of these Red Scare nativist immigrants. They are nativists, and they oppose new immigrants. The 1920s goes well. The 1930s, not so much. Remember, the 1920s, the first Red Scare kind of begins in 1919, just as the Great Depression begins in 1929, but it's really in the 30s. What causes this? Well, this is going to be caused by things like the stock market crash, banks are failing, they're producing too much stuff after World War I, and Europe eventually recovers and doesn't need to buy all their stuff from America anymore, and thus Americans aren't buying enough. And then what does it actually look like? What is the characteristic of the Great Depression? Well, there's hugely high unemployment. I mean, 25% unemployment is higher than like even the peak of that COVID recession. That means 1 in 4 American workers who want a job can't find one. There's the Dust Bowl, right, with the Okies moving from Oklahoma down to California because there's all this dry Dust Bowl stuff happening in Kansas and Oklahoma. There's the Bonus March, where a bunch of World War I veterans march to D.C., and then they demonstrate in front of the Capitol and the White House, urging President Hoover to give them their bonus early because they're out of work. And this makes Hoover look really bad when he cracks down on them, and there's this fight between them and the police, and some interesting January 6th Capitol insurrection allusions there. And then, speaking of that, in 1932, Hoover runs for re-election against FDR. He gets absolutely crushed because everyone blames Hoover for this Great Depression, even though it's probably not entirely his fault. People always blame the president, right? So, FDR gets inaugurated. His response to the Great Depression is known as the New Deal. He is president from 1933 onward, and he does things like creating a bank holiday, doing fireside chats, and then the 3 R's of his programs: relief, recovery, reform, aka make sure people don't starve, give people jobs, restart the economy, and then prop up the economy to make sure that it doesn't collapse again. And there are a bunch of alphabet soup programs you can be familiar with. This is again going to be one of those times where I tell you, say it with me everybody, don't lose the forest because of the trees. AKA, keep in mind what the New Deal does, know a couple examples, don't worry about memorizing all of them. Here are some examples. I'll just give you one for right now. The FDIC, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, still around to this day. It insures bank deposits by the federal government. So even if your bank collapses and goes bankrupt, you still get all of your money inside, which this actually makes banks less likely to go bankrupt because not everyone goes, oh, I heard a rumor my bank is going bankrupt, but I better go grab all my money out before it's too late. And that very thing would cause banks to go bankrupt and run out of money. So this is helpful. Well, the New Deal is controversial. It's not all just alphabet soup programs all the time, right? The New Deal is going to take fire from the left and the right. Huey Long, shown here, showing exactly how long his Subway sandwich should be, is talking about more socialist kind of ideas, right? Like sharing the wealth. Think kind of a Bernie Sanders-esque character. Higher taxes on the rich. Let's take them down to size, and then make sure everybody has... share the wealth is kind of his phrase. So make sure everyone has a comfortable living. Charles Collin and the Supreme Court are going to be critics on the right. Charles Collin, a little more anti-Semitic, unfortunately. The Supreme Court is going to say, look, I'm not sure a lot of these are strictly speaking constitutional, FDR, so they start striking them down. Well, then FDR threatens to pack the court with additional justices, but one of them ends up switching his mind so that instead of striking things down 5-4, they start supporting things 5-4, and that's sometimes called the switch in time that saves 9. So during this time, the Supreme Court starts to agree with some of FDR's ideas. The government certainly is growing, and there's the so-called New Deal coalition where like immigrants, poorer people, African Americans, labor unionists, they all begin to vote for Democrats because of FDR, and that begins the political switch, right? African Americans used to vote for Republicans, the party of Lincoln, and Democrats used to be super conservative and pro-racism and slavery down south. Well, now that's beginning to shift. FDR still has to work with conservative Democrats from down south. Thus, the New Deal is definitely Jim Crowified. But it's the beginning of the switch where Democrats start to be seen as the party that's more helpful to poor people, and the Republicans are more the party of conservative businessmen during this time period. Kind of another theme that's a little bit chronological right now, not chronological, is foreign policy between World War I and II. Remember, Warren Harding, who was our president after Wilson, he wants a return to normalcy after World War I, aka let's be isolationist again. So we'll get involved in the Washington Naval Conference, the Kellogg-Briand Pact, things like that like try to establish arms limitations between World War I and II. But we're largely not going to get involved in a ton of different areas. Latin America, yes, still. There's the Dawes Plan, right? This is not the Dawes Act. This is the Dawes Plan. The Dawes Plan says the United States gives money to Germany for aid. They pay off their debts to the Allies. The Allies pay off their debts to the United States. And it all works just beautifully until, the Great Depression. FDR is going to pass the Good Neighbor policy that tries to reform movements of the United States in Latin America, try to, interfere with their policies less. The Neutrality Acts get passed in the 1930s saying, look, let's not get involved in World War II the way we got involved in World War I. FDR realizes that the United States really has to help support England, and so he tries to get around that by using things like cash carry, destroyers for bases, lend-lease, and he's opposed by the America First people like Charles Lindbergh, who says, America first, who cares about those Nazis? Interesting Dr. Seuss cartoons related to this. Look that up sometime. What Dr. Seuss World War II cartoons. Fascinating. And then World War II mobilization. The United States turns itself into the arsenal of democracy, making liberty ships and other things that are just really, really fast. There are FDR's 4 freedoms. The idea here being freedom of speech, of worship, from want, and from fear. What are we fighting for? Those things. We sell war bonds. There's rationing, just like during World War I. There's Rosie the Riveter, and sometimes those Rosies are even African Americans. So African Americans play a crucial role thanks to the Tuskegee Airmen, the Double V campaign, aka victory over racism at home and fascism abroad. There's Executive Order 8802 that's going to say, hey, you can't discriminate in defense industries. It's not very well enforced, but at least it's a step in the right direction. There's the Zoot Suit riots against Mexican Americans and other Latinos on the West Coast. There's the Navajo Code Talkers, where Native Americans played a crucial role in World War II. And there's the Executive Order 9066 in Japanese internment. Even though there's no evidence that Japanese are saboteurs or spies, they're all locked up, and 2/3 of them are American citizens, and it's really, really sad. It's an example of, taking away civil liberties during wartime. That's just a terrible story. But there are some Japanese Americans who fight against the Nazis, and they are very, very well thought of there and highly decorated. And then World War II also changes the West Coast. I mean, World War II basically builds Los Angeles, and it builds the West Coast. Like, Seattle becomes a huge aircraft manufacturing center, as does LA. So, mobilization, meaning people are working, and this ends the Great Depression, right? World War II ends the Great Depression thanks to everyone is either in the military or building stuff for the military. Then, speaking of the military itself, be familiar with a couple different battles, right? Like Pearl Harbor is why we join against the Japanese. D-Day is the turning point where we open up a second front against Hitler and the Nazis in Europe. Stalingrad, if you know world history, that's where we fight on the same side as the Soviets. Midway is the turning point of the Pacific Ocean. Thanks to our air power and our aircraft carriers, this is where American engineering and manufacturing is so important. We lose one carrier, they lose four. We had like 10 carriers under construction, they had one. They just could not afford to replace them. And then we island hop our way toward Japan, island hopping closer and closer to Japan, and using each base as a way to get closer and closer to the next base, and then eventually bombing the Japanese islands themselves. And then we look at a couple examples of those like Okinawa and Iwo Jima, and then the United States drops atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. That would be an example of American engineering, but also some rather nasty things that happened to civilians during World War II. Thanks to the Manhattan Project, the United States has technological superiority. They have atomic weapons. They are the only ones who have atomic weapons. So the United States kind of throws its weight around after World War II. So speaking of all of that, post-World War II diplomacy, what does that look like? Well, at the Yalta and Potsdam conferences, a.k.a. when Churchill, Roosevelt, and Stalin are meeting together, along with Truman once FDR dies. Spoiler alert, I'm so sorry. They end up saying, hey, here's how we're going to divide up Europe. Here's how we're going to divide up Germany. Make sure Germany doesn't start another world war, Germany. And then also talking about the big three, talk about how are we going to set up the post-World War II world using things like the United Nations, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the so-called Bretton Woods system, a.k.a. if everyone's connected enough politically and economically, maybe we won't fight as much. And then the United States has a nuclear monopoly. We're the only ones with the nuclear weapon for the first 4 years after World War II. So that kind of starts the Cold War tensions, right? We don't necessarily get along with the Soviet Union. We only got along with them temporarily because we were both fighting Nazis. So World War II ends and the Cold War begins. Whew, that was a lot. That was period 7. All right, so period 7, brief recap and overview here. The United States gets involved with the Spanish-American War. We get involved in other countries. Cool. Then there is things like progressivism, World War I, the Roaring Twenties, the Great Depression, the New Deal, and World War II. The United States sees all kinds of technological change, innovation, people moving around for jobs, and especially getting involved in foreign wars. All right. Awesome. It's time for another stretch and hydration break between periods. So, we'll see you in a little bit after a couple minutes, and then we'll be all set to tackle period 8. Here we go. Well, sometimes the hydration and stretch break takes a teeny bit longer than 3 minutes, and that's okay. Especially when it involves going upstairs really quick and hugging my cute daughter. Fantastic. Had a little bit of playtime with her just now. And hopefully you are all stretched and hydrated and ready to go and ready to tackle period 8. Here we go. It's a bit of a monster at times. Period 8 goes from 1945 to 1980. Well, 1945 is the end of World War II, as we just discussed. 1980, why is that, you ask? Well, that's the election of Ronald Reagan. So we're talking about how to characterize history, and I was actually talking about this with my students today. It's a pretty massive period, but we go from the end of World War II until the election of Ronald Reagan, so we're talking about a time of where liberalism is ascendant, aka FDR, all the way through Johnson, etc., and then ends with Ronald Reagan. We'll talk about why that is a little bit later. So, big 3 items for period 8. Post-World War II leadership and foreign policy, the civil rights and mid-century liberalism, whatever that means, we'll get to that in a little bit, and then economic and demographic change in society, politics, and culture, aka people and where they live. Brief overview of the Cold War. Well, first of all, we're going to go all the way from 1945 to 1980, just briefly here, and then we'll break down some specifics in a little bit. So, of course, you know that this is the United States versus the Soviet Union, sometimes abbreviated as the USSR. And one of the reasons that this is so dangerous is because both, by 1945, are going to have nuclear weapons. Now, this is going to occur, this Cold War, that never actually heats up into armed conflict, is going to occur in a variety of places. It's going to occur on the United Nations Security Council, Berlin and Germany, think Berlin Airlift, Berlin Wall, that kind of stuff. And with atomic weapons, it just all gets dangerous. It could all blow up in our faces. Pun intended. Ooh, dark. The United States policy during the Cold War, probably the most important foreign policy term of all of period 8 is the word containment. The United States foreign policy is keeping communism where it is, not letting it spread, and eventually it'll destroy itself from the inside. Kind of like Lincoln's idea of keeping slavery where it was and not letting it expand. So some examples of containment: the Truman Doctrine, the Berlin Airlift, the Marshall Plan, proxy wars and satellite states, NATO versus the Warsaw Pact, all of those options. By the way, keep in mind, Truman Doctrine, helping people out usually with military and economic aid all around the world, specifically Greece and Turkey. Marshall Plan, economic aid to Western Europe, aka bribing them not to be communist. So slightly different, fairly similar, don't get them mixed up. You have a lot of examples of containment, and we'll get to some of those a little bit later. Continuing on, some of this stuff goes kind of up and down, right? The Cold War has its ups and its downs for the United States. The fall of China. China falls to the communists in 1949. Bad. Korean War? Well, first of all, Cold War heats up, and it's kind of a stalemate, right? To this day, North and South Korea. Massive retaliation or brinksmanship is Eisenhower's idea of let's not have as many troops in the field, let's use atomic weapons, so that way we can just bomb the crud out of them if they happen to invade. There's the U-2 incident where they capture one of our spy plane pilots, and that's really embarrassing. There's mutually assured destruction. If they launch, we launch, and therefore everyone dies, and therefore hopefully no one launches ever. There's the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's a period of tension. Eventually, during the 70s, getting ahead of ourselves here, Nixon is going to have a policy of détente or a relaxing of tensions, and then the Cold War gets a little bit better for a little bit. Carter is going to help to pass the SALT Treaty, the Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty. That's good. But then there's the Iran hostage crisis, right? So, like, the Cold War goes through periods of America's doing really well, America is not doing really well. America's really safe, America's really, really scared, right? Kind of goes back and forth. So we'll talk about those as we go. Some of those deserve a little bit more of an in-depth look. There is the second Red Scare. Remember, the first Red Scare was the Palmer Raids and the 1920s. The second Red Scare is going to involve McCarthyism and the House Un-American Activities Committee and the Smith Act. These are and other things, the McCarran Internal Security Act, McCarthyism. This is a witch hunt for communists in the State Department in the 1940s and 50s. Are there some communists in the U.S. State Department? Sure. Are there some spies? Sure. Are there that many? Not really. Is this destroying a lot of people's lives needlessly? Yeah. You can definitely compare it to the first Red Scare. There are some reasons to be a little bit worried, but McCarthy uses lies and all kinds of pressuring stuff to, well, ruin people's lives, and there's the blacklist, right? And some people, it's kind of like the Salem witch trials, right? You can only get out of it if you accuse other people. So it leads to lots of embarrassment and false accusations. America is then a world power, and they begin to do a whole bunch of stuff. So that could involve proxy wars in Latin America. Think funding of anti-communist groups, no matter how actually democratic they are. Eisenhower, pictured here, he talks about the military-industrial complex and how we need to be careful that the United States doesn't get too in love with the military or too in love with producing lots of stuff for the military all the time. There is the context of decolonization, and the non-alignment movement. Other countries in the so-called third world, U.S. and its Western allies, first world, then Soviet Union and their allies, second world. Everyone else, aka a lot of Latin America, Asia, and Africa, would be the so-called third world. They're gaining their independence. There's decolonization. So the United States is beginning to, conduct some proxy wars, aka fighting indirectly via third parties, to try to get these countries on our side. So think of examples like Guatemala, Iran, Angola, the Congo, etc. And then there's even things like the space race, right? The United States, during the 1960s, builds the world's largest highway system, goes to the moon, does the Great Society all simultaneously. Civil rights all simultaneously. This is amazing. The space race, of course, is partly about bragging rights, partly about scientific discovery, and partly about military discovery, because a rocket that can bring a man to the moon can bring a nuke to Moscow, right? And then there are some attempts at peace, like the Camp David Accords, and other such things where the United States is using its power to be able to broker peace between countries. So be aware of that. A really, really large proxy war is the Vietnam War. Keep in mind the United States is involved in this because we're worried about the domino theory. We think that if the Vietnamese fall to communism, a bunch of other countries will fall as well. They, on the other hand, are fighting for decolonization and freedom. They see the United States as simply the latest in a long series of imperial overlords that they don't appreciate. And therefore, as we get more and more involved with advisors and the Geneva Convention, and advisors turn into escalation and soldiers, the United States gets more and more involved. And it's kind of keeping a secret at first as to how much we're actually involved, thus leading to problems with the credibility gap, right? Well, let's continue talking about this. The United States gets really, really involved in the Vietnam War in 1964 with the Gulf of Tonkin resolution and the Gulf of Tonkin incident. Don't need to worry about that too much. Just be aware the United States is involved after we allegedly get attacked. We then start bombing North Vietnam through Operation Rolling Thunder. There's the Tet Offensive in 1968. That is going to be the turning point where the United States gets attacked by North Vietnam and the South Vietnamese communist rebels called the Viet Cong. And after this, we realized, look, I'm not really sure we can win. We were told we were winning for like 4 years. And the victory was just around the corner. And yet they somehow managed to launch this massive attack against us. Maybe this isn't going to work. There are other things that make the American people dislike the war and distrust the government, like the My Lai massacre, where American soldiers massacre women and children in a Vietnamese village. Nixon is going to try something called Vietnamization, where he's going to make the Vietnamese do most of the fighting. But then the Pentagon Papers come out, and they show that the American people have been misled for decades as to how much the United States is actually involved in Vietnam. They're going to pass the War Powers Act that tries to take back some of that power given to the president by saying, look, the Gulf of Tonkin resolution gave the president authority to respond to the Gulf of Tonkin incident, but then it turned into this long 9-year war. So how about we reclaim some of that power and say Congress has the power to declare war, not the president. So in 1973, the troops pull out. In 1975, just 2 years later, South Vietnamese forces lose to the North Vietnamese and the communists end up winning. So the Vietnam War is an embarrassing defeat for the United States, for sure, and tears the country apart. We'll discuss some more of those protests and things back at home in just a little bit. So, lots of foreign policy stuff. Let's go now to the domestic sphere. The culture after 1945, a.k.a. the DBQ from this year. For those of you who took the paper exam, you know about this. Why are you watching? We're glad you're here. Those of you that are taking the digital exam, it's not a bad idea to look at the released questions just to be able to do a little bit of review. Who knows? Maybe they could show up as a multiple choice question or something. So take a look at the released DBQ. Its culture after 1945. It's all about conformity, right? This could be for suburbs. This could be for women in the suburbs. All the houses look the same. All women have to be housewives. All teenagers have to be perfect and exactly the same. So there's a lot of rebellion. This could be in the form of like James Dean and like kids smoking and wearing leather jackets and stuff. It could be them being part of the beat movement or the beatniks. Youth culture in general just rebels. Women start to rebel. The feminine mystique, Betty Friedan, right in the 1960s, writing about women in the 1950s, suburbia, and just wondering, like, do I always have to be a stay-at-home mom? No, nothing wrong with being a stay-at-home mom, as long as there's, a choice involved, and often there wasn't. There's mass media, and especially TV, so people begin to watch, like, I Love Lucy, and all these kinds of Dick Van Dyke Show, and they begin to watch this, so there's a mass media that everyone's watching. Notice the comparison to the 20s, right? Comparison to the 20s would be that the 1920s had mass media in terms of radio, 1950s has mass media in terms of TV, but that's also related to youth culture as well as conformity or rebellion. All right. Let's dive then into the civil rights movement. The civil rights movement of the 1940s and 50s. Well, this is the early civil rights movement. So we have the integration of the military under Truman. That begins something, but it really gets to be kicked off by the Brown versus Board of Education decision in 1954 that says you can't have segregated schools. It undermines and undoes Plessy v. Ferguson. So that's a big deal. Unfortunately, Emmett Till then gets murdered, or really lynched, in 1955, and so that is a tragedy that sparks the civil rights movement as well. There's other things like the Montgomery bus boycott and the Little Rock Nine. This is a forest trees moment right here. Know some examples of the civil rights movement and how it interacts in the 50s and in the 60s. So some examples of nonviolent protest and ways that African Americans are fighting for their rights. Then it begins to accelerate in the 1960s with people like Bayard Rustin here, who helps to organize the March on Washington. He's also a gay black man, so he suffers in two different ways, but certainly one of the heroes of the civil rights movement. And then we got a picture of Bloody Sunday right there. So there's sit-ins, there's freedom rides, there's the march in Birmingham with MLK being in jail. Remember, he writes the famous letter that's like, look, I'm not concerned with the KKK as much as I'm concerned about the white people that are like, well, this is moving too fast. Can we maybe slow down? He's like, hey, stop that. We need justice, and we need justice now. There's the March on Washington. There's Freedom Summer. All of those are good examples of how African Americans fought for their civil rights. I would know a few of those. Then, some of the triumphs legislatively. Civil Rights Act of 64. An easy way to remember this, by the way, is that the 4 corresponds with the 14th Amendment. So the Civil Rights Act of 64 actually enforces the 14th Amendment. It promotes equality, it ends segregation, so the 4 goes with the 4. Then there's Bloody Sunday, and that eventually leads to this Voting Rights Act, or the Civil Rights Act of 65, which eventually enforces the 15th Amendment. So there you go. There's the Fair Housing Act in 68, and man, that's some pretty good stuff. The problem is, of course, that eventually the United States has given African Americans political rights, but hasn't necessarily done anything for social or economic rights. And so the movement begins to stall and fragment in the late 1960s. And so we see the rise of Black Power, we see the rise of people like the Black Panthers, and we see people like Stokely Carmichael talking about Black Power in general. And we see there are periods of social unrest, as you can see in the left right there. There's a lot of urban unrest as African Americans begin to realize, look, you've given us political rights, but what about economic or social rights? You've oppressed us for years and years and years, and then you suddenly say, oh, sorry, my bad. Here, let's make it all fair. All right, now we're all good, right? Okay, cool, move along. And there's never been any addressing the previous discrimination in the background. So that certainly is going to be the case with African Americans. But at the same time, the movement is also going to expand beyond African Americans to include Latinos. Think like Cesar Chavez, Dolores Huerta, La Raza, the grape boycott of the United Farm Workers, the famous phrase, "Si se puede," yes we can. Don't worry, Obama asked for permission to use that for his campaign in 2008. There's the American Indian movement, the Asian Americans, Japanese Americans, and there's the LGBT Americans and the Stonewall riots where they're fighting for their right to exist and not be harassed by the police. There's feminism and women's rights, all kinds of stuff happening there in the 1970s. Think Title IX, think Roe v. Wade, think Ms. Magazine, National Organization of Women, now Gloria Steinem, stuff like that. So women's rights begin to expand during this time a whole lot. And then there are some Supreme Court cases that begin to give even more rights to people, even like, well, we talked about Roe v. Wade, but like Anglo v. Vitale, there's more rights given to people at certain places, but maybe we're not allowed to pray in public schools anymore. This is going to lead to conservatives getting mad. Miranda v. Arizona, this gives rights to even criminals. So that's quite the rights revolution, right? So civil rights movement both expands and stalls and fragments at the same time in the late 1960s and early 1970s. Then we should talk about the youth culture of the 1960s. Think of things like anti-war protests, right? The Kent State Massacre, etc. There's the Students for a Democratic Society. These are students on the so-called New Left who are fighting for more liberal policies. We have the free speech movement on college campuses. We have the counterculture and the hippies. The 1960s are full of baby boomers who were born during the rise of suburbia and the baby boom that happens after World War II. By the 1960s, they're starting to get into college, and they're starting to be old enough to get drafted, so they protest the Vietnam War. They're starting to listen to music. They're starting to buy things and make statements that are different than those of their parents. So there's definitely a generational divide going on here, including things like the sexual revolution, right? The pill, the birth control pill, the pill, is introduced in the 1960s, becomes widely available. This allows women to regulate their own reproductive cycles, but it also encourages some of them perhaps to be a little bit more loose with their sexuality, at least according to the older generation, who don't like that and don't like the women having more control over their bodies, but also women sleeping around or things like that. And so this is causing a lot of consternation, anger, division amongst the two different generations. Well, Lyndon Johnson is president during the early 1960s after JFK gets shot, and he is going to be an example of the high point of liberalism during period 8. So he's going to tackle poverty and racial injustice. It's liberalism's high point, and this is going to be called the Great Society. So some examples of this, there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens because of the Great Society. You could even throw in the Civil Rights Act of 64 and 65 in there, because that's certainly a part of it too. But Medicare, Medicaid, those would be some really big items. And then things like the National Endowment for the Humanities and the Arts, etc. It's kind of like a New Deal 2.0. They love to compare this to the New Deal, so be aware of that. This is opposed by conservatives, of course, and you should compare this to the New Deal. Sounds good? Unfortunately, though, it's derailed by Vietnam. President Johnson ends up getting a lot more involved in Vietnam. He's the guy with the Gulf of Tonkin and Operation Rolling Thunder. So he ends up spending more money on Vietnam and less money on the Great Society. Well, the U.S. economy after 1945 is booming, at least until the 1960s, and the Great Society is kind of part of that too. So, booming companies, government spending, think of things like the GI Bill, right? The government is spending lots of money helping middle-class white America get created, especially in the form of veterans coming back and getting subsidized housing, subsidized college education, and then moving to the suburbs. Like we talked about earlier, there's a baby boom in suburbia. A lot of people by the end of this time period are moving to the Sun Belt, and there's a lot of tech developments. Think like vaccines, polio vaccine, Jonas Salk. I mean, my goodness, I'm super excited to get a COVID vaccine. Got that months ago, and that was really cool. But like, think how amazing it would be to even invent vaccines in the first place, and then to have those for things like polio. This was game-changing. Antibiotics, etc., nuclear power, lots of technological development. And yet, alongside the tech is going to be problems with the environment and natural resources. There's going to be some things like the oil crises in the 1970s, right? With the oil shocks under Nixon, under Ford, under Carter, gas becomes very expensive. There's going to be stagflation in the 1970s. So the economy was really good after World War II through the 1960s. Starting in the 1970s, not so great anymore. Stagflation, stagnant, meaning not moving, high unemployment, and high inflation. Well, that's not good, and everybody blames the president. There's going to be environmentalism. like Earth Day becomes a thing in the 1970s. Silent Spring by Rachel Carson is one that says, hey, we're using all these chemicals. Have we ever thought about how that's going to affect the environment? And I'm not talking about like, oh no, this gnat got killed by a chemical. Like, we're literally poisoning the entire biosphere. So be careful. Rivers are catching on fire. Children are getting cancer from radioactive waste. Like, we gotta be careful. There's a 3 Mile Island incident where one of our nuclear power generators almost explodes and causes a really big problem. So Earth Day and things like that. Nixon helps to pass the Clean Air and Water Acts, which, oh my goodness, look up some before and after pictures at some point of the Clean Air Act. Helps to reduce smog, helps to make water drinkable and far less polluted. So pretty important there. And then we have society in transition, thanks to things like the rise of conservatism led by this guy. This would be Jerry Falwell Sr. The Christian right becomes a thing. And yet there's also the rise of the credibility gap. We can't trust politicians. Namely because of, well, look at Richard Nixon there filming during the Watergate scandal with his tapes in the background. Vietnam. They lied about Vietnam and about how we were going to win. They lied about Watergate. They lied about everything else. They lied about... And so we just cannot trust the government anymore, and this leads to the rise of conservatism because conservatives generally don't trust the government and like smaller government, at least in the areas of economics. They like big government in other places, of course. And the role of government gets highly, highly debated. Because is the role of government to be able to regulate everything? Is the role of the government just to be able to make sure the United States is not getting taken over by the Soviet Union? How big should it be? How much should it regulate the economy? The 1970s are a good example of where the economy is not going well and everyone blames the government for not doing more. But then, of course, the Watergate scandal, just in general, you don't need to know all the details about that, but just be aware that Nixon, some of his people conduct a break-in against some Democrats. They lie about it. He tries to cover it up. He lies about trying to cover it up. He eventually resigns in disgrace rather than getting impeached. All right. That's period 8. Again, big picture. Period 8, all of the Cold War. Then we have the economy, good, bad, ugly. We have civil rights, expanding, fragmenting African Americans. And then the rise of conservatism as a backlash to all of the rise of liberalism as it continues to be ascendant during this time period, reaching a high point with LBJ and the Great Society. Alrighty, it's time for another stretch and hydration break. If you have questions, again, putting those in the Q&A session down below, not a bad idea. And then we will come back and discuss our last period, period 9. We are almost there, folks. Here we go. I'm going to pause this for just a second. We are almost there. We're talking about period 9 next. Then after that, we have some time to talk about the exam itself and some practice questions. We are at 8:30, folks. Nice job. Hang in there. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, here we are. We're all staying hydrated. We're all staying ready to go. Here we go into period 9. 1890 to the present, which means we're starting with the election of Ronald Reagan. There we go. So conservatism, tech, economy, and demography, aka the U.S. economy, plus how people are living and where they're living and who is living. And then new foreign policy after the Cold War. So the Cold War ends in the middle of this period, so we need to talk about a little bit about the Cold War. But it ends, and then, history continues on. So we should talk a little bit about that. So the rise of conservatism. Well, first of all, they don't like hippies with frisbees. Because, Greg, you're always taking your frisbee and hitting me in the face whenever you're throwing it around campus. Go study, Greg. What are you doing? Well, I don't know why, but that hippie's name is Greg, let's just say. If your name is Greg, I apologize. I have several good friends whose name is Greg, so I like Greg. But the example. They also really don't like the oil shock and stagflation. So, it's a backlash to recent changes. Not because this is a value judgment, but because, well, conservatives tend to like things to stay the same, and recent changes they just don't like are going to lead them to be not happy. Chronologically speaking, this makes sense, right? They don't like the New Deal and the Great Society. That's an expansion of government they do not agree with, especially in the economic sphere. Makes sense? They don't like the counterculture. They don't like hippies. It's not really about frisbees. That was just a joke. But they don't like the idea of children on college campuses. They would view them as children, even though they're adults. They do not appreciate these young children and these youthful whippersnappers protesting against the Vietnam War, changing morality, smoking weed, having sex, all of these things. They don't like the changes of the new youth culture. Sure, they don't like feminism. Feminism being too far in their regards, right? This could be things like abortion that they don't like. It could be women working outside the home and upending traditional gender roles, connections to the 1920s here, right? Some of them don't like civil rights, which is rather scary. Some of these are legitimate, some of these are not, right? Some of them say, in fact, the rise of the Christian right actually happens because of civil rights and not because of abortion, at least at first. They're worried about African Americans coming to their universities, and Bob Jones University was a segregated U.S. university down south, and the Christian right actually comes up as a response to the IRS threatening to take away the tax-exempt status of Bob Jones if they didn't integrate. So, problems there. Presidents like Carter are seen as weak on the world stage. Think of things like the Iran hostage crisis that just show Carter as being weak. There's stagflation, aka high unemployment and high inflation, and they blame Carter for that. And part of this has to do with the Christian right and the moral majority seeing culture going downhill, and thus wanting to elect Ronald Reagan as a person who would perhaps restore America to the way it used to be. Well, Ronald Reagan, when he comes into office, he establishes a couple things. Reaganomics, right, which is sometimes called supply-side economics. It involves tax cuts for the wealthy, deregulation of industries. Reagan is going to fire people who go on strike from the PATCO, Air Traffic Controllers Union, so he's going to crack down on unions. He's going to try to make some cuts to domestic programs. Like, for instance, there's the AIDS crisis that happens during his presidency, and he kind of ignores that until it's a little bit too late. But he is going to spend more on the military. And so this is kind of where conservatism means small government in relation to some domestic programs, but not always to military programs. And then he continues spending on Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, mostly just because those are super popular programs that are really hard to cut. And so the United States continues to spend money on the military and Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, but some cuttings to some domestic programs, welfare, etc. Conservatism happens after Reagan as well. George H.W. Bush is vice president. He's president next. He actually is going to have to raise some new taxes, but there's the thing called the Americans with Disabilities Act. If you've ever seen curb cutouts or something like that, this is amazing for people who have disabilities because it helps them with accessibility, getting around, not being discriminated against, etc. It's not because of this law per se, but this is why closed captioning is a thing, right? I mean, it just makes life so much more accessible to more people. Bill Clinton is a Democrat, and he's the president during the 1990s, and yet even he is going to do welfare reform. He's going to enact the North American Free Trade Agreement. He's going to enact don't ask, don't tell in the military, which is kind of conservative, kind of not. It's conservative to us today. Back then it was pretty liberal, aka we'll allow gay people to be in the military. They just can't say that they're gay. Nowadays we'd be like, seriously, we're keeping people in the closet? But back then it was like, seriously, we're letting gay people in the military? So some of it's kind of depending on your perspective there, back then or back now. Back then or now. And then the Defense of the Marriage Act, Defense of Marriage, is all about defining marriages between one man and one woman. So again, anti-gay stuff from Bill Clinton. And then he loses... Well, let me just back up. All of this is a policy of Clinton's called triangulation, where he is going to use some conservative policies to do things that are popular with conservatives and thus take the wind out of the sails of conservatives, even though he's a Democrat. He's a so-called New Democrat. But then the Republicans do have a resurgence during the Clinton years. In 1994, they retake the House under Newt Gingrich and the Contract with America. So there are a bunch of conservatives that come back into the House, and so the conservatives are a force to be reckoned with. And then Americans continue to be divided and debating over things like immigration, diversity, gender, families, etc. Reagan signs some amnesty for undocumented immigrants, but largely after that, the Republican Party, conservatives in general, are cracking down on more undocumented immigration, etc. And there's, of course, arguments over affirmative action, over the roles of women, over the roles of family, and who gets to make those kinds of decisions. And that continues on. Well, there's also the end of the Cold War. Keep in mind there are some scandals, like the Iran-Contra scandal. We'll leave the details to you a little bit later. But the Soviets are facing off against Reagan, and Reagan spends a lot of money on defense, and maybe spends the Soviets into bankruptcy. Could be a part of it. But there's also protests that happened in Poland, plus openness and restructuring that happened in the Soviet side. Mikhail Gorbachev is their prime minister, or their leader at the time, sort of, and he's going to lead some Soviet reform movements that make the Soviet Union more open, more capitalistic, and then eventually the Berlin Wall falls in 1989, the Soviet Union dissolves in 1991, which means the United States wins the Cold War. But does the United States have a so-called peace dividend? Do we get to win history and history is over? Well, not really. There are some new challenges ahead, like Operation Desert Storm in 1991. As the Soviet Union is collapsing, Saddam Hussein of Iraq invades Kuwait, and we say, Iraq, you can't do that. Saddam, you can't do that. And so the United States is kind of this world policeman, and then those problems begin to multiply. Somalia, Black Hawk Down, the Rwandan genocide, Kosovo, and ethnic cleansing. Do we get involved everywhere? Well, we get involved in some places. The question is, which ones do we get involved with, which ones don't we? And that becomes rather controversial sometimes. So the United States is still engaging in foreign policy debates and still getting engaged all over the world. Well, during this time, the economy is also changing. It's becoming more globalized, so the United States is becoming more interconnected with everybody else. It's also deindustrializing. This creates things like the Rust Belt, because the Rust Belt is producing fewer and fewer industrial manufacturing jobs, and we're transitioning more to a service and tech center, sort of tech-centered jobs. So the U.S. economy is going through a transition, and of course that's very, very hard on people that used to work in the Rust Belt. And those service and tech jobs often involve computers, phones, the internet, things that you're familiar with. In fact, I'll even tell you that I used to own one of these phones here as my first cell phone. I will not tell you which one, because that would date myself a little bit too much. I know, I have such a youthful face, but turns out that I'm a little bit old, and I used to own one of those phones. And unfortunately, income inequality, as we're used to, increase. As the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, partly thanks to government policies, perhaps, partly thanks to market forces, and so that becomes a bit of a problem. Migration and immigration continues to change during the 1990s. People continue to move to the Sun Belt. The South continues to gain population, and the South continues to export its culture. Think like NASCAR, country music, etc. The Southernization of American culture. And immigration is changing a little bit more. A lot more Latin American immigration from the Northern Triangle countries, Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala. There's a lot more immigration from Asia. Still people coming from Mexico, of course, but a lot more from Latin America, Central America especially. And there continue to be debates about immigration. After 9/11, everyone gets scared about Muslims coming in. and we're unfortunately familiar with some of that xenophobia. We talked about Reagan giving amnesty to undocumented immigrants. And then there's things like Obama and the DACA program, aka the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals. President Obama back in the 2010s. That seems kind of weird to say. He passes DACA, which is an executive order program that says we're gonna not prioritize people that were brought here undocumentedly as children. We're going to enable them to work and get visas and get some sort of legal status. So debates over immigration, you can bring up a whole bunch of those as options as you'd like to. Well, there are other challenges of the 21st century. There are things that are certainly going to be controversial, especially foreign policy-wise, right? So we have the election of 2000, Bush v. Gore, and the problems with Florida. There's things like the No Child Left Behind Act and how the government gets way more involved in education policy from a national level. There's the war on terror, right, with 9/11 and the Department of Homeland Security, the Patriot Act, Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, Operation Iraqi Freedom in Iraq. The U.S. gets involved in these two big wars. You folks know about ISIS. The United States gets involved in a lot of other places around the world because of the war on terror, but you should also know that it changes things at home. The Department of Homeland Security oversees like the CIA, the NSA, but also the TSA, aka Airport Security. It's supposed to coordinate that stuff. The USA Patriot Act is why the U.S. government can read your emails and spy on you, and it's done. You have less liberty in the name of national security. But then there's also the rise of Russia and Russia coming back and the rise of China. Those are all things that we're familiar with nowadays. I'm just mentioning other examples. Then at home, we got domestic issues like Hurricane Katrina that hit New Orleans in 2007. There's the Great Recession of 2008-2009. The legalization of gay marriage with Obergefell in 2015. The Obamacare, Affordable Care Act controversies over fracking, over corporate free speech, Citizens United. And then, of course, you're familiar with things like Black Lives Matter that are still around, but also things like Occupy Wall Street, the Tea Party. America is very divided politically, and any of these options would be worth your time. Gun control and things like DC v. Heller. Again, not trying to overwhelm you with a huge list of items, just trying to give you examples. If some of those ring a bell and you're like, oh yeah, I remember talking about that, cool. Use that in case they happen to ask you like a 2-minute item or a 2-question item about period 9. Remember period 9, not that many questions on period 9, but certainly worth knowing, especially because it's recent history and it very much impacts you. All right, well, it's time for a brain break and a bit of a longer break before we dive into the end of our... we just finished the end of our content. We're about to dive into the actual exam itself and some practice questions. So, your mission, should you choose to accept it, take a lap around your house, get a snack, get a drink, find an ordinary object that has a random connection to APUSH. Like my daughter's toy train reminds me of internal improvements in Henry Clay. I know I'm a huge nerd. Sorry. But something like that might work. Either way, we're going to take a brief brain break. We might be back a little bit early. This is a bit of a longer timer, just in case we need it. But let's take a brief break, and then we will be back. And when we come back, we are talking about the exam, as well as strategies for tackling the exam, and each question type. We'll be breaking that down and doing some practice. All right? I'm excited. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, well, we are back, and the object that I found that has a connection to history would be this ordinary spoon. Interesting. Well, I thought of two things. One, it's silver colored. And we need to stop this. As much as I love the random children's music in the background. It's silver, which reminds me of the populist movement and their bimetallism and how they like silver. It's not made of actual silver. I'm not that fancy, my goodness. But it's a silver color. Secondly, if you look very closely on the back, you'll notice it says Oneida. Ooh, like the Oneida community. Yes, the weird antebellum reform movement, cult-like utopian society used to survive by making silverware, and they still continue in a certain way to this day. So that's quite interesting. And yeah, that was my interesting connection. Hopefully you found something, just as a kind of fun way to do it, as a way to make random connections in your brain, and a way to have a little bit of a brain break. So let's dive into exam advice and practice, starting with the multiple choice questions. Except, notice this slide says LEQs. You don't have LEQs because you're digital, so forget about that. You don't have to worry about those anymore. Nice for you. So, some of my students love to pronounce every acronym that they possibly can, and so they coined these SUBMUQWAs, aka stimulus-based multiple choice questions. All right. Well, keep in mind you have 55 of those in 55 minutes, so you want to keep moving efficiently. On the digital exam, you can't go back, but maybe it helps to read the question first and then look at the stimulus, and then you can move to the next question. Maybe that works. It's up to you, whatever you think would be most helpful. And then use the stimulus to contextualize. Notice the date, notice the author, notice what you can remember about that. Use your history, knowledge, and the stimulus to work together, and it should work out really nicely. But if the two seem to contradict, use common sense, use the history that you learned. We just finished going over all of this content. You should be able to know history, so go with that first. And for the digital exam, again, you can't skip questions or go back. Not that you'd want to skip questions anyway, because you're not penalized for guessing. You may as well guess. But you can't go back. And that means you have to take one question at a time. Perhaps you already know this. Perhaps you've already downloaded the app and done the practice. Hopefully you have. If not, good idea. And you're prepared for this tomorrow. But you can't go from question to question. You have to answer question 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order, and maybe they're all related to the same chart or quote or whatever, but you can only answer one at a time. Also, there's a counter that counts down in case that's helpful. So, I'll tell you that much. All right, we got some practice multiple choice questions. Here we go. Our first one. Again, if you can't see this because it's not super big on your screen, click on the slides button below and you can blow it up to whatever size you'd like to. I'll also read part of this out loud. May it please your most excellent majesty, that it may be declared, in this present parliament assembled, by the authority of the same, that the said colonies and plantations in America have been, are, and of right ought to be, subordinate unto and dependent upon the imperial crown and parliament of Great Britain, and they of right ought to have, as in the imperial crown and parliament, ought to have full power and authority to make laws and statutes of sufficient force and validity to bind the colonies and people of America, subjects of the Crown of Great Britain, in all cases whatsoever. The Declaratory Act, passed by the British Parliament in 1766. Well, first of all, I'm going to go, okay, so Great Britain is saying we have the right to boss you around. It's the Declaratory Act, so they're declaring something. And 1766. Well, I know that's after 1765, and I remember from earlier in the CRAM session we talked about how that was the time of the Stamp Act, aka the first direct tax on the Americas. So this is saying that the Parliament has the right to tax Americans, and they're doing so. Well, hold on. Which of the following contributed most directly to the enactment of the law in the excerpt? So why was this law passed? And here are kind of my thoughts on this. First of all, increasing divergence between the colonial and British culture. Well, did this happen? Didn't they have similar cultures? Debate over how Britain's colonies should bear the cost of the 7 Years' War. Well, that seems pretty likely, because remember, 7 Years' War ended a few years earlier, and after that, Britain wants to pass additional taxes. Did the Declaration of Independence cause the Declaratory Act? Well, no, that happens later in 1776. And were there conflicts between colonists and British Army leaders over recognizing Native American sovereignty? Well, it's not the proclamation line of 1763, so it sounds like we're talking about the end of salutary neglect, aka letter B. Nice. We got it right. Now, notice this was a cause of the prompt. That is a very frequent type of question. So when you're looking at perhaps some primary sources or you're reviewing, think about what caused this or what does it cause. This is talking about what caused it. And we said it was letter B. Nice work. Second question. The actions described in the excerpt most immediately led to Parliament strengthening its approach to generating new tax revenue in the North American colonies, major and sometimes violent conflicts emerging between the various colonial regions, C, a colonial convention to call for independence from Britain, D, Britain delegating greater authority to colonial assemblies. Well, again, this is an effects of the prompt one. Britain is trying to strengthen its approach. That sounds likely, because the end of salutary neglect equals new taxes and acts. Were there violent conflicts amongst various colonial regions? I don't really remember that happening. And then independence from Great Britain. They're trying to get you to think, ooh, this is about Britain and the United States. It must be about the Revolution. But this is too early. It's 10 years before the Revolution is started with the either, I guess you could talk about the Lexington Concord or with 1776 being the Declaration of Independence. And then Britain giving more authority to colonial assemblies. This is the opposite of the passage. That just doesn't make sense. So it turns out the answer is indeed A. Nice job. Just trying to talk through these out loud. Which of the following was the American colonists' immediate response to the attempts of the British Parliament to enforce the claims made in the excerpt? Okay, what's the claim in the excerpt? Parliament can make laws against the Americans. So then the British Parliament tries to enforce them through, not sure. And then how do the American colonists respond to all of that? Well, did they accede to Parliament's authority to regulate colonial commerce? Accede is kind of a fancy word for agree with. Did they deny the power of the British king over the colonies? Did they seek an alliance with the French? Did they initiate boycotts of imported British goods? Well, just agreeing that Parliament can do whatever they want seems too passive. Denying the power of the British king, it's too early. Remember, the British colonists, they first turn against the Parliament, then they turn against the king. See the olive branch petition, right? Even as late as 1775, the colonists are still saying, we're loyal to you, king. It's those parliamentarians we don't like. Alliance with France, that doesn't happen until 1778, much later. And boycotts of imported British goods, that happens pretty quickly. Remember, we talked about that with the Stamp Act. As Britain imposes new taxes, Americans go, yeah, we're going to buy our own stuff, or smuggle, or make our own stuff, rather than pay you taxes. It's the principle of the thing. So, ta-da! Turns out it was letter D. Last but not least, question 4. Debates over the claims of the British Parliament in the excerpt, aka we can rule over you, most directly contributed to which of the following later characteristics of the United States? Reservation of some governmental powers for the states. Sounds like federalism, maybe? The enforcement of term limits for the president. That's in 1951. That seems too far in the future, maybe? The establishment of taxation power in Congress. Yeah, there's tax debates in both of those. And then the practice of judicial review. I don't really see how this is related to judicial review. This sounds more like, hey, who has the power to tax? And so it's talking all about taxation. There we go. So, I only had 4 practice multiple choice questions. If you need more, look at the College Board's course and exam description. They have a few. And of course, AP Classroom, great place to look for practice questions. But either way, at the end of the day, I would say our strategy for multiple choice questions in general is keep moving, use your history, talk yourself through each of those questions, and remember the science shows that you should go with your gut, right? Unless you have a very good reason to change things. So be aware of the timing of the passage. Be aware of what it is if you recognize it. Even if you don't, then you need to read this closely. And then be able to work through each of those in turn by making yourself aware of, like, is this a causation question? Is it not? You have options. Well, then we get the short answer questions. And on the digital exam, this is where it gets a little bit different, right? So you have only one from either periods 1 to 2 or period 9. You have 40 minutes to do 3 of them. One of them is a primary source. One of them is a map source. One of them is a primary source image. Then After the break, in place of an LEQ, you have 2 short answer questions in 40 minutes. One will be a data source with like a chart, a table, a graph from periods 3 through 8. And then a secondary source text from periods 3 through 8. Now, I don't know about you, but a secondary source text, often that involves 2 different historians, takes a long time. And therefore, I'm going to have to save some time for that. Remember, you can't go back and forth, so you're going to have to use your time wisely. Do the DBQ first, move on to the data source, and then you go on to the secondary source. I would not leave 10 minutes for the secondary source. It just isn't enough time to deal with a secondary source text. So notice the dates for some of those, aka you should be more concerned with periods 3 through 8. There are a couple that could potentially come from periods 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 9, but it's almost all period 3 through 8. So those are the most important to study, as you folks already asked. Well, overall strategies for the short answer questions. What do those look like? Well, the questions come from the key concepts. So if you know some of the concepts, that's great. They're not asking you specific details all the time. They won't say like, who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin? And then you're like, right? It's saying, give me an overall trend or something like that. The questions use historical thinking skills. In other words, comparison, causation, change, and continuity over time. So if you are training yourself to think in those ways, if you're prepared for that, it makes answering the questions a little bit easier. And then, it's not an essay. We don't need an intro. We don't need a conclusion. We don't need I'm going to answer this question by talking about 3 different things. No. Keep it simple. The KISS acronym. Keep it simple, silly. Get in, get out. I like to use the ACE acronym or a similar acronym. And I first heard from this idea from Johnny Burkowski, a fellow APUSH teacher. Here's what acing means. You want to answer the prompt, you want to cite specific relevant evidence, and you want to expand or explain as needed to connect A and C to the actual prompt. So, what does that look like? Give you a couple examples. Let's say it said, briefly explain one specific cause of the Revolutionary War. You'd have to say, taxes. Then you would say, like the Stamp Act, which was the first direct tax on American paper products. And then you would say, this was the cause of the revolution because the Americans did not appreciate being taxed without having representation. Right? Something like that. You can mention violence. You can mention Lexington and Concord, which leads to actual shooting. Now, the E part, is that perhaps a little bit over the top sometimes? Maybe. But remember, establishing relevancy is on you. So you want to drop a vocab, you want to define the vocab, and then you want to tell me why the heck I should care as your reader about your vocab and how your vocab helps to answer the prompt, the question that they gave you. All right? Couple examples. And again, this is a time when you need to blow up these slides so you can read them a bit more clearly. So click the link to see the slides and make them full screen that are below. Or maybe download it as a PDF. You have options here. Example number 1, a secondary source. Usually at APUSH, it's 2 historians. Doesn't always have to be. But usually it's in the format of give me a difference in their interpretation, support the first one, support the second one. We got options. Second example is a primary source text. So this is Albert Beveridge, The March of the Flag, a speech in 1898, or a book in 1898. This says, give me an event or process that informed the context, give a specific effect of the ideology, and a specific example of resistance to the ideas expressed in the excerpt. So notice, pretty broad questions, you have some options. It could be a primary source image. In this case, looking at Teddy Roosevelt and whatever he's doing here, letters A, B, or C. We could have a no stimulus that just has this. Now, this is probably not going to be you because you're taking the digital exam, but this is a really good example of a practice question without having to worry about the extra stuff, just answering it, good practice for ACE. And then a map source. We've already seen this map, but this asks you for a cause, an effect of the change, and another effect of the change. And so this is a cause and effect kind of question. And the last example would be SAQ number 6, a data source. In this case, it is a chart, and it shows, well, what contributed to this, what was an effect, and what was an effect, aka cause, effect, effect. So I want to give you a little bit of time to practice some of these, to be able to write some of this stuff down. So we have 6 options. And remember, you can blow these up and you can look them up on the slides link so you can see them if you can't read some of the excerpts or can't read some of the questions. I'd like you to try doing one of the 6 prompts. Feel free to scan that QR code or click on this link, which then, look at this, brings you to all 6 of these. So you can blow these up, you can zoom in a little bit and be like, oh, look at this one. I want to see this a bit better. I want to be able to read about Kathy Peace, a historian, talking about cheap amusements, working women, and Ned Estad, and we're talking about that kind of stuff. So use that to be able to do a little bit of practice. I'm going to put a 15-minute timer on. We probably will not take all 15 minutes, but if you're timing yourself and you'd like to do more of these, well, you don't have a lot of time before tomorrow at noon, but maybe you do. Each of these, you'd time it at about 14 minutes if you want to go with the first section. Obviously, you might have about 20 minutes for the second section, but it's always a good idea to make yourself have less time rather than more time for the practice, right? So as I plug into my computer here, let's put some time on the timer here and have you start answering one of those SAQ prompts, and then we'll talk about some ways to answer them in just a little bit. So this is where that self-quizzing becomes really important, right? All right, probably give you about 10 minutes to start writing, and then we'll move along just for sake of time. I want to be able to cover the DBQ as well. All right, we'll see you in a little bit. Alrighty, so we are back. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of these. First of all, let me go back to some of the SAQ examples. So the way we want to tackle these is by getting as specific as we can, as quickly as we can, right? And so when it comes to, let's say, this first one, we want to describe the difference between the two as best we can. And then we want to move on to describing examples of the two. Pardon me, I'm just plugging in my computer here a second. And there we go. All right. So the first one, we're talking about the Peace and Enstad's historical interpretations of women's emergence in the public sphere. Well, the first one talks a lot more about dance halls. It's talking about how they're mostly in urban areas. And the second one also talks about urban areas, but it looks like it's, labor politics, strikes. So the first one's more like fun and talking about ballrooms, halls, saloons, dance floors, right? So social stuff. Whereas the second one's talking a lot about parades, mass meetings, labor strikes, a little bit more political. Interesting. Okay. So that would be a difference. And now we need to talk about different kinds of things. So then letter B, we could talk maybe about flappers being an example of women dancing during the 1920s, something like that. And by the way, when we're doing these SAQs, you don't want to flood the question and answer section with like, does this work, does this work, does this work? You probably shouldn't be asking about our individual responses because that'll overwhelm the system, right? So sort of be checking yourself according to what we're talking about and perhaps look it up with some history later if you have some options. And then we could talk about women picketing and things like that. So maybe the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire, right? Women working under those sorts of conditions who also protested and worked for engagement and political rights. We have examples. But the thing you want to do is use those examples and then tie it back to what they're talking about. So you don't just want to say Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire. You would say the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory fire came as the result of women who were protesting for better conditions in these urban tenement kind of factories, and when they were not listened to, they had this tragedy, which just proves that women were getting more involved and they needed to be more involved, or something like that. You got options. The second one is all about the March of the Flag. This is an imperialism one. So to describe an event or process that informed the context, well, this looks like it's around the time of the Spanish-American War. Maybe the United States is taking over the Philippines. Describe one of those things. A specific effect of the ideology. Well, this would be Manifest Destiny going overseas. This would be taking over places like Hawaii. This would be maybe like the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, maybe the big stick diplomacy, something like that, dollar diplomacy. And then an example of resistance to the ideas in the excerpt. How about like the Philippine-American War, which was when the Philippines resisted the Americans taking over them after the Spanish-American War. This showed that the Filipinos did not appreciate America talking about taking over other places without the consent of the governed. Something like that, right? You have options. You want to use the ACE acronym to talk about that as much as possible. This one, Teddy Roosevelt. First one talks about perspective. It looks like it's a bad job, but it's necessary. So Teddy Roosevelt might not like doing this, but it's necessary. So the role of government and society to make sure that we're protecting people seems like a progressive sort of thing. One event led to the historical situation depicted in the image. You could talk about Upton Sinclair's The Jungle. You could talk about just meatpacking plants and how they were sort of nasty places in general. You could talk about the trusts and the monopolies that sort of, trusts and monopolies that led to problems with qualities of meats. You could talk about the Gilded Age and the laissez-faire economics that led the government to not investigate or get involved with the quality of meats. And then C, one specific outcome of progressive era debates about the role of government in society. Well, that's just not even related to this image. It's just open for you, right? So you could talk about any of the amendments. You could talk about the Pure Food and Drug Act, all different sorts of options that you have there. Skipping over this one just because it's not an example of one you're going to see on the digital exam, but it's another practice for you in case you want to review some stuff. This one is the 7 Years' War. What's the specific territorial cause of the territorial changes? This would be the 7 Years' War, the Treaty of Paris, something like that. And then effects in B and C of the changes shown here. So this would be Pontiac's Rebellion. This would be the end of salutary neglect. This would be the end of the 7 Years' War, causing America to get taxed more, and thus Americans rebelling. You could talk about the Stamp Act, all sorts of options that you have there. Any of the acts would work, honestly, right? All right. We're going to make this work. And then, last one, data source. One major historical factor contributing to the change depicted on the graph. Well, the graph is showing increases in immigration. Why increases in immigration? Well, because there are more Irish and German people coming during the antebellum times. You can talk about the Irish potato famine, instability in Europe, desire for industrial work in the United States, but you have to explain any of those that you chose. Letter B, explain one specific historical effect that resulted from the change. So you could talk about how there were more people here, and this resulted in more people being able to work. Increased immigration leads to more people working here in the factories. You could talk about nativism and how this leads to people being against immigrants because they drink too much. So you could talk about like temperance movements, the Know Nothing Party, opposition to immigrants in general. You have some options. So, things to remember. Use ACE, right? On the DBQ, you're going to have outside evidence, and I know we kind of made a quick transition here, but in the last half hour, we got to talk about the DBQ. You have to use outside evidence in a similar way. Here is a short DBQ outline that you could potentially look at. Every time you use outside evidence, it's essentially like a mini short answer question, and you want to be aware of that ACE acronym. Answer, cite, explain. In this case, you're saying, here's my vocab, let me define my vocab, now let me tell you how my vocab proves my thesis, or at least my topic sentence, which is a thesis subpoint, right? That will help you get the outside evidence point and help you tie your thesis together and just be a good, well put together essay in general. So the DBQs, the document-based question. What does that even look like? Well, first of all, you don't have a choice. It won't be exclusively from periods 1, 2, or 9. It's going to be from about 1754 to 1980-ish, but they could go into those other periods as well. And this is an essay, right? This is an essay. Maybe it's 5 paragraphs long. Maybe it's not. There's nothing special about that, but feel free to write the way that you feel most comfortable with. Write what you know, but you got to fulfill the rubric. And that's the key here. I can't tell you, how many times I've read DBQs over the years where students obviously know a lot of history, but just don't know enough about the rubric to be able to jump through the proper hoops. So make sure you fulfill the rubric. And in case you're wondering, like, oh no, what about the rubric? Well, first of all, they give you a sample rubric in the AP exam directions. And so this might be a little bit differently formatted on the digital exam, but this is what it looks like. And they tell you each of these they tell you each of the points, including talking about the documents. 1 point for using 3 documents, 2 points for using 6 as evidence, right? So what actually earns the points here? Well, remember, you have to have a thesis that establishes a line of reasoning. You have to say something that answers the question directly and is a defensible argument. You have to have context. That's contextualization. Set the stage. It can technically be before, during, or after. I always suggest doing before and doing causation. You need to be able to support with evidence from the documents and outside evidence beyond the documents. And then finally, analysis and reasoning, aka HIP analysis. Maybe you called it HIPPO, maybe you called it HAPPY. HIP analysis plus complexity, complex understanding, deeper thinking. Let's break those down in terms of what you're going to see it in the essay. First, you're going to see contextualization. Start your first paragraph with this. Context is the same thing as the setting. Maybe it's the Star Wars scroll or previously on. Again, it can technically be during or after, but I feel like the easiest way to do this is to talk about what happened directly before and then use that to be able to talk about the cause of the prompt, and thus you can set the stage. Because remember, relevancy is on you. You have to ace at least one vocab word, drop a vocab word here to get the contextualization point, but you have to connect it to the prompt and tell us why we should care. Why is this relevant to what we're talking about? You can't just say, since the time of Columbus, people have been... Well, that's not really relevant. You got to talk about something that happened immediately before or right during and make sure that it's relevant. Hint, My hint, again, cause of the prompt topic or a background process. If it's on the antebellum reform movements, mention the Second Great Awakening. If it's on World War II, mention the Great Depression and how that ends because of World War II. If it's the Great Depression, or it's the New Deal, mention the Great Depression. If it's the rise of conservatism, mention the 1970s and the counterculture, right? You have options. Your thesis is what comes next. It's at the end of your first paragraph. Answer the prompt. Maybe borrow a word or date from the topic. Make sure you answer the prompt directly. Choose a historical reasoning skill. Causation, comparison, change in continuity over time. You have options. You can answer both sides for complexity, but if that gets hard, don't worry about it. Skip over it. It's not a big deal. If you do like it, here might be one way to go about it. Some of you might use the X, although X, A, B, therefore Y kind of formula. This might make it a little bit simpler just to have some blanks here. Although this is true, this and this are also true. And if you want to add a therefore at the end, that's totally fine. I suggest that you add direction or magnitude for argumentation, aka, are things going north? Are things going south? Are things getting better? Are things getting worse? Are things increasing, decreasing? Something like that helps you to make an actual argument as opposed to just describing things. Now, you can't just use themes. You can't say things changed socially and politically. That just doesn't work. You have to think categories plus. If it's true for all times in American history ever, then it's probably not specific enough to answer the question. Whereas if you're talking about things changed socially as women gained more freedom, now you're making a claim that's worth investigating. If you say things changed politically as America began to be more torn apart, now you're making a claim. So think categories plus some of those directions or magnitude or a little bit more specific. Now, you don't want to get so specific that you're using vocab, right? Don't use vocab in your thesis because vocab needs to be saved for the body paragraphs so that way you can prove your thesis. If you talk about the Stamp Act in your thesis, now you have to prove more stuff about the Stamp Act in your body paragraphs. And I don't know about you, but I don't know a whole lot more about the Stamp Act than what I already talked about. So you're writing yourself into a corner. Then, looking at the DBQ rubric, we have to talk about evidence. Evidence beyond the documents, use at least one piece. That means use 2+. Give yourself a bit of a cushion. You have to use the content of at least 3 documents to address the topic of the prompt, aka sneeze in the direction of the topic by summarizing 3 documents and you get this point. This should be a minimum point that you earn. Now this point, I would argue, is one of the hardest in the entire DBQ. Support an argument, aka prove your thesis, using at least 6 documents. Again, the threshold for using all 6 is much, much higher because you have to double the number of points you're using. So, here's some advice. Always tie it back to the thesis. Always tie it back to the prompt. That's why acing your outside evidence is very important. Give yourself a cushion. Use as many documents as you can. But tying 6 documents to your argument is tough. So prioritize your time. You got context. You got thesis. Then you have outside evidence and using documents in your body paragraphs. You're already up to 4 points. Maybe 5 if you're going to be hipping some of those. How many documents do you have to hip? We'll find that out next, but it's 3. If you use 3 and hip 3 and use outside evidence and contextualization and thesis, you're already at 5 points, which is double the usual average. That's really good. You're on your way to a 5 at that point, right? So prioritize. Don't spend so much time trying to use all 6 that you don't get the other lower hanging fruit of points, right? Make sure that you're doing all the rest of your items as well. For reasoning and analysis, you have to answer the prompt by talking about how hip analysis is relevant to your argument. And then when you're choosing a historical thinking skill, that's an easy way to earn complexity. I'm not going to say easy, but like you have to be able to talk about maybe both sides of it, like change and continuity. Either way is fine. When it comes to hip analysis, you have to do, as it says here, 3. I suggest you maybe do 4 or 5 in order to give yourself a bit of a buffer. And then lastly, for complexity, it has to be a good argument that just hangs together. But again, if you chose your historical thinking skill and you're writing it that way, and you do both sides, I think that's the easiest way to at least approach the complexity point and do a good job. All right? So, we just went through the rubric. Let's do some quick questions about which one gets the point. Imagine I have a prompt that says, evaluate the extent to which scientific or governmental innovation changed the U.S. economy from 1950 to 2000. Which option gets the point? When soldiers returned home from the war, they wanted to start families, which caused the baby boom. Families then moved out of the cities and into the suburbs. Cookie-cutter houses were cheap and easy to make. Or, the consumers who buy these products would help businesses and provide a smooth flowing economy around 1920s and 30s when Jazz Age was popular. Problem is, this isn't relevant and it's from a different time period. They're not trying to do contextualization very well by going back 20 years and talking about something entirely different. After the World War II, returning from the war, that's 5 years before 1950. It's very clearly obvious why this is relevant and how they're tying it together. I'm not quite sure how scientific or government innovation is related to this at all, right? It has to be related to scientific or government innovation, not just the economy changing. So it's on you to make it relevant. So be aware of that when it comes to contextualization. Same prompt, 2 options for a thesis statement. Again, this is where the self-quizzing comes in handy. Don't skip ahead in the slides. I know you're tempted. During the modern era, which took place from 1950 to 2000, scientific and technological innovations changed the whole U.S. economy in a good way. Option B, scientific and technological innovations in the time period changed the U.S. by providing jobs and new discoveries. However, new improvements weren't always a positive effect on the economy. I like that second one. The first one is just so generic. Right? It just says it changed the economy, whole U.S. economy in a good way. That's too generic. The second one provides specific categories, like providing jobs, new discoveries, and then maybe there's a negative effect on the economy, which sets up some complexity there. That's kind of nice. Same prompt, talk about evidence, which is a good piece of outside evidence. We adapted our budget and we adapted our education and expanded NASA's budget, creating a growing market for rocket scientists and specialized engineers, bolstered the U.S. economy. Suddenly more people were attending college and getting higher paying jobs. Okay. Option B, one of the technological innovations was the cookie-cutter house in suburbs like Levittown. These quickly built houses made the U.S. economy more efficient and consumer-driven. Well, you probably saw this, but this is a trick question because they both get the point. These are both well done, and notice how they're acing their outside evidence. Talking about NASA's budget, rocket scientists, specialized engineers. This bolsters the U.S. economy because we have new people getting new jobs. Option B is talking about cookie-cutter houses. These quickly built houses, notice we're defining them there, made the U.S. economy more efficient and consumer-driven. So this is a scientific innovation of some sort by building faster houses that are more efficient. Now we're going to switch up the prompt a little bit and talk about evaluate the relative importance of different causes for the expanding role of the federal government, or the U.S. in the world from 1865 to 1910. Full prompt and documents showing up here if we look at some of these. So let's look at relative importance for different causes for the expanding role of the United States in the world. And I'm just going to change that up a second so it's a little more efficient for us. Document usage for Doc 2. Social causes were also a factor in the practice of American imperialism. There was seen through the application of social Darwinism to a social global scale. Many felt that Anglo-Saxon were a more fit race than any other to expand and Christianize and civilize the rest of the world. Sounds like something we talked about today. Doc 6 is the effect of Document 2, where the whites tried to get other people to share the wonders of Christianity, albeit in a slightly conventional way. The problem is, the second one incorrectly summarizes Doc 2. Doc 2 is talking about, Anglo-Saxons are the best and white people are the best. It's super racist. It has a lot of scientific racism, social Darwinism stuff. But Document 2 is not the effect of Document 6. It's perhaps related, where the United States says we have education and we're better than these people that are depicted as being less civilized. But, that's just an incorrect summary. And Document 6 is not the effect of Document 2 necessarily. It's just an incorrect summary. It doesn't really make sense. If we're talking about hip analysis, the point of view of the artist is actually critical of America's policy of imperialism, seeing it as a sign of America's ego and its superiority and greed. Option 2, Document 4 shows the pride many Americans felt at living in a country that controlled such vast amounts of territory. Well, who's critical of America's imperialism? Well, it turns out that that one is, let me go back to the document. Should have scrolled through this ahead of time. Where'd it go? This one right here. So we're talking about document 4 and how this could potentially be seen as being greedy and like, ooh, I don't know which one to take next, right? Whereas document 4, showing pride many Americans felt in living in a country that can control such a vast array of territory. Well, which one is correct? It turns out that the second one is incorrect. This document 4 is meant to be Uncle Sam being kind of greedy. Notice McKinley, the president at the time. He's being greedy because he hardly knows which one to take first, implying that he's going to eat all of them. Whereas many Americans feeling pride, this isn't really showing pride as much as it's showing some greediness. So just wanted to give you a couple examples there of various ways to earn the point. Now, how do we write a DBQ? A couple steps here that we need to be following. First, we want to analyze the prompt. Second, read and annotate the sources. Third, plan your essay. And fourth, start writing. First is supposed to take 10 to 15 minutes, right? Second part takes about 40 to 45 plus, depending on how it works for you and your writing. So how do we break down prompts? You want to look for the historical thinking skill that you think could work. You want to look for categories and themes so you know what the actual prompt is asking. And you want to be thinking about the time period, so pay attention to dates. Because remember, if you have a piece of outside evidence that is outside the time period, it gets no points. So to stay in the same kind of prompt, but to move, kind of topic, but to move to a slightly different prompt, let me give you this one. Evaluate the extent to which the United States supported overseas expansion from 1890 to 1908. First of all, historical thinking skill. I'm seeing the word supported. So we're talking about, does the United States support overseas expansion? This could be a comparison between those that do and don't. This could be a CCOT for how we did support and then didn't support, or the other way around. We have options, and I'm just going to, hang on one second. I'm going to choose one that I think is the most valuable to me and that would work the best for what I need. So then, I'm going to look at the categories and the themes. Looks like we're talking about overseas expansion. Okay, so we're not talking about manifest destiny, overseas expansion. And then the dates, 1890 to 1908. This would be the closing of the frontier all the way until the end of Roosevelt's term. He is not running for re-election in 1908. So something like that, Teddy Roosevelt is involved. We need to read and annotate the documents. I suggest maybe you have a chart ready. Be ready to summarize and paraphrase. Remember, you have to tie to the thesis all the time. And you want to be thinking about your HIP analysis as well. And although you're not required to group the documents together, it's a good idea to be thinking about which ones make a similar argument. Right? So we're going to group some documents together. I'm going to skip over this stretch and hydration break just for sake of time because we're running a little bit short on that. If you would like to, feel free to do that whenever you want, of course. But I'd like to move on to a couple of things we're going to try together. One is a DBQ outline, and then one is an imperialism prompt. So I'm going to take these and move them into a separate window a second, and then make that full screen for me. Go back to here. All right. So the DBQ outline for AP Histories. This is nothing incredibly special. It's just something that I made that maybe you'll find useful. It tells you the initial steps of what I like to use. So look at the main topic, the key dates, etc. Again, here's the link. There's a QR code if you want to follow that to follow along with what we're about to do. Check out the slides. So we're going to do all of those things. Then we have an intro paragraph with context, a transition sentence to show why the context is relevant, and then a thesis. And then in my body paragraphs, I have a topic sentence number 1. It's usually going to be a restatement of a thesis category. And then you have evidence. That evidence is outside evidence, aka vocab. Maybe it's a document that's talking about summarizing or hipping and citing sources. Do not quote the documents, but definitely be summarizing it in your own words And then you just repeat for however many paragraphs you need and however many pieces of evidence you need. Just keep going. So, there are some documents taken from the College Board's 2015 practice exam. The prompt and the language have been updated to fit the redesigned APUSH course. There's a student-friendly rubric. If you want to look at that, feel free. But otherwise, here we go. I'd like to show you an example of how this was written. And in order to do so, let me just quickly summarize the documents, pretend that we're taking our time and reading these thoroughly. So, evaluate the extent to which the U.S. supported overseas expansion. African Americans argued that we should get involved in the war with Spain because it will help us unite together, blacks and whites together, because we're united against a common enemy. William Graham Sumner says, we say that all men are equal, and yet I'm not really sure about these uncivilized and half-civilized people, so should we rule over them just like Spain did? That seems kind of hypocritical. William McKinley, president at the time, says, look, we got to take over the Philippines because we have to educate them, civilize them, Christianize them, etc., and we can't let other European countries take them over. Jane Addams, remember that domestic reformer, she says, unfortunately, violence abroad creates violence back at home, and so you're seeing people become more violent here in the United States because we are using violence to solve our problems abroad. Doc 5, Teddy Roosevelt, he is a big pro-expansionist, pro-imperialist, and he says, look, the Philippines, we need those because we need to be able to help them humanitarian, and we don't want it to be replaced by chaos because they couldn't rule themselves, he says. Doc 6, William Jennings Bryan, he is an anti-imperialist, and he says, look, we are not an empire, we are a republic, we are not an empire, and we get our right to rule from the consent of the governed, a little Lockean theory there, right? And we don't have the consent of the Filipinos, so we can't take them over. It's the opposite of who we are. And then last but not least, we have Puck magazine, which is talking about the U.S. taking over all of these items and islands after the... Well, by 1904, we're taking over the Panama Canal. So taking over all these islands, and it says, his 128th birthday, gee, but this is an awful stretch, seeming to imply the United States is overly stretched over these areas. So, we got an American Expansion DBQ that we're going to take a look at. Those are all of the documents, and then we need to be able to, well, write one out. So let's see what we can do. Here is the prompt, and then here is a sample response with some annotations. Again, I'm going to make this into a full screen so we can take a look at it. Well, this is what it looks like. A full DBQ. So I have my intro paragraph, I have my first body paragraph, I have my second body paragraph, a third and a fourth body paragraph, just because I couldn't fit some stuff in there, and then a conclusion. If you have time, a conclusion where you restate your thesis is not a bad idea. Now, this is pretty lengthy, right? And I typed this, and I know you're taking a digital exam, so you're going to type too. Having it be about this long is not a bad idea. But this is still a little bit too abstract, and it's hard to read all of this. Feel free. I mean, you have the link, and you may read this whenever you want. But I'd like to go down here to my color-coded and annotated sample. So what I just showed you was the actual DBQ that I wrote a response to. It's not perfect. It's a rough draft, but so is yours, and that's entirely fine. So let's talk about this. First of all, I have my contextualization. On the right, I have some comments that correspond with the numbers in the middle there. So, toward the end of the 19th century, the U.S. was increasingly industrialized. Industrialized being kind of a vocab word, so it's bolded. The Gilded Age, industrial giants like Steel King Andrew Carnegie began producing ever larger quantities of heavy industrial goods. That's true, but why is that relevant? Well, right here. The U.S. thus began looking outwards for markets to which to sell its surplus goods. By the 1890s, a debate began in the U.S. over this imperialistic expansion. So notice I'm tying in, I'm not just mentioning something random that happened before, I'm tying into why it's relevant to the prompt. Now here's my thesis. Now this is a very complex thesis in a certain way. If it doesn't work for you in a given prompt, that's fine. Simple theses, still get the point, don't freak out. Here we go. Although some argued the U.S. should avoid overseas expansion because of racism toward distant country citizens, that's my antithesis paragraph, many imperialist Americans used racist arguments to urge intervention on behalf of those same peoples and argued for expansion because of economic and masculine benefits they believed would accrue to the United States come to the United States. Therefore, the U.S. support for overseas expansion was widespread, but far from universal. Got to include the document somewhere, so it should have multiple sentences. Now, a little bit of a spoiler alert, but I'll tell you this. By the time I get to the end, my thesis has changed because, well, it's a rough draft. I said, as I restated it, in summary, the U.S. was deeply divided over its support for overseas expansion. Anti-imperialists stressed both racism and American ideals to argue against, whereas imperialists stressed white supremacy, unity, and a growing economy. That is not the same thesis that I had when I started, but that is okay. I changed my thesis as I went, and I restated it at the end, and it was a bit of a rough draft, but that's okay. That's how I used it, and that's what the restatement of the thesis, that's what the conclusion paragraph is for. So, what does this look like? Well, my initial argument where some people argued that there should be racism, but people used racism to argue for intervention too. So I said, both sides used racism to defend their positions. The topic sentence ties to my thesis subpoint, right? And then anytime I'm using underlines, I'm tying it back to that. Notice I'm constantly underlining and tying it back to my thesis statement. Some opponents of expansion formed the Anti-Imperialist League. That's my outside evidence. And then, what was the Anti-Imperialist League? It was aimed at preventing the U.S. takeover of overseas territories like the Philippines, and some used racist arguments that the U.S. could not assimilate more non-white people into Anglo-American culture. Constantly tie back to the thesis using so what, who cares language, all underlining. So that's outside evidence. That's one example of what you put in your body paragraphs for evidence. On the other side of the debate, racist pro-imperialists argued the United States as a more civilized, masculine, and Christian nation had a moral obligation to help the backward, dark-skinned peoples that lived barbarous pagan lives in countries such as the Philippines, Doc 3. Notice I just summarized Doc 3, thus the green color, and I cited Doc 3 using just the numbers. I didn't say McKinley. I didn't say the word document. You could say racist pro-imperialists like McKinley, but don't use the word document anywhere. It just looks tacky. Just use the doc number and move along. But notice how I'm comparing this and talking about U.S. had a moral obligation. Then I'm talking about some hip analysis, potentially. The United States took over the Philippines after defeating the Spanish in the Spanish-American War. That's context. And some, like U.S. President McKinley, wanted the U.S. to replace Spanish misrule with American benevolent rule over non-white peoples who were allegedly inferior and thus unable to rule themselves. Maybe that's historical context with the Spanish-American War. Maybe that's point of view by talking about what he is thinking. Either way, you don't have to write that HC or POV stuff. That's just for me and for telling you what I'm doing here. Add vocab throughout your HIP analysis for added value. It's useful for points. Add as many bolded words as you possibly can. If you can't, that's okay. If I find, and this is my advice, if you don't know a lot of vocab or a lot of history about a particular topic, use the IPP, right? IPP you can usually get if you're able to read the document fairly well. So you have options there. Notice that I summarized the document, and then I hipped the document, and now we're moving along. Every time I underline something in this first paragraph, it's talking about a racist argument. Notice I also misspelled argument, right? Typos are okay. They don't care if you misspell some things as long as you're giving it a good faith effort and it's not distracting from the overall document, right? There's some other things. I had a bunch of summaries. Now, for document 2, I did not hip it. I just summarized it. Remember, you only have to hip 3 documents correctly, so you may skip a few to save time for other points. So anti-imperialists used arguments related to U.S. governing ideals like equality and peace. Others in the Anti-Imperialist League, like William Graham Sumner, argued that imperialism made the allegedly democratic and egalitarian U.S. no better than the oppressive Spanish they were allegedly kicking out of foreign countries for misruling the native peoples. I just summarized what document 2 said. That's using it. But notice, I'm using it to talk about American ideals, and that's why I'm using it in such a way that I support my thesis. I'm not just summarizing it and then saying it's irrelevant. I'm summarizing it in a way that ties back to my thesis. Now, quoting is dangerous on the DBQ and should be avoided unless it's a famous phrase or just a word or two. You do not get usage points for quoting. Anybody can quote. Only if you understand can you actually tell us what's going on by putting it in your own words, right? So be careful. Be careful. And then a couple other things. You can read the rest of this if you'd like to at some point, but a couple other things to point out. If you find a document that doesn't fit with the other documents very well, it's an outlier, you can make it its own paragraph. That's fine. Don't do that to all documents, but to do that to one document is fine. So I did that with document 1. I didn't see any other document that talked about using racism to bring Americans together. I saw racism used in other ways, but not bringing Americans together. So we got examples. And then you can always include in a paragraph of pure outside evidence if you want. I mean, always be talking about nuance, of course, complicate your argument, but you also need to be able to bring outside evidence to bear, and sometimes it just doesn't fit. I didn't notice any economic motivations in any of the documents, so I'm going to make my own paragraph and talk about Henry Cabot Lodge, who wanted the Philippines as a coaling station on the way to China. That's an economic argument. No one else talked about that in documents, so I just made it its own paragraph. That's okay. You don't have to have a minimum number of documents per paragraph. You don't have to have a minimum number of outside evidences per paragraph either. And then, as I said, you restate your thesis, but remember, the thesis point can only be awarded in the intro or conclusion, aka your first or your last paragraph. So definitely put it in your first paragraph, along with contextualization. And then if you have time, especially if your thesis changed, restate it by the end. All right. So we've been talking about that sample DBQ prompt, and I just want to give you one additional prompt if you're curious about this. Evaluate the extent to which Americans argue about the role of government between 1800 and 1850. We got some cartoons there. You may look at this at your own time. We're out of time for tonight, but you're certainly welcome to look at these and practice those if you'd like to, although, of course, going to bed would be a good idea too. You need sleep before tomorrow, but depending on what kind of time zone you're in, I suppose, it could work. So we got some samples there. A reminder, you have this. And let me just end it with this, like a quick pep talk. And I don't mean this to sound trite in any way. Like, you folks have worked so hard all year. You just went through and got through a 5-hour APUSH CRAM session. And maybe you were here just for a little bit of it, but awesome. You are putting in the effort. You know so much. We just covered so much content, and we just did a whole bunch of practice. Your brains are exploding. You need to go take a nap or, go to bed, and then eat a good breakfast tomorrow, and you'll be fine. So take a deep breath. Make sure you're all prepared for the digital stuff. You're all charged for tomorrow. But honestly, folks, take a deep breath. You got this. Please don't be anxious. Please don't be concerned. Get a good night's rest. Dream of, Henry Clay constantly going to the White House and never winning or something like that. But you folks are awesome. Thank you for being here. We couldn't do this without you. You know a lot about APUSH, and when it comes to the prompts, use what you know. Don't worry about the stuff you don't. You can't memorize everything. You shouldn't memorize everything. And so just make sure that you are using what you know to answer whatever you can, and then you live with it. You are, of course, much more than a score. But you are also, of course, very capable of getting a very good score. So, get a good night's rest, have confidence in yourself, take a deep breath. You got this, and regardless of what your actual score was, you got through APUSH. That is an accomplishment in and of itself. I wish you all of the luck in the world tomorrow. May it go extremely well. And of course, we'll see you back here for any of your other APUSH needs. Wait a minute. I only do APUSH. I don't get to see you folks again. Well, that's really sad. Well, obviously, Fiveable has your other APs covered, so they'll see you at other places. But for us, and from all of us at Fiveable, thank you very much for joining us. We hope that it goes well. Thank you for engaging with this CRAM finale. Hopefully it was useful for you. Have a great night, and